Good morning, everyone. Welcome to day 2 of Municipality of Jasper budget presentations. It's now 9:01. We have all of council here. Councillor Wilson attending from places unknown to us, but on our screen and available. I will take just a moment to remind any members of the public who are joining us through the Zoom platform that if they have questions or comments regarding the budget, they are welcome to contact council through the info@jasper-alberta.ca email address, or access us through the feedback option on our website. Or, of course, the option that I didn't mention yesterday that's always available is to call, text, or email your favorite counselor. And all of those options are always open. We recessed yesterday, having concluded agenda item 4.1, and we begin today with agenda item 4.2, community development. I'll invite our CAO, Mr. Given, to give any introductory remarks he may have. Otherwise, just turn it over to Director Reid as you see fit.
Thanks very much, Your Worship, and good morning, Council. Administration is excited to be going with day 2 of budget. Just as a reminder, we are in committee of the whole here, and so committee is giving direction to make amendments to the budget, but not approving anything finally. Ultimately, the only whole of council can do that in the context of a regular council meeting. So we are seeking your direction on what amendments you'd like to make to the budget. Administration, following the conclusion of council's amendment making process, would consolidate those amendments and be able to return the amended budget to council for council's consideration for further amendments or for approval. And so we're in that amendment making stage yesterday and today. We have, as you said, Your Worship, gone through a bit of the process. We've also discussed the finance administration area. And we had some good discussion, I think, yesterday about the PBB, or priority-based budgeting work that administration has been doing over the last while. And hopefully that's helped illustrate a bit more of the context to the attachments to the budget, some of those large, colorful sheets. Director Reid is here this morning to present the Community Development Department. This is obviously after the amalgamation of the former CFS and Culture and Recreation Departments. And I'm going to turn it over now to Director Reid I'm just noticing that our presentation that's on screen, since we were the older one, that actually doesn't have some of our content on it there. So Director Reid, just in terms of the first, a little bit of discussion about, is going to provide a little bit of an overview of the department and some of its activities the past year and some of the highlights that are in this budget year. Director Reid.
Thank you very much, CEO Given, Your Worship and Council. Good morning. Not sure how I feel going first. Are you guys fresh and sharp, or are you still sleeping? We'll find out. So yes, welcome to Community Development's 2023 budget show. You'll see on that org chart that we do, in fact, have 5 divisions to our department. I'm lucky to be blessed with a great team of managers. Community Development, which we often call Community Development Mini, but they are the ones doing those special projects. For example, the website, a really easy one to see. Local immigration partnership as well. Then you'll see Community Outreach Services Manager. So Community Outreach Services costs and settlement, of course, also falls under there. So great work again from that department. Many of you were at the family dance event on Saturday. So, you know, just stuff like that every day, all day, day in, day out, meeting the needs of our residents and our visitors where they happen to be on any given day. Childcare services, of course, the Wildflowers Childcare Center and our wonderful out of school care program. and our facilities manager for the activity center, which encompasses the arena as well as the multipurpose hall, curling, the gymnastics area, and all the lease spaces that we have there. And the fitness and aquatic center manager. So, of course, that wonderful facility that I think we on a daily basis get comments on the fitness and aquatic center for the usefulness to our residents especially. So that's sort of the quick summary of the portfolio of services. And if I am going too quickly, please feel free to, give me a flag or ask questions at any point. I'm not offended if you want to throw some questions at me anytime. Some of the important or the things I wanted to highlight today, really I'll start with the amalgamation of these two departments has proven to be a wonderful thing. I will say that I came back to this community on the opportunity that developing a new culture in this combined department was a real opportunity to serve, and the staff have really responded incredibly well. I can give you some easy examples. I'll give you the most pressing or prominent example, which is the response to the Chettaman power outage. The whole team came together. We had to do things like 24-hour fire watch on our facilities, and we also had to do vulnerable persons checks on our most vulnerable residents. And we had to run a reception center like we had never prepared to run before. It was a different experience, and the staff, as an example, in an emergency response capability, they really stepped up to the plate and really, I think, maximized any possible opportunities for our community. And then from that, and this is the part that really inspires me. So from that, we have taken the things we've learned, and something as simple as coffee connections is now being held at the activity center. And so that space is finding more energy in it, more activation of the activity center, but also we're finding new people that we didn't find in our previous locations. So it's been a great opportunity for the team to come together. But over the last 9-10 months, we have streamlined processes. We have what I like to think of as de-siloing. In the way that the system works now, it's just less bureaucratic in a way, more efficient. And so, a little example of that is the quiet room. One of the first things that we did, this quiet room was recognized through community conversations, through feedback from our residents, through all manner of outreach, that there is no space where it certainly came to the fore with no space that someone could go quietly and pray, and also no space that someone could go quietly and perhaps have their toddler under control or in a confined space that they could reach them quickly and also deal with their infant. And so that quiet room, we basically talked about the opportunities that we could see, and within a week we had created the quiet room. And it took, it just as an example of that sort of, in the past, there would have been, well, we'll ask our manager, we'll ask our director, the director will ask the director. Now that stream of discussion is really around one table and we just make stuff happen. And I could throw out again that phrase that I do love. We make stuff happen where we can, within scope, authority, and budget. And so that quiet room, it actually, the costs were all able to be contained within a grant that was meant to develop spaces such as that. So it didn't take any scope change, it didn't take any authority change, and it didn't take any budget change. So we just made it happen. And that's what I absolutely love. Show Your Passion is another one that I love because it has created an avenue for residents to feel as though they can participate in our programming. We have really invigorated our partnerships. I'll give another example, the Food Rescue Society. They needed a space for their fridge. We figured out a way that we could contain that fridge in the activity center, and that fridge is at the activity center. Simple as that. Our festivals partners, I think the F-104 policy has really enabled a clear path for our partnerships. And we have used F104 for Dark Sky. We used it for Folk Fest. And most recently, we used it for, most recently we used it for getting some clarity on what exactly our relationship with Habitat is going to be in the future. It's our first draft there, and many of the things that you spoke of yesterday are contained in the agreement, and we will be making a new one as the results of the current one come in. We'll adapt, modify, and improvise. Some of the other sort of concrete successes that I think council knows about, but I'll reiterate, simply the ice plant project is underway, which I know has been years in the making. You will see that dirt has moved, concrete has been poured, and the skid is being built off-site, and the skid will be delivered to that new building in the next weeks and possibly a month or two. The development of the major rental project, the processes we've taken over the year, I'm really proud of the work the team has done there on things like that universal change room idea. And in fact, I'll let council know we're discussing that universal washroom idea for the upper curling lounge. Robson and Lions Park plan concepts are out for survey right now. And I want to highlight one other thing. The interdepartmental work that we do, for example, with Ms. Malinchak or Ms. Nadon or Mr. Greathead, it is very comforting to know that we are all really supportive of each other and really springboard some ideas and some growth. And so one of the things that I would highlight is the rinks that you are going to see, our outdoor rinks, which of course are a response to what council's asked for, what the residents have asked for. Those rinks are really a picture of the partnership that we can do within within several departments to make things happen within scope, budget, and authority. So, any questions there? No. So then moving on to the positions that we have included in the base budget. We've included a custodial position, and that position is, let me scroll to my notes here. Basically, during COVID, we realized we suspended the contract for the janitorial, and we used our in-house staff to meet those needs to keep people employed. And we realized that there were several benefits to that. One of which is it doesn't actually cost any more to use our internal staff. There's perhaps a nominal savings even to create a position to do this in-house. And the sort of responsiveness and efficiencies that are gained by having a staff. So with a contract, it's very defined. They come in after hours, they clean, and they leave. With the staff situation, we get that flexibility that maybe the staff is over the activity center and we have a challenge at the pool. We can come and deal with it right away, as opposed to having lifeguards maybe close part of the pool to clean up a change room incident, as an example. So those kind of efficiencies are very exciting to us. But that, I suppose, we also get that more control of where we assign and what time we assign the cleanliness functions. So that custodian is very exciting to us. And so you'll see that that's why it's included in the base budget. The optional position that we have proposed is perhaps not quite named the way you all might expect it, but we are looking for a community engagement support and fund development coordinator. And this position we imagine to do really 4 things: increase the public engagement and work on the policy and strategy development around public engagement, increase the capacity to apply for grants and get additional external funding coming in, increase in our Indigenous relations, so work with council on where that file should be taken with your direction, and get the policy strategy development events and activities coordinated, and increase the support, especially for food-focused nonprofits, as you heard in the food security working group's recommendations. Of course, There are several strategic priorities with this position would most closely align. Proactive steps to reduce the risk of people becoming vulnerable, promote and enhance recreational cultural opportunities, enable and facilitate events that provide opportunities to increase community connections, embrace growing diversity, leverage and create opportunities for greater inclusion, communicate and engage with residents, engage other municipalities, orders of governments, etc., continue along the path of reconciliation, pursue alternative revenue sources and equitable distribution of costs, and increase awareness and understanding of our unique conditions with other orders of government and funders. And that one specifically, we're thinking about the food security situation. Maybe I should stop there to see if there are any questions about those two positions.
Thank you, Director Reid. Councillor Kelleher-Rampe.
Thank you, Mr. Reid. I have one question regarding the new position. You said it for grant writing. Who currently does the grant writing? Is it contracted?
Excellent question. Thank you, Councillor Kelleher-Rampe, and through to all of council. So currently, it is done by the manager of mini community development or community development, myself, the manager of outreach services. And yes, we have used contractors in the past. We recently did use a contractor actually for a grant application that we just didn't have capacity to apply for. I will tell you, this is my little violin. Being two directors, putting the department together means that is one area that I don't personally have as much capacity to do grant writing as my predecessor did very successfully. And so this is a direct response to that challenge. 5 direct reports, really 6.5, but the 5 direct reports keep me busy. The 5 divisions of our branch keep me busy. And then these giant special projects like $14 million reno. So my capacity is one of the things we're working to respond to here.
Thank you.
Councillor Hall.
Thank you, Mayor Ireland, and thank you, Director Reid. Could this position potentially look for or write grants for other departments as well? Like say Ops had something that came up, or another department, or be specific to community development?
So one of the things I mentioned, how we partner within the organization, one of the things would be based on capacity. So we have looked at this as a 1/3, 1/3, 1/3 kind of situation. And if the, engagement part, the Indigenous relations part was light for a couple of weeks, then yes, absolutely. We currently share resources like that. The easiest example would be on the communications front. We have a communications coordinator in our side that does our specific style of community voice engagement. And we do share that person. In fact, Rowan did the work for the What Can You Recycle program for John's department.
Thank you. Councillor Wilson.
Yeah, I'm not 100% sure the tasks that would be reported. I assume that it was mainly grant writing, but it sounds like there's quite a bit more involved in that. And I was hoping, because we don't have a list of the the main tasks of that position, if we could get that before, get that in the near future before we make any final. Just so we can kind of, I heard, I listened, but I didn't get it all. So hoping to have a list of what those the main priorities of that position would be. And then I guess my second question is about the custodian, and just about how much extra or how much savings would this full-time position be bringing to us? How much are we saving in contracted paying out contractors?
Thank you, Councillor Wilson, or Your Worship, through to Councillor Wilson and the rest of council. I'll start with the custodian position. So we currently contract around $80,000, and the position will be around $80,000 with benefits and the like. So that position is definitely, perhaps a nominal savings, but a wash, easy to see that we're not going to lose any money on that, and we will gain responsiveness. This position that we have not included, the optional enhancement, would be about the same, $87,000, including benefits, and is not currently funded in the budget. And would we have that person looking for grants to support their efforts? Yeah, absolutely. We have that person, myself, Lisa, Beth, we're always looking for grants that support our operation. And so is it possible that it could be less burden to the taxpayer? Absolutely. If we get revenue sources, it definitely offsets expenses. So the custodian is really a zero, $80,000 in contracted savings. So that's why we included it. It doesn't really affect the bottom line. But the fund development coordinator or public engagement support fund development coordinator, we do need to find a better name there, but it's because we are putting those three functions in. That person is completely unfunded at this time. And your second question, or perhaps it was your first question, was about what are the duties of this function? And absolutely, I can share that to council. There are 4 areas: increased public engagement, policy strategy development, increased capacity to apply for grants, increase Indigenous relations, and increased support, especially for the food-focused nonprofits. Councillor Hall, you mentioned about if there was capacity, would we share? We would do that. If there was capacity, we also would use this position to find other ways to support community. So that's why it's specifically for the food focus, because we know that's a request that has come and appears to have support. So we brought that as a response to that. But again, if capacity allows, we would find ways to support the community, again, if it was within scope, authority, and budget.
Thank you, Councillor Waxer.
I would just like to speak in favor of this new position. It has been my experience that the ability to apply for outside funding and to better serve the community is a really critical component of the community development department. And not in looking backward, you can see that some proposals have resulted in services like settlement services that are ongoing for many, many, many years and are really important component of serving our community well. And I know that it is a distinct skill set that isn't that isn't easily found, and it would be a remarkable thing to have in-house. So I appreciate that. And then as far as the food security part, I'd like to speak to that as well, in that I think the measure of any community is their attention to those who are most vulnerable. And if just watching the national news, you see that food security is a nationwide problem. And but I do believe that good solutions start within the community itself, and that we have the ideas on how to ensure that those volunteers who are working really hard to ensure that all residents in Jasper have access to food I think that being able to support them is a really important thing in a very difficult time. So I appreciate that. Thank you.
Councillor Keller.
Thank you, Aaron. I just have one more question. About 2 years ago, we had a strategy where there was all those for our Indigenous community moving forward, how municipalities work. Did we get contract money for all that work that was done, or was that all done in-house?
I think I'm gonna have to play my new guy card. I'd have to go back and find out.
I'm just curious that if it was, if we use contractors for that, if that less money we're spending on contractors, if we, hire this position. An amount of work was done, a whole strategy was brought up on council. I'm just kind of curious, did we contract to put that together or was it done in-house? And
So I can definitely find that information out. I will say though that, you know, we're 2 budget cycles away from that or perhaps 3. And so I couldn't say that there's going to be a savings in contract because we haven't planned to contract for that in this budget, right?
thank you.
Councillor Melvin.
Thank you, Your Worship, and good morning, Director Reed. I appreciate the detail that you went into with the fund development coordinator. I just want to, did I hear that it would be shared 1/3, 1/3, 1/3? Did I hear that correctly, or what was that in reference to?
Sorry, Your Worship, through to Councillor Melnick, that's the reference to the workload. It's not shared in any way. This position would entirely be a community development position. We would be able to assist other departments should capacity be there, as we do now with communications. But this position, that was just the workload would be, we see roughly 1/3 supporting food security, roughly 1/3 doing the engagement and Indigenous part, and roughly 1/3 doing the fund development.
Thank you for that. I was referencing the service profiles and I saw that fund development and project management was highlighted as one of the 82 or 84 profiles that were presented to us, and I was trying to just connect the dots between this profile and this position. So the fund development or seeking application and funding agreements, that would have been part of your basket of things that you do on a daily basis.
Yes, sir. And so Your Worship, through to Councillor Melnick, part of my job, part of the community outreach services manager, part of the community development manager. So it is a function that many of us play. And we recognize that the capacity, we are at our capacity. And so this would be a great opportunity to keep us at the leading edge of fund development.
Councillor DeMota.
Thank you. Thank you for this directory. It's quite impressive, and you do have a large portfolio. And I commend you for organizing it well. I'm asking because we're talking about job descriptions and capacity, and we've tossed this around at this table in on past councils, and I'm just wondering what the capacity is in the communications area under the mini community development area. We do have, I think, we do have another position within the municipality that's under communications. And I'm wondering if there can be like an efficiency, scale of efficiency there, and maybe combining efforts and or amalgamating positions. And is that opportunity there?
Thank you, Your Worship, through to Councillor DeMota. You know, that's an excellent question. And myself and Director Nadon, that's one of the things that we have explored over the last 10 months. But I can tell you that there is no ability for either of those communications positions to be combined. Our communications side, absolutely every day, very busy. And I know that on Director Nadon's department, that corporate communications is absolutely also at capacity, very busy. You know, tools like the new website are helping, and in our side of things, that new website is a project that's grant funded, and so we are working through that. But the new website assists all communications efforts, and so getting more tools is helpful. But I can tell you, you know, watching the work that those two offices deliver, there is no way that they could be combined. I can say that with confident professional opinion for sure. If anything, you will likely see that communication becomes more and more a pressure. The MGA has demands for communication, and so we may be looking at increasing our communications portfolio in the future. But I could not see a place where I would support combining those.
So, and that's good. And the question needed to be asked because it's been thrown around a few times. And I will say that from a community perspective, a lot of feedback that I'm getting, especially from the Chetman wildfire time, that our communications has improved. And it's not that it was lacking before, it's just getting better every time. And when you look at the efforts that came out for, we're all in it together, the masking or no masking piece there. That's a good example of, you know, how we are working together, and I commend you and Director Nadal for making our community better served that way. So thank you.
Director Reed, if I go back to the proposed position, and I appreciate that you're going to get us something. I looked through the service profile. I didn't see anything specific about the fund development coordinator. But Councillor Melnick referenced something. Maybe I just missed it in the service profile. But you indicated 4 areas that this position would oversee or at least be engaged in. One is engagement, public engagement. One is grant writing. One is Indigenous relationships. What is the 4th?
Working specifically to support the food security goals and efforts.
Quite a diverse lot. I'm not sure how you get someone skilled in all of those, and of those, who will determine what the priority is among the 4? It seems to me that it might be almost a full-time job, searching out grants, which then, if that's the person responsible for developing Indigenous relations, does that languish? Does something else languish? It just seems to me to be an awful lot to put on one desk.
Thank you, Your Worship. It might be helpful to think of this as Lego. So I have a red Lego block that I do fund development. Community development manager has a red Lego block that does fund development. I also have a white Lego block that does public engagement, and so does the community development manager. We'd add, instead of taking all of those blocks, all the red blocks, and making them one person, we'd add another person that has several Lego blocks, 3 or depending on how you want to look at it, 4 in this case. And so the idea that it's a full-time job, it would be. The idea that finding the right person will be key, that's also true. But I would submit that that's no different than finding most of my team in the community development side. It's a varied and challenging side, right? To be able to do public engagement, community conversations, respond with actions when those actions are, again, within scope, authority, and budget, to create a new thing with opportunities such as a grant comes out. So it is the kind of work that is all aligned in the sense that it's about problem solving and challenge and seeing an outcome and going to that outcome. It's definitely not a specific SA lifeguarding where we can finitely define the role, right? But one of the extra benefits that isn't listed in the position description is that it gives me a more well-rounded team. So as we just had, one of our staff currently, 2 of them, one just returned from parental leave, one is off on parental leave. I had another staff off on a medical leave. And so when I have people that have multicolored Lego blocks in their portfolio, it's far better for me to cover those challenging other emptiness or those blocks that aren't being covered. And so in a simple sense, this gives me a bit of succession planning, a bit of bench strength, and a depth to my team that allows me to do the creative work that is demanded by this portfolio. Your first question, I think, was who monitors what ratio of, is it time to do fund development today and public engagement tomorrow? That's my job, absolutely. And to make this position have outcomes that align with council's strategic priorities and the authority that you give this position, that's my job. And also that of the managers across the division. I think that's where I'll stop.
Well, I appreciate that. I think I share the view expressed by Councillor Wilson that be nice to have some documents and a little time to consider this. I find it a bit difficult, and particularly the inclusion of the food security aspect. And I accept that that group came forward, but other groups, including environmentally based groups, are looking for support. We had external groups presenting to council yesterday. They all need help. We have a skateboard group out doing their own work. So there is a question of equity. And does the food security group necessarily outrank all the other groups in the community that could use this sort of in-house support to advance their goals? Has council determined that food security is a greater priority than other aspects of community health? I'm not sure that we're there, and that's why I struggle a bit with the request at this time to make sure that if we do add a position, it serves the community interests equitably and not focus necessarily on one area. And I'm still struggling with the 4 different areas where you're proposing that there be perhaps equal, but perhaps unequal time spent by this position. So, you were prepared to respond, so go ahead.
Thank you, Your Worship. Food security specifically comes because council made it a priority. And so do I agree with that priority? Absolutely. And that's why I'm in my job. I'm hopefully the right guy in the job. However, that is the direction that we believe we heard from council. And so when you take the report from the Food Security Working Group, which you struck, and you take that for information and ask us what we would do with it, this is what we would do with it. This is how we would support that person. I would go one level larger and describe, or up a level, and describe that when we put this person in place, we now have the capacity to build more support. In one easy way, there might be a grant out there that would allow for us to bring in a short-term community support for all community groups. And this fund development person may be the one who finds that grant, fills it out, gets it. And so there is an inequity here in the sense that council has articulated that this is more of a priority than the bike park, which also needs help. However, I personally do see, and what we would aim towards is that this position would be the stepping stone to gain more support for other groups. We know that administrative support for every non-for-profit, some of them more than others, but they could all use a little help or a lot of help. So absolutely, is that an area we'd like to be able to act in? Yes. Does this position give us that? No, but it gives us one step closer to be able to providing that service as well.
Thank you. Other questions from councillors, or was your presentation concluded subject to questions?
No, I stopped there for the position questions.
Understood.
Sorry. I'm getting lots of signals here.
Hope you're not next.
Maybe. So turning the page, we get to the operating budget. CEO Given, could you go back one more? Oh, that's the same one? Okay. All right, so on the capital budget discussion, you will see
Councillor Wilson?
I feel we didn't go over the operating budget besides, like, the last slide was positions, but not the operating budget. And so I prefer to go over the rest of that last slide, then move to the capital budget.
Yeah, I think administration is just trying to find the right slide and bring it up on the screen. But you're right, we have yet to dig into the operating budget or the capital budget.
okay, so yes, I'd like that slide to be up. This would be ideal. Thank you. And so on the capital, my short discussion is I get an enviable position to have a smaller budget than before, but I want to describe that clearly. So our revenue, we are looking at a net increase across the department of about $90,000 from drop-in membership rentals programs coming back to pre-COVID levels. And we're looking at a net decrease of about $30,000 for not doing sport camps anymore. That's $100,000 revenue and $70,000 expense that we're not doing anymore. On the expense side, we have about $100,000 increase in salaries and benefits. This is for the contract increase that's going to come into effect, existing position increments and promotions, and the return to pre-COVID service levels. So increasing our schedules back to where they were before. That also includes the new custodian position in that increase, but of course the contract expenses went down in the aquatic center and the daycare or childcare center. And I can happily say that there is a net decrease of expenses of about $30,000 due to the amalgamation of the two departments, which, yeah, is a positive. And so you can see that our net is $23,000 less of a request than it was last year. But I also want to comment on, we also have a decrease of expenses of about $70,000 because we've sent some work directed over to ops. So we used to coordinate the Connaught washrooms and the maintenance and janitorial custodial in there, and that will now be going over to operations. So I could sit here and crow, but in fact, we are asking for more than before in this budget line because we have given away some expenses and John graciously took them. So when you get to John, treat him nicely. So there are a lot of revenue and expense lines there, but I've tried to give a summary to make it clear, just how the whole picture looks. But are there any questions? I'm assuming that there might be.
Councillor Melvin?
Thank you, Your Worship. Councillor Reid, Councillor Director Reid, thank you for mentioning about returning to pre-COVID levels for revenues in certain areas. Are there anticipated increases in admissions and user fees built into this budget as well?
Thank you, Your Worship. Through to Councillor Melnick. Yes, we have a regular fee increase as approved in the fees bylaw. And so I believe it's roughly 2% that we will see across the board.
Other questions? Director Reid? Well, they consider their questions. Can you tell me what all is included in the expense line for the activity center?
So,
I mean, generally speaking, so we understand what the activity center is, but it
yes,
doesn't include the arena. For example, because the arena is
Gets its own line.
separate. So does it include the office space, multipurpose hall, stuff downstairs? Just give me a general idea what's all in that line.
thank you, Your Worship. And so for clarity, if you took that building, so multipurpose hall, all the basement rooms, the lobbies, the curling lounge, the curling area, the gymnastics area, if you took all those and the arena, if you carved off the arena, it's everything else. So yes, the gymnastics area, the utilities, the staffing, the custodial, the front desk, the admin spaces, all that stuff.
Daycare?
Daycare is its own line, or childcare is its own line, and in a historical relic, they do pay rent to the activity center. And that, my understanding is that's done to keep an accurate reflection of how much the childcare services cost. And so childcare does exist in its own budget line item. But they do pay rent to the activity center. So that is part of what you'll see there. Part of what you'll see in those revenues is that rent. And part of what you'll see in the expense is the support of that area.
I asked because all of the areas, and particularly all of the facilities that I see, that one has the greatest draw on the municipal tax levy. There's about $1 million difference between expenses and revenue, which indicates, at least according to my calculations, that that facility is operating at about 22% recovery. I don't know that there's anything that can be done. I suspect that you have not been given any target recovery proportion, but I wonder whether we have any idea how that might benchmark with other communities. It seems like a fairly low recovery rate to me.
Thank you, Your Worship, and through the rest of the council, you're absolutely right. That is a low recovery rate. It is, in my experience, an industry standard kind of level, because that facility, so the arena, for example, the arena is a far better cost recovery. And it is because that arena allows for a large portion of bookable space. The activity center, in support of the arena, doesn't necessarily get the benefit of that cost recovery from the arena for the lobby, as an example. And so something like the front desk and the lobby at the activity center, it's a challenge to make those things become any more profitable than they already are. However, having said that, the team is working hard. And so Share Your Passion, as an example, does bring in new programs, which creates better cost recovery, even on the front desk. I think, so your answer to your question, is it, I believe it is my job to do the best cost recovery I can. And we as a team are constantly focused on efficient and effective operations. Something like a lobby is very difficult to make a cost center out of, or a recovery out of. So administrative space, the same thing, right? So that facility will always be on the lower end of cost recovery until we find some magic bullet, like some corporate sponsor as an idea, but almost facetiously.
Excluding the activity center, and I appreciate the challenges there. Has the department given any thought to what a target recovery rate might be? And again, my math could be suspect, but I've done just the differential between revenue and expense, and this facility, library and Cultural Center appears to have about a 38% recovery. The arena, 34%, the Fitness and Aquatic Center, 39%. Daycare, I'm happy to say, has 86%. Kind of nice. But I don't know whether there ought to be a target. Should we be working for something? You mentioned, fees go up based on decisions not made by council necessarily, but are there other cost recovery mechanisms that might be considered? Because overall, the Fitness and Aquatic Center, and I appreciate people want that service, need that service, but again, that's almost $1 million that's attributed to the tax levy, and we're looking at $1 million increase in that tax levy in this budget overall, and that was yesterday before we started adding things. So $1 million is extremely significant, and I wonder whether there is opportunity to look at cost recovery for some of these facilities.
Thank you, Your Worship. I will tell you that yes, we are always looking at it. We're always trying to find ways to do better cost recovery. And should there be a target, I will suggest that as we proceed into priority-based budgeting, one of the efforts there is key performance indicators. And so when we get those sorted, one of them certainly could be at council's request or at our own direction on administrative side, the cost recovery. And the industry ranges from 20% to 60% to 80%. An industry norm is between 30 and 50. So I don't think we are, again, based on my experience, I don't think we're out of line as a department. We are not either too high or too low. We are in normal range. The facilities are expensive, and when they're closed, they're expensive, and when they're open, they're expensive. So you will see that one of my philosophies is to open the place as much as possible so we can get as much revenue as we can. There's an example of what we are attempting to do for cost recovery is open the doors as much as possible. We're not going to open them. We get regular recurring requests to open the pool at 6. And those 3 people are the only 3 people that come at 6. And so that's an example where we would look at that and say, that's not cost recovery. But at 7 and 7:30, when the place is packed, we know we did the right thing. So yes, we are always looking for that.
Your Worship, can I just supplement Director Reed's response? Just his job description actually is to increase the community's use and enjoyment of municipal facilities. That's actually in his job description. Because administration recognized that there was a desire to ensure that the facilities were well utilized. I think historically there had been some tug and pull between departments with the former culture and recreation trying to maximize revenue because of exactly the type of questions that you're asking. Why is the subsidy on this facility so low? And so therefore every user group, even internal ones, from being charged rent. And I think over time council heard conversations about, well, it's too expensive to use a multi-purpose hall, so we don't. And we being whatever community group or even some of our internal programming. Director Reed, to his credit and his department's credit, I really said, let's get people in the building first and foremost and maximize the use and the community's use and enjoyment of those facilities. So I think from an administrative perspective, we're trying to find that right balance, and council can help us by telling if we're headed the right direction or the wrong direction in ensuring that when the lights are on, that there are people inside, and that we reduce this tax-based subsidy as much as possible. We can appreciate that there aren't any particular, there's not a right or wrong answer necessarily there. Administration could try to reduce the subsidy to 0. But that would mean that it would be an expensive place to get in. It might be a challenge for the community, or we can make sure that there's people in there all the time, but the subsidy might go up. There are not currently targets. that is something that I'm taking away from the conversation, that maybe as administration, we could talk about what appropriate targets might be for the different portions of facilities and bring that discussion back at some future point. Because Director Reed has all that experience about what is industry standard, and appreciate saying so at the council table doesn't necessarily demonstrate what is, what does Hinton cover in their facilities, and how, how is Jasper along with that. So one of the things I think we take away from this is that there's an opportunity for us to provide some additional information, and for council to give us some direction on what you think an appropriate cost recovery is. Because administration, we can enact any kind of direction. You tell us to get more money out of the facilities and reduce the tax subsidy, we can do that. If you tell us to increase access and have people inside more often doing things, we can do that too. And so it's sort of one of these slider decisions of how high do you want to go? And I think that's a good and worthwhile discussion to have with council.
Thank you for that. I believe I saw Councillor Melnick. I'll just add one observation, and I started with the activity center question, assuming that it included the administrative portion. And so I recognize that it's not entirely accurate to attribute all of the costs to what we sort of generally, or the public might generally see as the activity center. So we used to have a line item reallocation of expenses, and we don't have that anymore. But I do appreciate that, although it's all allocated on the budget within community development, it is obviously supporting finance and administration and the general working of the town. So I do accept that. Councillor Melnick.
Thank you very much, Your Worship. And this may be a question for Director Malinchuk as well as Mr. Gibbon. In the summary, we have the operating budget presented to us by operating area, and then we have the operating budget presented to us by very broad categories. And the one category that stands out to me is financial service charges and debt repayment. So that's a significant amount. That's about 10%, sorry, 8% of the expenses. And that is allocated out, I believe, into each of these other areas. So when you look at the more detail, you don't see that there's areas that are under no control of, in this case, Director Reed. And I just want to highlight that and first, but secondly, ensure, is that a correct interpretation?
Thank you for your patience, Your Worship, through to Councillor Melnick. So yes, there are debentures that come online with the Fitness and Aquatic Center and the Activity Center renovation. So you are seeing that they are split between the arena, the Activity Center, and the Aquatic Center. So they are reflected in each area. We will be discussing them more as we talk about the debentures as well. And through the capital side of things, but it does affect the operating, like you're noting. One thing to note, and I was hoping to be able to jump in and speak to this, is that because of the project somewhat delays, I have held off on the request for debenture in the 2022 year. So that in essence is saving the first year payments in the 2023 year, as we will be coming back to council with a specific request for decision to take the first year amounts that were approved in the 2022 budget, move it to reserves, and then move it out in 2023 to offset when we take out the payment in 2023. It will for sure happen early 2023. I just really watch and make sure that we're not paying interest until we need to. So that's where you'll see it occur in those areas. And that being all said, also you'll see in the capital, watching down the years as well, you'll want to note that in 2024, 2025, we'll be also planning on another that council will also have to discuss. And that mostly surrounds the fitness and aquatic center. So you'll see that under the capital section there. So that will come up further as we discuss the capital, as well as adventure that council will have to consider going forward.
Thank you very much. I appreciate the clarity. Thank you.
Welcome. Thank you.
Councillor Kelleher.
Thank you, Mayor Ireland. My question is Director Reid. Can you explain recreation in general, the no not washrooms is down to off and ground recreation? There's expenses in 2022. That's discontinued, or is that going to show up in another department, or have you combined that?
Thank you, Your Worship, through to Councillor Kelleher MP. That line item is an old line item we won't be going back to. So those expenses have been combined into the activity center.
Councillor DeMarco.
Well, back when the departments pre-merger, let's say, CFS, you know, I used to philosophically say that you're getting 3 times your money back on your investment. And one of the, I guess, beauties here, and this isn't really a scientific observation, but when you look at what taxation dollar is for the value and service and everything that goes into this general department now, I still feel that you're getting twice your money's worth on investment. So the $3.4 million, I think when you look at the total expenses, including all the debenture stuff, I feel that for us going out to the community and asking for $3.4 million and now maybe plus, that you're getting added value with that. And I still say you're getting twice the community as a whole. Not every single individual is going to benefit the same way, but I still think that's a good way to look at it. And we do have an economy of scale now with this combination, and it makes me feel good. At least we're going to have some areas that bleed a little bit more than others, but then there's also other areas that are more successful, and that balances out the whole portfolio in my mind. Thank you.
I have lost a view of Councillor Wilson. Not to say that he had his hand up, but I would like to know. There he is, but it's just a thumbs up. All right, other questions with respect to the operating budget for Director Reid? Or are we prepared to proceed to the 5-year capital plan? Councillor Watson.
I just wanted to speak to the comment by CAO given about increasing the use and enjoyment of the activity center. I believe that the more that the center is used and it's a vibrant place to be, that we're more likely to see the income in the future increase, as it will be a place that's top of mind for bookings and ideas of new ways to use it. So I wanted to express appreciation for that being in the job description and for the progress made in that area. Thank you.
Just before I invite you to address the 5-year capital budget, I have a question perhaps better directed at our CAO, Mr. Given. It relates to the colorful graph. Just conceptually, is it possible to have either a negative or a diminished score? So for example, if we approve or prioritize an area, is it possible within that template that as we push forward one thing, we lose elsewhere? It could be opportunity costs, because as you move among priorities, something, not everything can be in the top. So can there be a negative, or can there be a negative with respect to a financial aspect? So again, promoting use of a space may increase the deficit. And I appreciate what Councilor Waxer is saying, that maybe long-term it will add to financial revenue, but you don't know that. So you push in one direction, but there is an expense, an added expense to that. In that graph, is it possible that that shows up anywhere as a diminished score or a negative score, or can the scores on that graph only be positive?
Your worship, the answer is that those scores can only be positive. That the worst that an area can do is a 0. And the intent behind this is actually, I would refer you probably to the other one, that priority placement, the less colorful sort of 4-quadrant one. And the evolution of the next steps on priority-based budgeting would be to start to look at those areas that have the lowest level of alignment with council's priorities, meaning that they sort of either support the fewest of council priorities or aren't particularly supportive of council's priorities, or well aligned with council's priorities, and to examine whether those are things we need to rescope so that they do better support council's priorities, whether there are things that somebody else in the community could do or is doing, and maybe we stop doing them, or whether there are things that are just not needed. And so really that would be something that we would want to take over the next, over this next cycle, is to start to investigate some of those and say, are there ways to reallocate money that we're currently spending on something that's not well aligned to something that's better aligned? But there wouldn't be anything that's a drag on the scores, in a negative sense. The idea here is to say what isn't well aligned and re-examine why you're doing that, and consider if there's other ways to do it that can either make it more aligned or to do other things that are already more aligned.
Thank you for that. It's a brand new tool to me. I'm just trying to learn how to swing. Thank you for that. Director Reed, if you want to dig into the 5-year capital plan, that would be appropriate.
Certainly. Thank you, Your Worship, and Council. So in the 5-year capital plan, you will see that we are doing, some carry forward and some work with that major project, of course. But also there's kitchen equipment, war machine, and some work with the tennis courts that we would like to get done this year. As we move forward, the log cabin renovations, we have been waiting for the right understanding of what that project will be. Like, what effort are we going to spend there? So that's been carried over, and we're going to work on it this year. The carry forward for the arena, of course, the large part of that is the big project. We will finish the ice plant this year, or in 23. Into the pool, you'll see also a portion of the large project, including the big talk item of the universal change rooms. There's also a bunch of behind the scenes action, like replacement of mechanical bits here and there. And we do have some out of the project expenses, like volleyball courts and the sun deck renovations and refurbishment. some sand filters, mechanical room pumps, the base for the diving board. And then, we are cycling through, as you do with asset management. So when things age out, you replace them. And so into the future years, you see that we still will be spending money on the renovations. We'll do some more weight room equipment, another set of filters, and then pumps into 2025 there. The big one I'd like to stop on here is this aquatic renovation additional scope. So those are things that were not included in the large renovation project that we have ongoing, we have council approval for. But they are things that absolutely are still going to age out. And so that project sits right now unfunded, and the 10-year capital plan will explain how we would get to that $5.5 million. But that is a discussion that has to occur. There's still work that will need to be done on that facility in the next 3 to 5 to 10 years. The skate park sits as a placeholder. I do believe that the skate park committee is getting ever closer. They have 3 grants out right now, possibly 4 in the last discussion I had with Mr. Savage. And so I don't want to jinx it, but I'm cautiously optimistic that we might see action on that project. We might at least see a deposit go down, and the action might occur a year after. But I'm very excited about that possibility this year. And we do have one small carryover in the daycare, which was some window replacements that just for, I could use that common phrase now, supply chain. But it was busy contractors and getting the windows quoted and getting the work done. So that didn't get done this year, but it will get done. And then you see into 2024, some large work that will be occurring later on, as far as 2 things out in the yard, and the flooring in some of the old rooms as it wears out. So that's my capital description. Of course, I'm open to any questions council may have.
Thank you, Director Reed. Councilors? Councilor Melvin.
Thank you, Your Worship. Through you to Director Reed. You mentioned the carry forward for the log cabin project. Can you refresh my memory what that would all encompass?
So originally it was planned to basically refurbish it to its current functionality. What we're wondering about is what's the best use of that building, and whether or not this amount of money will refurbish it for another 20 or 30 or 40 years. So that one is just taking us some effort to figure out exactly what to do with it. And given that we do have large projects in Centennial and mostly in commemoration, we want to refurbish that building in a way that complements the total picture of our park spaces. We know we need washroom facilities in that park. Do we need a commercial kitchen in that park? Or is it better served in commemoration? Things like that, that we don't have the answers on yet. But previously the project was to basically revitalize it as is.
If I may, just one more question. In the past, what type of usage in the last year, because of COVID, of course, it's hard to say, we'd be going back 4 years, 3 years, but what type of usage does the building currently enjoy right now?
Well, interestingly, COVID almost increased the importance of that building. As people spread out and went outside, they still needed to go to the bathroom. And I wasn't here, so I don't know exactly when it was closed and open, but whenever it was open. And so specifically you asked about this year. I'm really proud. You will have all seen the tent that went up, and that tent became a programming space for us. And you probably all witnessed at one point or another, there were varied programs in there, like stove-free cooking. There was a graffiti art program. There was TOTS programs. And so that tent again, in the vein of bringing people to our spaces to get use out of them, we saw an increase in just our programming alone meant those washrooms were really key. We did have baseball this year, softball, slow pitch. We did have soccer. We did have a couple of events. And so the functionality of a good washroom there is key. Something like the kitchen also becomes a question mark because we've seen food trucks now in our community functioning at Folk Fest. And maybe that's the better answer, but we don't know that for sure. So that's where some work will have to be done this year.
Other questions? Councillor Calabretti?
For the volleyball court and sundeck, are we putting in a new area or just renovating? Are we extending the volleyball area?
Excellent question, Councillor. So extension or a second volleyball court has been an ever increasing request of the community, and specifically the beach volleyball community, which, you know, when we get 40 or 60 people out to a program, that's a great program. I can parallel that with, we're getting almost 70 kids on the regular to the rec room program. So they're getting 40 to 60 to 80 people coming out to beach volleyball. For that kind of program, that's the same as Junior Lifeguard Club. So for that kind of program, this small investment will likely create more than 40 to 60 to 80 people coming out. And it is time that facility, if you want to call it that, that amenity is aged out. And we have the capacity to create a second court without really much extra work. And so we have requested the full amount here. I know that the volleyball group has been fundraising, and so they will contribute part of it in their fashion. Likely they'll contribute, you know, the good nets and the good the lines and things, but that relationship is, again, F104. We're working with them to have an agreement where we are partners on this development, and then partners on the service as well.
Thank you, Mr. Reed.
Councillor Waxer?
This just kind of relates to some support for a variety of these projects. At the last community conversation I attended, which was for children and youth, there was the discussion about the rec room program and up to 70 youth attending. And it really struck me at that time, the creative use of space in the community, that most communities are faced with, could we please build a youth center? Our youth need somewhere to go. And I really heard that the staff are hosting rec room type activities in the Legion, in the volleyball courts, in the pool, in the tent, the activity center, which really, I think, I really appreciate and value the fact of the rather than building a facility that's for one specific purpose, I think the creativity of the staff to use all the facilities that are offered in the community is wonderful. And I hope that by having these general facilities, we'll see that same thing happen for seniors and for others as well, and potentially increase revenue as people see these as vibrant and useful spaces.
Councillor Demota?
Well, it's great. I'm glad you said that because that kind of segues into my line of questioning. Thank you, Your Worship. Through you to Director Reed, the $85,000 for the tennis court. You know, I know those things have to have ongoing resurfacing and stuff over time. What's the demand for pickleball these days? Should that be like a tennis / pickleball court? Or is that kind of in the direction we're going in, and that's why there's that price tag on it?
Thank you, Your Worship, to Councillor Demota. Excellent point. And speaking to Councillor Waxer's excellent point, we are trying to build multi-use spaces all the time. And so pickleball, we know, is popular in this community. And so at the time of renovation is when you create more capacity. So badminton, pickleball, tennis, hopefully we cover as many bases as we can. But you're absolutely right. When we're going to renovate a facility, we're going to renovate it for most uses and best uses.
Well, I have to say, when we had the service review study done and council of the day was informed that pickleball is going to become a big thing, I was like, pickle what? And I see it emerging and it's becoming relevant. So I understand the investment, and when I saw that number there, and I knew that that was going to be a multi-use space. I need a little bit of clarity, just because I have the stage at the moment, on the sun deck portion of it's not a big amount, but for the volleyball court and the sun deck, what portion of the sun deck is in that $32,000?
So specifically, thank you, Your Worship, through to Councilor Demota. So the volleyball court renovation or refurbishment of the existing court, expansion to a second court. So that's going to take some, fence realignment, some taking out some dirt, bringing in a bunch of sand. But if you think about the space between the doors and the volleyball court, that's what we call the sun deck. And that space does not have a good drainage right now. So we get a lot of puddling, and then the space is not useful. And so part of this is to actually address that with either a dedicated drain line or a French drain, something in that that solves the problem of drainage for that sun deck. Some of the concrete needs to be leveled or ground down. We want to make it so that it is, again, an accessible space, as we're doing with all of our spaces. So yes, there's some sort of work to bring that sun deck up to a more useful, multi-purpose, multi-use. I mean, we can all remember where we used to have the summer fun tent out there. And that space, we have the flexibility with the creativity. I mean, just the other day, I can't remember who it was. Maybe it was me that said we could have, if we had enough sand in 2 volleyball courts, we could have a sandcastle contest in our facility. So how do you come up with that idea if you don't have the sand, right? So yes, you're right on the money that it's more than just some sand and some nets. We're going to make that space, again, brought up to the standard that we're all used to, and it'll be accessible and safe and no longer a big puddle. Thank
you. Director Reed, just with respect to work that is 2 years out with respect to the daycare, so yard astroturf and yard drainage, I noticed that the funding source is debt. Is that connected to another project that is funded by debt financing, or is that standalone debt for $300,000 roughly?
Your Worship, through to the rest of the council, I'll only comment on the fact that I know we're coordinating that work with the major project, and I'll let Director Malinchak maybe speak to the specifics.
Thank you, Your Worship. Yes, it is all combined. It would be just a portion of the debt that we would be pulling out to do on the project. So it is encompassed within the recreation renovation project, because it's actually going to be directly affected. And that's why we're holding off on that area until the right time for it to be done, because certain things need to occur first. But yes, it will be tied to the same debt coming out.
Thank you. If there are no further questions with respect to the Community Development 5-year capital plan, we have 2 options. We can look at motions, or we might be entitled by now to a brief recess and then come back. Although it might be nice to finish this off, have a break, and then begin with protective and legislative services. So I am somewhat at the will of council, but if there is a councillor prepared to make the first motion, we can continue that way. Councillor Waxer.
Not necessarily the correct order, but I would move that committee approve the addition of a fund development coordinator position in 2023 as proposed.
Thank you for that motion. Is there debate on that motion? Councillor Hall?
Thank you, Mayor Ireland. I too am in support of this motion. I'm happy that you were able to break it down a few more details. And I look at the 4 areas: increased public engagement is all we heard from our public. It's part of our strat plan. Grants, I worry and I wonder what would happen if there wasn't someone also tasked with grant writing. Would they just fall off the side of the desk? I've heard that expression before. I know there's probably grants for not going after because of the time capacity. Indigenous relations is very important, and I feel we're on a really beautiful path to start our journey towards truth and wrapping. Again, I fear that if it isn't specific to somebody, it won't happen as well as it could. And as far as food nonprofit support, I do agree there are a lot of groups out there that need help. But this touches on the very first line of our strategic priorities, which is to take proactive steps to reduce the risk of people becoming vulnerable and respond when they are. And while yes, a skate park or a bike park needs money, I feel like food security, unless you're actually worried about food security, you don't. It's hard to understand what it feels like. Do I think it's more important than a bike park? I actually do. It's food. I'm looking at these volunteers that have come to us a few times. They're feeding 80 to 100 families a week. I appreciate and I understand this could be a stepping stone for creating another path for other nonprofits to receive some help from the municipality, but I do support this motion. Thank you.
Councillor Beldick, just to bring you up to speed, there is a motion on the floor that committee approve the addition of the fund development coordinator position in the 2023 operating budget as proposed. So again, a motion that this winds up in the final budget, which will be back before us for approval, not to necessarily approve the position now. Any further debate on the motion? Go ahead, Councillor Demote. I'm not sure whether Councillor Wilson had his hand up briefly or not. If you did, Councillor Wilson, go ahead. Otherwise, I'll turn to Councillor Demote.
Okay. I fully support all of the tasks that this position would do, but I feel it needs to be built out a bit more. I don't feel that all the focused areas should be collaborated into one position, and I feel that the work that this position represents, I feel could be spread out amongst assistant staff. Yeah. So anyway, I don't think I'm in favor of this.
Thank you, Councillor Wilson. Councillor Demote.
Well, I'm grateful that I can keep mine short because both of you said exactly what I wanted to say. I'm in support of this, and and I also understand where Councillor Wilson's coming from. And when you use the example of the Lego blocks, I think this is a good step forward, regardless of capacity. And when the space that those Lego blocks can cover, if one of them becomes too small, then we have to look at the other thing. But as even when you look at the food safety area of things, I know that the food recovery is just one small aspect of what's going on in our community, but go in line on a Friday night after work and see. And I think your eyes will open up on how important it is. So I'm in support. Thank you.
Councillor Melvin.
Thank you, Your Worship. Just a quick question about this position, and I see that, quickly going back, this would be a non-union position, and if we find that in the first 9 months or the first operating year that this position didn't prove to fulfill the job description and so on that's still to come, I take it this position could be termed redundant and we could change how we do things again. So I like the idea of at least trying it, having a dedicated person, seeing how successful they could be at new grants. And I think that's a criteria that would be important to have as a measurement. Getting existing grants, that's already something that we're doing. Part of the criteria of assessing the effectiveness of the job would be at what additional funding have they been able to find or source because we had that dedicated person. And I apologize if this was already stated while I was out of the room, but I think it's an important thing to look at how we measure the effectiveness.
Thank you for that, Councillor Miller. Speaking also in favor of the motion at this stage, that is to advance it, I would hope that, as Councillor Wilson indicated, it's a little more built out before council is required to make a final decision. And I agree, performance measures would not just be limited to new grants, but progress in some measurable way with respect to food security, for example, if that's one of the driving issues, or progress on the path to reconciliation, or in the area of community engagement. And I would like to know how we're going to measure those things before we commit to the position. But for the time being, I can see myself moving it along this particular path. All right, I will call the question on that motion by Councillor Waxer. All those in favor? I didn't see a hand, Councillor Wilson, and maybe that was intentional, so I'll call for those opposed. Right, there is one opposed, but the motion is carried. Are there any additional motions? Councillor Waxer.
That committee approved the addition of the custodian position in 2023 as proposed.
Thank you for that. Is there any debate on that motion? Seeing nothing, I will call the question. All those in favor? There are none opposed. That is carried. And is there a councillor prepared to make a motion with respect to the capital budget? Councillor Keller-Hempy.
The committee approved the community development capital budget as presented.
Thank you for that. Is there any debate on that? One question before I call the question, relating back to a question by Councillor Keller-Hempy from yesterday. And that is the addition of a capital item at some future time for a sound system in the activity center. And again, if we want to make better use of the space, we perhaps should provide a better acoustical experience for those who use it. So can that be added at some point if we approve this capital budget now, or would it be wise to pick a number and amend the capital budget to include an amount dedicated to improving sound quality in the multi-purpose hall?
Thank you, Worship. An excellent question. And if council were to approve an amount, it would guarantee that we could fund up to that amount. Right now, what we're doing is trying to assess exactly what we have and exactly what existing funds I could apply to that. And yeah, in a perfect world, I would have known back in August and you would have seen a request. We have quote requests out right now. So to give a number is difficult right now, but could it be added and discussed when the final budget comes to you? I could absolutely have a number by then. CEO, given, did I hit that well enough? Nothing to add, sir?
It was your motion, if you want to revise it a bit.
The committee approved the community development capital budget and for final presentation, bring back an amount that we feel is suitable to improve the sound quality within the multi-purpose hall.
That means that this capital budget will return to us for approval. I mean, that's different than what we did yesterday with capital budgets. We in fact approved capital budgets, but that's understood that this particular one can be amended and brought back and we will approve it at a future date. Can that information be available presumably before December 6th, which is our target date for approving the operating budget? I've seen a nod from Director Reed and also a nod from Mr. Gibbon.
Yeah, Your Worship, I think the motion here might be the direct administration to bring forward additional information on costs to improve the sound system in the multi-purpose hall. Period. And then, so that gives us the direction. And again, it isn't approving anything finally. And so the committee can approve the community development budget as presented with a separate motion. And you've also given us in advance that direction of, and we, by the way, when you show up at council, give us an option to consider around the multi-purpose hall budget sound system. And between now and then, Director Reed and his team can see what we can identify for costs and to the level that we can gather information about what the problem is, what the cost to fix the problem would be, and availability, in the next couple of weeks. We'll bring that forward to council. But I think there's two motions. One is direction to administration for additional information on those costs. The second is to the committee is recommending for the rest of the capital budget specifically.
I believe I heard you say then, Councillor Calgranti, your initial motion, that committee approved the community development capital budget as presented. And that committee directed administration to present additional information to council regarding costs related to improving the sound quality in the multi-purpose hall.
That's correct.
Does anyone require those questions to be split? I will ask them both questions. All those in favor? There are none opposed. That is carried. My sheet tells me that we have concluded community development for the day. Are you on the same page, Director Reed? And happily so?
Thank you, Your Worship, absolutely. And I do appreciate all the time you've invested in my little department. I appreciate the questions and the support. I won't forget the support.
Your little department is the largest of all our departments. You're welcome to the time. All right, thank you for that. Next up is protective and legislative services. I'm going to propose that we take a 10-minute recess and we will reconvene at 10:50. Welcome back. We are at 10:52, so we're a late return from our short recess. I apologize to members of the public who were attentive at their screens at 10:50, as I had announced. But we are back in session now, and
We have it done.
Director Nadon is here to present the protective and legislative services budget information, but I will turn first to our CAO, Mr. Gibbon, if he has any introductory remarks.
Your worship, no, I don't. We'll head straight into the report. Now, council's eager and ready to go. Everyone's had a cookie and a refill and a discharge. And so I'm sure we're ready to go off into the next presentation.
Thank you for that, Director Nadon.
Good morning, Mayor and Council. Thank you for having me. I am here to present the Protective and Legislative Services Department budget request for 2023. As you can see from our organizational chart, we are the second smallest department in the municipality of Jasper with 9 full-time equivalencies, 6 of which are management or non-union, which is a bit of a departure from the Finance and Administration Department, as you saw yesterday. Our areas of work are either related to council, highly legislated, or for the fire department and the bylaw enforcement service prescribed by safety standards, which drives our planning, training, and equipment requirements for these areas, which also explains why we have a lot of management staff. We are also responsible for emergency management and working on establishing the appropriate committees, working groups, to support the development and implementation of our emergency plans and programs. We are currently busy addressing our after action items from the Cheddman wildfire, building our incident management team, and continuing to develop our relationship with the Emergency Advisory Committee to ensure cohesive and effective response in the event of an emergency. The legislative and communications functions of our department are considered internal services in priority-based budgeting. And our highlights for the year ahead are also presented on the slide. So what we hope to do in the coming year in 2023 is to continue to focus on increasing compliance with the Emergency Management Act. So that's Alberta provincial legislation. Insourcing fire training from currently from a contracted service provider. So you will see a position request to that effect in the next slide. We are also hoping to improve our customer service and efficiency by leveraging technology. So we have a capital project to that effect, but also in how we would like to structure ourselves for 2023, there's some requests there. And one of the biggest changes and things that we are still integrating in our department is the paid parking operations. Being integrated into bylaw general is the name of the area in the budget, and we can discuss how that impacted our revenue and expenditures for 2023. And we are also hoping to transition cemetery administration to operations. Is a request that will show in Mr. Greathead's department, but there's also from our service profiles, you might have seen something in there that led you to believe that we were looking to transition that. If we can go to the next slide. Unless council has any questions on the introduction, you know what we do. We're here a lot. Sounds good. So just to follow the format as we have with other departments, I'm ready to speak to the operating budget and the ins and outs that you will see there, which are a bit complex, and they capture areas that are a bit broader than other departments, as in things are in our budget, like council external group contributions, for example. So this would be the area to discuss them. But first, I can speak to the new positions that we are proposing for 2023. So they are all included in the base proposal. And the one of significance is the captain of training and prevention. So this position is for the fire department. And so the cost as outlined on the slide is $84,379, and that is reflective of salaries and benefits for the position, which break down to 68,000 in salaries and 16,000 in benefits. And this is directly offset by a decrease in contracted services of $28,000. So currently, and that was part of the transition from Mr. Van Tegen's retirement, we were lucky enough to have a volunteer firefighter on the department who was trained and capable of taking over the role of training for the fire brigade. We are very grateful for Mr. Cherniowski's service in the last 2 or 3 years. And he is looking to retire. And so this is part of the strategy to bring that training in-house. And we were very fortunate to have him because we are of the opinion that it would be impossible to replace him as a contractor. And he is a very dedicated member of the fire department, and he is undercharging us for his services, which helps us greatly. But also when it comes to make the budget pitch for the new position, 28K decrease in contracted services is the extent of the savings that we would see there. And this proposal is part of a bit of a reorganization in the department, and therefore it is tied to the protective services admin assistant position that is listed below with a cost of $0. And the reason for that is that currently the fire department has a full-time administrative assistant, and we are proposing to rescope that position. And essentially, we would be decreasing the allocation to fire by half. So the fire department, instead of having a full-time admin assistant, with the creation of the captain position, would decrease to half an admin, and that other half would then support bylaw instead. So the net decrease in operating dollars is $28,000 from contracted services, but truly half of the admin position is now being applied to bylaw. So in fire, we're seeing that 28K decrease in contracted services, but also a decrease of half of an admin assistant. Just in how it plays out in the operating budget, we can get to the detail of that when we go through the numbers perhaps. But I thought I'd mention the two because they are related, and that's why you see February 2023 as the date for both of those positions. We are ready, we have job descriptions, we're ready to post if we receive approval, and that's why you see that timeline being rather quick when 2023 begins. And we have also kept enough in our contracted services to keep Mr. Cherniowski on board for another at least 6 months, so he could work with the new person, shall the position be approved, and ensure that there's a proper transition there. So for the captain of training position, captain of training and prevention position specifically, this position would be responsible for the training and evaluation of volunteer firefighters. So as you're aware, we recruit new members and we have a continued obligation to train them so that they have the skills that are determined by the provincial government and NFPA, which is the National Fire Protection Association. So we have a responsibility for those firefighters to make sure that they have the right training to respond safely to incidents. And also there's a lot of paperwork that follows through with that training program, and we have to keep that on file and organized and to demonstrate that we are meeting legislative requirements in relation to training. And so that would be the main duty of this captain position. But the position would also function as a fire inspector and public educator. So that's the fire prevention aspect. And they would, of course, assist the fire chief and deputy fire chief with fire investigations and other duties of the fire department. You might recall that we had an assistant chief position previously. We've scoped this position to a captain position, which means it would be a unionized position. And we've developed this closely with the fire chief and the deputy fire chief, and they are of the view that a captain is the right position to deliver those services. And it is quite common in other communities and departments our size to have this type of position in place. So the cost of it is a little less than what we had before with an assistant chief, which would have been a management position. So this does impact the on-call nature of the compensation that is offered to that position. And so we're working through all those details, but we do believe that that is the way to go. So as I outlined, it's an $84,000 request, but the wage itself is $68,000 and then $16,000 in benefits. And in terms of how this aligns with council strategic priorities, it does align with relationships, communicate and engage with our residents. So from a fire prevention perspective, but also just being out in the public and doing the school education programs, for example. And organizational excellence, so empowering our staff by investing in the training and tools they require. This one in particular across protective and legislative services, I think is that's where we are legislated to provide the appropriate training so our staff are safe when they're performing their duties. And that's part of my department that I take very seriously. I work in an office. My hazards are paper cuts and carpal tunnel. You know, I have a lot of respect for the people that go out there, respond to incidents, and that's both for the fire and the bylaw department. And you'll see our budget is based around that. I could continue into the other positions, which are related, but I am also happy to entertain questions if council would like to begin with the captain position and then get into the others. Maybe as a summary, I would say that, so that's it. The captain of training and prevention is the new position that is offset by a decrease in contracted services. The protective services admin assistant, the reason it's here, it's because it's a rescoping of an existing position. So it's a net zero impact because the position already exists as a full-time admin position in the fire department. What we're proposing is to split it in half because with the creation of the captain position, the fire department will require slightly less admin assistance. And then that other half would be applied to the bylaw department, which saw a large increase in permits, a large increase in public inquiries in relation to paid parking and other things. And they do not have any in-house admin support, which is a bit of a challenge. So we hope to increase our customer service abilities by doing that and also leverage technology to improve our service delivery. That admin position would also be a big part of that for bylaw. And then the municipal compliance officer is also there. And again, this is a position that is currently I think it's 0.83 is the equivalency. So we have funding for 10 months of a municipal compliance officer position currently in the 2022 budget. So the request here with a cost of $6,000 is to make that position a full-time. So essentially, instead of hiring 2-term positions for the summer this year, we decided to combine the funding and hire a position that was equivalent to 10 months of the year. And there are various operational reasons for that, training and officer safety being one of them, but also investing in one candidate that could learn the community and be more effective on the street and knowing our programs and providing better service. And it also builds in a more junior position in the bylaw department, which then would build into our bylaw enforcement or peace officer position. And so provides some opportunity for growth for our employees and recruitment and grooming of potential bylaw and peace officers through this more entry-level compliance officer position. So as you can see, $0 for the admin assistant, $6,000 for municipal compliance officer. So that's partly why those are in the base budget. There is not a lot of a financial impact, but the captain of training and prevention is where the bulk of our request is for 2023.
Thank you for that. Councillor Wilson.
My question is just about the captain of training and prevention. Of course, Mr. Chernowski has been around for 5 to 10 years. Prior to that, who was responsible for training, and if not the deputy fire chief, and what are the I guess the responsibilities of the deputy fire chief if not training?
Thank you for the question, Councillor Wilson. So prior to, I have to go back in the years, this is 2022. So prior to 2020 and Mr. Van Tegen's retirement, and we did have an assistant fire chief for a while. So that third management position was added to the fire department. Again, I can't go back in the years, but that assistant chief position was in place for a number of years, and that's the person who looked after training. So the deputy chief was not tasked with doing that. I think probably the best way to answer your question about what are the duties of the deputy chief, if you pull up our service profiles that we provided for the fire department, we tried to really illustrate The amount of time and money that goes into asset management for the fire department is where I would like to draw your attention. So I'm just flipping through the items myself. So obviously emergency response is a big part of what the department does. And we do have a line item called command coverage in our operating budget as well. So it's not solely our staff that respond to those calls, but they share command with other individuals in the department. So, and I did actually bring up, so you will see that in the costs, in the costing of our service profiles, you will see what we dedicate to each area. But in a nutshell, of all the dollars that we expend in operating for fire, about 40% of those dollars go to asset management. And that is either through transfers to reserves or things related to running the building, running equipment. And just from my own experience, I can tell you that our deputy chief is very active behind the scenes in making sure that our equipment is certified, that we are meeting our replacement schedules, and is doing essentially all the heavy lifting behind the planning in making sure that our assets meet National Fire Protection Standards, which are pretty strict and could impact our liability if we weren't completing them. So between emergency response and so both the fire chief and the deputy chief support the training program, but certainly because of how many members we have, and we also have quite a new crew, whether they're new or not, they need to continue to be trained. So that requirement doesn't really go away. But certainly between response and asset management, I would say that's the bulk of where the deputy chief spends his time.
Go ahead, Councillor Wilson, you can finish.
Yeah,
your
just to follow up.
question.
So it seems as if the training was the assistant deputy. Is there a reason why that position was eliminated in the past?
Thank you for the question, Councillor Wilson. I believe it was part of the reorganization of the department and therefore the separation of the director role from the fire chief role. So at the time, there were some cost saving and efficiencies that allowed that transition to happen within existing operating budgets, I would suggest is the best answer to that. I don't want to pass the buck to Mr. Given, but that was before I was in place and it was essentially the creation of my position. But so the assistant chief resigned and moved on to a different community, and the fire chief / director at the time retired. And then that's when we looked at the department and made things a bit different.
Your worship, I'll just speak to that as well for Councillor Wilson. Director Don's really got that correct. When Chief Antigam retired, that gave us an opportunity to re-examine how we're doing things. We also saw a departure in the assistant chief position for deputy chief training, and we really re-examined what was there. We had this opportunity with Mr. Chernowski and his high skill level and the ability to use that, and so we were able to take advantage of that essentially for a number of years. That time is coming to an end, and we need to reconsider how we're going to handle training, obviously an important part of the fire service. We don't see a need here to go back to the model of having a deputy chief or assistant chief for training. Director Nadon and Chief Conte have scoped this position a little bit differently. I think it's a little bit, it's not the same status or position within the organization or in terms of the hierarchy. We're not seeking a chief position, which would be more costly. And we see this regular captain position as a more appropriate way to do that on an ongoing basis.
Thank you for that. I will just ask Councillor Wilson, is there any follow-up or any?
No, I'm good. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. Councillor D'Amato.
Well, I recall, thank you very much, Your Worship, and thank you for your presentation, Ms. Neto. I appreciate, I really enjoyed hearing your response to Councillor Wilson's question, and it was very concise and thorough and well informed. So I was like, good answer. I remember that when the position for the assistant chief came forward, and it was mostly to cover those command shifts, and there was a cost related to doing that too, because it was more cost effective to bring that person than paying somebody double time and a half or whatever it was. So it seems like you've, and there was also availability of members to cover that. That was an issue as well. So it seems like that's been recovered and farmed out, I guess, within the membership as far as command coverage goes.
Thank you for the question, Councillor Demota. Yeah, so it's still a bit of a challenge to make sure that our full-time staff don't end up accumulating a bunch of hours. And we sort of had the discussion yesterday about overtime for management. So there is no time and a half for extra compensation, or we are salaried. And so what happens is those hours go in the bank in time in lieu, and then we get paid out a certain amount at the end of the year, and the rest goes away and is not paid or compensated by any means to the staff. And that is a challenge that I have with the management staff in the fire department that continues. But they are also quite gracious about the fact that they see that as part of their jobs. And it is better managed than it was before, and it is better understood. And we really try to get them not to lose those hours at the end. But to your point, we have, so there's a $6,000 increase in command coverage as part of our 2023 request, which would show up in the general fire and emergency measures expense, right? Like not something you would see, but that is built in there. And yes, so we are using our captains and I've been looking up the lieutenant or lieutenant. Apparently lieutenant is a thing of the past, but anyway, the pronunciation itself. But yes, so officers within the fire department take on command shifts, and that's why we're seeing that increase there. So we're trying to spread that command coverage to other members of the fire department and not solely the fire chief and deputy chief. So the captain of training and prevention, which essentially Mr. Chernowski is a captain in the fire department right now, and he does take command coverage shifts, but so do lieutenants in the fire department as well. And that's that additional, it is a contracted cost because those people are not necessarily our employees.
Well, I'm a little disturbed about the departure from, I was gonna say the Queen's English, but the King's English now. Hopefully that doesn't happen in the higher political sphere. I appreciate that. And one thing that I also enjoy now is the level of detail that we have here at council. I'm grateful that I don't have to see a budget line item for respirators, the $70,000 annually or whatever that is. I mean, I know how important that is to the department and, you know, the safety of the members, and then greater for the community, right? So justifying that expense on this level, I always found it necessary, as I did floor cleaners for the activity center or whatever it was. So again, overall, very grateful for what we have in front of us.
Councillor Keller-Hemke.
Thank you, Mayor Adams. Thank you, Mr. Don, for your presentation. Just on the bylaw department, so if I understand this right, then the administration position, half of that will go at no extra cost to the bylaw department. And that will kind of free up the manager of bylaw a little bit. And then if I'm understanding that this term position on 3/4 time would go full time at an extra 6,000. So then we would have the bylaw manager, the two bylaw officers we have now, plus the municipal bylaw officer, am I correct? Then in summer, will we increase to student bylaws again, or we're Mr. Jones or the manager, plus the three, you said the two bylaw and the municipal, they will run the department for the summer, or we will bring in students again?
Your worship, through to Councillor Kelleher MP, so your statements were correct. And there would not be additional summer students unless if we could materialize some grant funding somehow, and we could manage to fund them outside of our 2023 operating request. But essentially, those two summer 5-month terms were put together in 2022. And that's the model that we're proposing to continue moving forward with. So the permanent full-time staff of the bylaw department would be a manager, 2 bylaw officers, 1 municipal compliance officers, and half an admin assistant. And it is at no cost. It is at a cost to the bylaw department, but it is at a reduction for the fire department, right? So overall, it is at no cost, but there is a shift in where the salaries sit in each of those areas.
So Ms. Dunn, in summer, we seem to see that we always need more. With this shift, do you think that all duties will be properly covered in summer? And then in winter, do we have enough work for the position?
Thank you for the question. So the summer positions and this municipal compliance officer position as well are quite focused on paid parking. So the reason the permanent staffing was increased in 2022 from 1 summer term to 2 summer terms, which we're now proposing to put into a full-time position, is a direct relation to the implementation of paid parking. And there is quite a bit of work that goes into preparation for the program, and someone to really take it on and become the expert of the software on the back end is part of what we're looking to do with that position and having it year round. And therefore, a lot of that time and preparation could be put forth by the municipal compliance officer. And as we were developing the program, Director Malinchak and myself spent a lot of time doing that. And we're hoping that now that a lot of the foundational elements are in place, we're able to have some procedures and pass it on for bylaw to have more of an active and leadership role in the program development and not just in the enforcement and on-street presence. So that is one aspect of why we're looking for that year-round position. Also for staff retention in purposes in the department. So as you may remember, we headed into the summer season with a manager, and we had actually the person who was our municipal compliance officer on a term is now one of our first peace officers to be employed. So sort of building that continuity and recruiting students or people that are more at that experience level of a municipal compliance officer and build them up to bylaw or peace officers as it progresses is also another strategy behind why we want to turn that position into full-time, so we can attract good candidates and move them through the process. And to your question in terms of presence downtown during the summer months, the municipal compliance officer, that's their job. Like that's what they're supposed to be doing. And so there's rotations, so they're on patrol for so long and then they take breaks. And as you'll see, we also have a request for e-ticketing as part of our capital request, which would allow our officers to be on the street more. So that would decrease their reporting time, where they essentially down on the street, they do stuff, then they have to go back to the office and input it into the computer. And so e-ticketing will allow us to just have more officer presence, generally speaking, downtown. And the MCO, municipal compliance officer, is focused on paid parking, but the bylaw officers will also take turns at patrolling. So that person has days off, or however the shift looks like that day. And our manager is also out there, more in a supervisory capacity, of course, but also focusing on sort of foot patrols and presence downtown. So between the 4 staff in that area, we do think we can provide enough visible and effective enforcement. Having that said, we are limited by the number of staff we have. The more staff we have, the more enforcement we could be doing, of course, for paid parking, right? But yeah, so I think that paints the picture of why year round and not just seasonal.
Thank you.
Demora?
Thank you, Aaron.
I said Councilor.
I didn't hear council. Maybe your microphone didn't come on. I intended, your worship. Feel a little note of offense there. Okay. Kind of forgot where I was at, and I apologize. I do.
I can come back. I said Councilor, and you were looking at Councilor Hall, so I turned my attention there and came back to you, and after a pause said your name. Councilor Hall, did you have something? If not, I do. Mr. Don, with respect to captain of training and prevention. Does the prevention aspect include inspections of commercial properties?
Yes. Whether by definition it does or not, that is a very current topic of conversation with the team. What does structural protection actually involve? Does it include prevention? But certainly more directly to your question, acting function as a fire inspector is part of the scope of this position. And yes, that is for commercial fire inspections. So when there's a transition in ownership or lease, that is part of the services that this position would support.
And my recollection is that we have been challenged just through capacity limits to be current with required inspections. So it enhances the level of service that we're, I think, required to give to our community. Is that a fair assessment?
That is correct, and I would add that it would also allow our fire chief to focus on other duties that are more within scope of that position, including emergency management. So when our fire chief is out doing fire inspections that a captain could be doing, it's diverting time and resources from other items that are truly more of the strategic leadership level for the department.
And is there any potential for increased revenue through increased inspections?
I did have that conversation with the team, and we are looking at our fire bylaw currently, which is where those fees would be included. I am of the understanding that for a community our size, it is not atypical that I don't think we charge for fire inspections. And that was one of my questions to the fire chief and deputy chief, should we be charging? And the answer I got was something like, when they have to go back 4 times because the person doesn't have their stuff in order, maybe we should be charging. But for the day-to-day provision of the services, we are not charging currently.
Thank you. Councillor DeMoto?
Thank you, Your Worship. I am ready with my question. I'm very anxious to jump into the operating budget section, but this is connected, and I didn't know when to address this, but within the expense portion of the operating budget, I see that bylaws enforcement and other has doubled. How much of that attributes to the changes in staffing? So I'm referring to the expenses as approved from 2022 to the expenses requested in 2023. So we go from 531,000 to just over $1 million. Am I in the wrong place?
Well, we are still discussing, I think, the proposed staffing additions. If it's related to the proposed increase in staff and not directly related to the operating budget.
Yeah.
So do you understand that? The connection between the proposed additions with respect to staffing and the question of the operating budget?
Yes, I do. Thank you, Your Worship, through to Councillor DeMoto. So on the expense table so $537,000 is the difference between 22 and 23. Of that, there is 28,000 in salaries and 6.5 in benefits for half an admin position. So again, that is kind of a wash from the fire department, but that is part of that increased expense in bylaw. And the 6,000 for MCO is also in there, and that includes salaries and benefits. And also that's partly why I insisted on the fact that we have, out of 9 full-time staff, we have 6 managers in our department, which means as we progress through the grid, those step increases, it's only 6,000 to get the MCO to full-time. But if you're looking at a fire chief position, for example, those increases in percentages add up a lot quicker, right? So 28 plus 6.5 for the admin assistant, and then 6 for MCO is the impact of the positions in that 537, which I have explanations for where the rest is coming from, but that's getting into operating
Right.
and not so much focused on the positions.
I just, thank you for that. It's just because of what I see here seems pretty low. I knew that there was another logical explanation related to staffing, but like in other departments previous, like we discuss other positions as well in reflection to the enhancement. So I appreciate your time.
Councillor Waxer.
In 2022, there was, I believe, about 10 Fire Smart community grants that happened. And I know that the Fire Smart Canada's hope out of that was that there were neighborhood associations that evolved from that. And as we know, fire smarting our community is an activity that's very important to most residents. So I'm wondering whether you would foresee this new position being able to support some of those fire smart neighborhood associations who, because my experience was that many people were enthusiastic but didn't have the expertise or the background to undertake that activity, or it would require support in order to do it well.
Your worship, through to Councillor Waxer. Absolutely. I think the prevention part of the captain position is very well suited for that type of program and community outreach. And that's why I highlighted that communicate and engage with residents was a council strategic priority that this position would support. And the way the Fire Smart program is set up, we have quite a few volunteer firefighters who are trained as, well, our local Fire Smart representative is Mr. Van Tegem. But so there are members of the brigade that are capable of doing that, but certainly our staff level of commitment and support with the rest of the organization, i.e. the municipality, in pulling that program together. So that is community development, communications, but also the fire department, obviously. Absolutely, that would fall within the captain's purview.
Thank you. I think that's a really important addition.
Councillor Melvin.
Thank you, Your Worship, for directing it on. I think it's important for us to recognize the volunteers also, and just note how many volunteers do we currently have? And you mentioned that they are been some turnover, so we have a relatively not less experienced, but maybe not as well seasoned crew. Would that be a good way of putting it?
Mayor Ireland, through to Councillor Melnick. Yes, certainly. We had a number of long-standing members, and just by nature of where they are in their lives or what's happening, and also changes in the department. So we are, I would say, rejuvenating our training program, and Mr. Fire Chief Conti is certainly bringing expertise to the table and doing things a bit differently, and so it drew in a bunch of new members, but also just, I think you can only go on fire calls for a certain amount of time, right? Like it's pretty demanding, it's pretty taxing, and like I said, I have a lot of respect and appreciation for what those people do. And after a while, I think it's time for them to look after their families and look after themselves, and it's just by nature of rejuvenation of the department. So yes, our volunteer firefighters is a good mix of experienced and new ones, but we have a lot of new firefighters, but also some of those new firefighters have been there for 5 or 6 or 7 years now. So they're starting to be the people that we see moving to officer positions in the department. So I'm quite happy to see how that's progressing. I think the fire department just went through another bout of recruitment recently and increasing the number of volunteers that are part of the brigade. I believe we're getting back to the 25 to 30 members, which is where we want to be. And thank you for raising that, because it is, we are getting a very good deal from the fire brigade. As in, if we ever had to switch from a model that is volunteer firefighters to paid on call, will be the alternative. So there likely will come a day when our service standards that are established, and that's some of the work that we're doing with the deputy chief and the chief currently. If we can't get the response levels from a volunteer firefighter team, then we will have to consider paid on call, which means you're on call for this amount of time and we're paying you to be on call, and it's a specific amount of people that are dedicated to be responding within a specific time frame. Versus right now, they have a system that allows them to check in or out as available or not, so they have an idea who might come when there's a call. But certainly, I know that getting volunteers out on the weekend, for example, is more challenging than on a weekday. Or if people have to leave their paid career position to go take an assignment as a volunteer firefighter, there's challenges with that sometimes, right? So we're not considering a shift to paid on call, but in the future, depending how things go, depending on our increased demand, depending on our service levels, it's a discussion that a lot of fire departments are having across the province on a regular basis. But so there's a minor increase of about $2,000 to our honorariums to the fire brigade, but certainly for the amount we pay them, we get very good value for what we're paying.
And I appreciate, if I might continue your extensive explanation, because they're a vital part of this protective service. And I just want to speak positively towards the movement and ensuring that we have a system in place for ongoing, documented, well-done training to bring these individuals and the community to a comfort level. Certainly, you hit the nail on the head. It takes a special individual to be a volunteer firefighter, and respecting that, we need to make sure that we're providing the best opportunity in their development and for their safety.
Mr. Dye, I have no questions about what is included in the base proposal, and I'm satisfied that I've heard all that I need to hear. I am, and I'm not suggesting that we should include it now, but I'm a bit surprised by what is not included. The emphasis, and perhaps appropriately so, is on the protective side of your department. And it may be because council is more acquainted and familiar with the legislative side, that I have concerns about whether or not the legislative side is resourced to the extent it should be. You haven't proposed anything, but I'm wondering sort of tangentially whether there is some relief in sight for the legislative side, and potentially the communications side as well, because communications deals with the municipality generally. It deals with ops and admin and finance and protective and legislative services communications. It's a heavy load and one person in it, and legislative services coordinator as well. I think personally that our CAO is perhaps under-resourced as well, and that would be directly related to legislative services. I do note in the one remaining proposal, that is operations, there is a position proposed for an administrative assistant, and it says /cemetery. So I appreciate that the cemetery work is sort of betwixt and between legislative services and operations, but is there potential that a new position in operations will grant some relief on the legislative services side, particularly with respect to the cemetery?
Thank you for the question, Mayor Ireland. That is exactly what the proposal is. So if I may speak in support of the admin assistant position in operations, which will be forthcoming and presented by Mr. Greathead. And the idea is that the administration of the cemetery, so which is essentially taking applications, coordinating with the grounds crew, monuments, organizing monuments, approvals, installations, all that. is the nature of the work that Ms. Acorn is currently doing. And what you will see in our documentation is if you pull up our service profiles, there is a cemetery service profile in legislative, which we intend to delete next year, as in it would go to operations. And I've assigned 25% of our costs. So i.e. 25 to 30% of Ms. Acorn's time is dedicated to the cemetery. So that is directly taking away from her ability to focus on legislative items. And there, I'll let Mr. Greathead speak to the ins and outs of the admin assistant position and how that would look like for his department, but that is the intention, is to consolidate cemetery operations, administration, and just overall leadership, capital planning, sustainability, and to package all that and to send it over to operations. So I think Director Reed said he sent something else to Director Greathead this morning. This is the one thing we're trying to send his way. So so it's something that's been in the works for some time. There's a good working relationship between the two departments, but obviously there'd be some efficiencies if the person who does the paperwork for the cemetery is co-located and working as part of the same team with the people who do the work on the ground at the cemetery. So, so that is how we intend to provide more time for Ms. Acorn to support on legislative items by removing the cemetery. And as we get into the operational budget, you'll see that there's an increase in contracted services for communications, which is a shift from another area of our department. So it's really a net zero, but so we reorganized our contracted services to provide a bit more in comms. And as Director Reed outlined this morning, there's strong connections between our two departments, and to try to look for efficiency. So as Councillor Demota raised, is there a possibility that those two positions be working together more or better, and we're kind of still figuring that out. And I think, as Director Reed also mentioned, if one thing, we would require more support in communications. So yes, we have two full-time positions, a manager in my department, a specialist in community development, and that is still thin. We're still struggling to meet the demands of communications, which come from all departments, but also from council, also from residents, also from everyone wants more communication. So yes, there are pressures there. Other than an increase in contracted services, we don't really have any additional resources there, but that's how that impacts ledge and comms in my department.
Well, thank you. I appreciate all that, and I am relieved to know that there is interaction between departments, that you're not siloed, that there is some relief in sight for our legislative services coordinator, so there can be more capacity within the department. And I do recognize that Mr. Greathead in operations got expense from Mr. Reed this morning, and he gets work from you, but he's used to working at the downstream end of pipe, so there you go. But it's good to see a holistic approach, and I thank you for that. Is there anything else with respect to the additions, or can we go now to the operating budget? I think we can. So, Mr. Miller, you may have concluded your remarks, but if you want to continue specific to the operating budget, then this is the time. Otherwise, I can turn it to questions.
Yes, I don't want to necessarily go in too much detail, but I do have even my own observations from looking at our revenue and expenses. And like I said, we have a bit of a diverse revenue streams. And because council and external groups are also part of our budget. So on the sheet that shows revenue, expenses, and the net surplus and deficit. So starting with revenue, you'll see that legislative and communications do not bring in any revenue. So they are, like I said, internal services, so support positions to a degree. Then moving on to council, so the revenue that you see there, is transfers from reserves. So it was 14,000 in 2022, 6 this year. It was the computer allowance for new council in 2022, and then the 6,000 is 6,000 for hosting the Alberta Japan Twin Communities conference is what's in there. So I thought that might be of interest to you because it's your own line item. Council external group contributions, you'll see a revenue there, which you might wonder what that is. That is ticket sales for the volunteer appreciation event. So some items percolate to the top like that, and it's kind of an interesting thing to look at, but that's what that is. So minor, but still there. Same with Canada Day and Christmas party. So the revenue would be from ticket sales and items of that nature. One of the most important changes in fire and emergency measures. So you see a decrease in revenue of $22,000 there. And that is tied to our ability to recoup revenue from motor vehicle accidents. So essentially the fire department, we have an agreement with Jasper National Park. We respond to vehicle accidents throughout the area. And then us and Banff are in the unique situation where we're chasing insurance companies for cost recovery, which no other community does that. Usually that happens through the government of Alberta. So a fire department would send the bill to the province and the province chases insurance companies. Because of our national park location, Banff and us are the only people doing that. And it's very difficult to get anywhere with those insurance companies. For the most part, we don't even know if people have the proper coverage. So not only are we seeking income from them, but we don't even know the status of that person's insurance. So we've sort of shifted our model where we're chasing registered owners directly, but that cost recovery is very challenging, and Banff is facing the same issues. We're seeing a success rate of recovery of about 25% of all the inquiries we send out. And so this is just trending. We're having more and more of a hard time to get that revenue. So we are looking at our emergency services agreement with Parks Canada and different ways of doing this. But that is a pretty big factor. That loss of 23,000 for fire impacts our budget significantly for this year. There's no revenue in emergency and disaster services. Fire Smart, this was the grant is no longer there, and this is, there's two different grants with Fire Smart, and this is for fuel reduction specifically, I believe. So there is a reduction in expense of the same amount, so we don't have the grant in 2023, therefore we're not spending the dollars either. So that is a decrease, but there's no expenses anymore. And then, so the revenue for bylaw is where you also see a pretty big increase, and that is, so net 324. And so last year, bylaw enforcement and other was one item, and then parking was separate. Parking is now part of bylaw enforcement and other. So that increase, paid parking, sorry, I should specify. So that's why you're seeing such different numbers in 2023 from 2022 for bylaw in both the revenue and expenses. It's because parking and bylaw have been combined in one program is the right terminology in priority-based budgeting. So, so there's an increase of $100,000 for paid parking. So we had budgeted $500,000 in revenue for this year for paid parking. We are budgeting for $6 for next year. So of that 324, there's 100 there. That's for paid parking. $50,000 increase in sidewalk seating fees. So we well exceeded our budget this year. The number we had budgeted for 2022, we exceeded vastly. And this is a reflection of council moving to the full rate. So there was a discussion last year that council set the rate, I think it was $16.50, but then for 2022, it was going to be provided at a 50% discount for operators who wanted to participate in the program. And so we built in an increase. I think I reduced the numbers a little bit so as to not over project, but this is reflective of council moving forward with the full rates being implemented this year, which explains another 50K of that increase in revenue. S block parking lot, just trending. We made 5K more than we thought we would this year. So adjusted that. And then there is also, and that's a part where I'll look for help from the CAO and the director of finance, but so there is $170,000 transfers from reserves that shows up in our revenue. And that's the rest of that 324,000. And that is also related to the paid parking revenue and what we're proposing to do with it. So that 170 shows up as revenue in the bylaw department, but it is actually being used to offset the tax increase across the municipality. So this is, well, as we go through expenses, it'll make more sense to you, but so what happens to the paid parking revenue and how it's showing in this area is a bit tricky, and I'm sure there'll be some questions, so we will deal with those as we progress. Moving on to expenses. In legislative, you'll see there's a $1,000 increase in expense, which is actually reflective of a decrease in other areas. So solely by step increases for salaries and benefits, the increase we should have seen there is something like 14,000. The reason it's at 1,000 is because, so we had contracted services in legislative at about $30,000, which was reflective of the fact that our resourcing staff-wise was a bit low. I took 15 of that contracted services and put it in communications. So that's why it's showing only $1,000 in increased expenses in ledge is actually a bit of a, the only reason it's there is because we transferred some money to communications. Hopefully that's clear enough. And then communications, so increase in expenses of $50,000 there. So 25,000 of that is contracted services. So 15 is that transferred from ledge. So it is not new money. It is only money that's being reallocated to a different area. And then there's also a $10,000 item requested by our CAO for a resident satisfaction survey. So we got some information from a third-party service provider who could provide a resident satisfaction survey services, and that would be 10,000. So that's 15 from ledge plus 10 for a resident satisfaction survey for a total of 25,000 in increases for comms in contracted services. Have about a $5,000 increase for material goods and supplies. Branding is part of this, so items that we didn't get to in 2023, we're asking for a bit more money there. Actually, that 5K for material goods and supplies, computers and education fees are other couple items that went up. And then the rest of it is an increase in salaries and benefits. So my wage is spread amongst 30% in communications, 30% in ledge, 20 in fire, and 20 in bylaw. So my wage and those step increases and our communications manager's wages is what's driving the salaries and benefits increase in that area. So really in communications, the new items are the contracted services, 15 grand of which was existing money. Just that 50,000 looks a bit high if that's all you're looking at. Council, a bit more money in professional development along with your own step increases makes up the 8,000 there. That minus 125 in expenses and council external group contributions, that is reflective of all of the external group contributions not being included in the base proposal other than the library. And I believe that minus 125 would be reflective of last year's requests. So if you were to approve the requests that were slightly increased, it's more like a, I think it's closer to 150 is what we don't take my math for it, but that's what that minus 125 means, is that those external group contributions are not included in the base budget, is why you're seeing that number there. Minor stuff in Canada Day Christmas party, fire and emergency measures, so almost $80,000 in additional expenses there, of which it was 80 something for the captain position, so 68,000 in salaries and 16K in benefits. Is the bulk of that increase. 84 is the total cost of the captain of training and prevention. So increase of 84 for that, but a decrease of 28,000 in contracted services, as we discussed. Increases to existing staff, so namely myself, the fire chief and deputy chief, management staff, those increases are a bit higher. We're also proposing to increase our transfer to reserves by 25,000 in fire. So we have a capital replacement schedule that captures all the trucks and all the equipment, and we have their lifespan, when are going to we be needing to replace them. And we found that we were about $25,000 short in our transfers to reserves to match that capital replacement schedule. So we are asking for an increase there to bring us in line with our capital replacement schedule. 6,000 in command coverage, 4,000 in fuel. that gives you an idea of how, dealing with that kind of equipment in the fire department, the numbers add up fast. Decrease in 28K for contracted services, decrease 28K for admin assistant, which is now shifted to bylaw. And then the chief and deputy chief did some good work, and we have about $10,000 in MISC decreases, as in things they relocated or said they didn't need anymore. So we did go through and try to find efficiencies where we could. Emergency management, a minor increase of about $5,000 for training. So making sure that we have dollars to send our incident management team members to the appropriate training throughout the year. Fire Smart, so we lost the grant. We didn't lose the grant. We're just not eligible for the grant anymore. So appropriate decrease here. And then 537 in bylaw, I think is probably what everyone wants to hear. So out of that increased expense of 537, there are $450,000 in transfers to reserves here. So the bulk of that number is, so 2 new reserves were created. And so included in the base budget is a transfer to reserve to roads for $280,000 and a transfer to reserves transportation for 170, totaling 450, which explains the bulk of that increase in expense. And then there's about $20,000 in paid parking service and materials. So as we collect more funds from paying customers, our fees to hotspot and our fees to the kiosk providers increase. So that's what that's reflective of. Step increases in salaries and benefits for existing staff in the bylaw department, including that $6,000 to put the MCO to a full-time position. $28,000 and $6,000 in benefits for the half admin, and about $7,000 in computers, software. Postage went through the roof this year. Contribution to capital auto MISC items that I felt the need to document to explain what that increase in expenses. So that's it. So the change by including parking in bylaw is what explains the difference here. And we can move on to council questions, or CAO Given and Director Malinchak are ready to speak to the reserves and the transfers and the paid parking revenue and all that. So this shows in our area, we're happy to be, providing the revenue, but we also understand that it is not staying in our department. But so essentially out of the $600,000 that is budgeted for paid parking in 2023, 150 of it is slated to stay in the bylaw department, and 450 of it is slated to go into reserves, is what you're seeing as part of the base proposal. And I think that's it.
Thank you very much for all of that detail, and I will allow council to ask questions, and then we will see whether those questions require Mr. Given and Director Malinchak to answer transfers. Councillor Hall.
Thank you, Mayor Ireland. I have a question about the $257,000 for external group. Besides the 8 external groups that came to us yesterday, where else does that money go?
Mayor Ireland, through to Councillor Hall. So there's 100 in the base proposal. There's 193,800 for the library, which that was their last year's request, right? So that's the bulk of it. But there is also, there's a few line items in there, which volunteer appreciation is included as part of external groups. So there's about, it's under 10,000 altogether. It's 65 and 15. But then there are $100 that is not thousand for volunteer appreciation is about 8,000. But there's a line item in there that's $55,000, and Director Malinchak, maybe you can help me clarify. It's called council contribution to child and youth access. Is that for access to the swimming pool for free? So that's why that amount is at 250 and not 193, which would be just the library.
Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Thank you for that. Other questions? Councillor DeMoga.
Thank you. Because we're here and this is the area, and because paid parking was such a hot button item in the community, and I think people are curious to what our overall revenue is with that. And I think there's an expectation too. And I'm just speaking from my circle of influence, and I can't speak to other councils, but you know, I'm kind of sensing that the revenue from paid parking is going to other things than having shiny vehicles and new kiosks, which we need to capture revenue. I totally get that. And more positions and stuff. And I can see that's not happening here. However, we don't have a kind of a business model to explain it. And I'm not asking for one, but you know, I think that overall, I'll try to keep it short. I'd like to see where some of those profits are going.
Your worship, actually administration and appreciated the heads up yesterday, that there'd be questions about this. And so we did have some time to put together additional information that might help illustrate it a little bit more clearly. Because the use is in a couple of different spots. And so I'm just going to share my screen, council, and I'll try to make sure that it's large enough. I'll just have to ask. Thank you. So council, you should be able to, sorry, I'll have a look and see if that's visible for you over there. That's about as good as it's going to get, I think, for the screen that you're viewing. So this is the treatment of 2023 paid parking in our budget. We're forecasting $600,000 in revenue. That's this top line up here of paid parking revenue. That's based on operating under the current parameters set by council in terms of the term of the seasonality of the paid parking, as well as the rates established by council. This is administration's forecast based on, you know, the operation this year of what is a achievable number in 2023. That $600,000, as Director Nadon highlighted, there 150,000 of it are left within the bylaw department itself to cover the operational costs of running the program, running the service. And the balance, the 450,000, is transferred to the public transportation reserve to be able to support public transportation initiatives that are likely to come as a result of our current public transportation study. So you can see this is the amount that we're forecasting that will generate. This is the amount that is being used within the budget. And council does have, you know, there's some optionality here. Council could give direction to increase the amount of revenue. Council could give direction to decrease the amount that we're leaving in reserves, you know, we're transferring to reserves. And either of those two would leave additional paid parking revenue available to reduce the 2023 net tax increase. So I think that this is where some of the discussion was going previously. And so, I mean, you can see the effect if council directed that we should forecast additional revenue, then but not change the transferred reserves, then there would be $50,000 available to reduce the increase in the net tax for 2023. Or likewise, obviously, separate zeros. Likewise, you could do the same sort of thing here of so reducing the transfer to reserves, keeping the revenue forecast at the administration recommended amount, but transferring, reducing the amount of transfer to reserves leaves some available to reduce the net tax increase. So again, those we would not suggest a change to the amount of bylaw expenses. We understand how much it costs to operate, and we understand the staffing and everything else that's needed there. So the areas where there are options available to council, I think, are around the revenue forecast and around the amount that is transferred to reserves. So I hope that helps illustrate it in the most concise way, because this is what is happening within the budget. And council does have some options there. Around the revenue forecast, council can have a budget discussion around a revenue forecast. If you choose to increase the amount of revenue, administration's advice is that you be cautious about that because you're not making program decisions right now, but any increase in revenue would likely cause a change to the program, the way the program's implemented, either by increasing the rate, increasing the length of time that the program is up for. And so just be aware of that. Administration has given a very high level that this is our best estimate and advice of what will generate in 2023, 600,000. If council wanted to consider changes to the program in rate or time, administration would suggest that a cautious increase above what we're recommending here would be in that 50 to 75,000. But again, that would require some other change, right, to generate that additional revenue. I hope that that's helpful, Mayor Ireland, and happy to answer any questions on that.
Thank you for that explanation. Go ahead, Councillor DeMore.
Well, I appreciate the detail and thank you for taking the time to do that. You know, and I'm grateful that, you know, we have those options, and I think I also would like to maybe ask the question because it came up just in my mind right now when you're explaining the 600,000. Do we have a surplus from 2022 in what we forecasted for and what was recovered in revenue from paid parking? And the reason I ask that, because if we do under value that line item by 50,000 and we have a surplus next year, we could use that going forward. So I was just wondering if there was something that we could do that way.
Your worship, through to Councillor Demona, at the moment, it is looking so. And we would be able to come to council with a year-end recommendation to do anything with the surpluses, as we'll have the discussions on the reserve policy. And as the reserve policy is approved and we move through, and if we go that direction, then that was one of the abilities that we were putting into the policy, that council could review and any annual surpluses and then make decisions with how it would be allocated with the year end.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Hall. I appreciate that. And just to finish up on that, because I think, you know, because I spoke to those expectations on whether we're going to reduce the tax levy to the community or see some tangible product from, revenue from parking. I'm wondering if council might consider some of these capital projects like connectivity in the community, like sidewalk links that are, I know this is jumping into another, into John's department that Mr. Great has, but, some of these things that we're recouping from tourists going back into the community, and maybe kind of make up for the pain in the butt that paid parking has come to residents, and so that people can see that there could be some return to them physically down the road. So just something to consider.
Deputy Mayor Hall for Councilor Demona, that's almost exactly the intention of this strategy that you see on screen. The transfer to the Public Transportation Reserve will provide capital dollars available to the municipality to fund improvements in 2023. You'll see, I believe it's in the operations side. I would need to look very closely. I need to look very closely because there's so many capital things in operations. But there is an amount available in order to address recommendations coming from the public transportation study. So, this transfer to reserves is not just a transfer to reserves that we'll use sometime way off in the future. It is actually actively funding items in the proposed 2023 capital budget. So there's a direct connection between paid parking revenue and new stuff that residents and visitors would get to appreciate in 2023.
Well, that's good. And thank you again And I just think that I wanted to clarify, because I think when people see public transportation, they think buses. You know, and that also means foot traffic too, right? And how we get around town, so. And maybe you might consider bikes on sidewalks one day, who knows? Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Melnick.
Thank you, Your Worship, and I appreciate the explanation here. I just want to know and be sure that I'm understanding the parking revenues are net. That are, for example, so we've paid the fees to our service provider. Plus, this would also include, you mentioned sidewalk seating, off-site levies. Am I correct in that? Block gas parking and block gas storage. Are all those categories all in this revenue, or are some of these parking transportation related revenue streams reported elsewhere?
So the numbers that you're seeing on screen here are only the on-street paid parking revenues. So hotspot, if you want to say, you know, the app and those new signs that we put up around town, that's the $600,000 revenue forecast here. And my understanding it is that that 600,000 is the net. Those expenses that you referenced are really covered off in that bylaw expense line. So 600,000 total revenue, and any of the expenses, staffing, and fees and everything else are included. And that's why we left some of that money in the bylaw department.
Okay, and then as I mentioned, some of those other revenue streams will end up in operations through Mr. Greathead's department.
Your Worship, through Councillor Melnick, so you'll see the bylaw forecasted revenue for bylaw in 2023 is just over $1 million. So 600 of that is the paid parking, and there's another transfers from reserves there. That's 170. That kind of throws things off. But business licensing revenue, domestic animal licensing revenue, sidewalk seating fee, fines. So traffic enforcement fines are part of that revenue. Storage lot rentals and the S block parking rentals are all part of the bylaw revenue, which eventually add up to that $1 million, right?
Councillor Calagranti.
So the 170,000 that came from reserve, is that in order to reduce the tax? And is that coming from paid parking, or is that just coming from all the streams of extra through licenses?
Yeah, I think that the best way really to understand the way that this is working is exactly shown on screen here. There is an in and out transaction to go from the operating side of the budget to the capital side of the budget. But if we advance ahead, and I'll stop my screen share if we go back to the presentation. If we advance ahead to the operations capital, the second page of the operations capital, you won't be able to see this, council. There you go. On this page, undergrounds, you'll see public transportation system, and you'll see $170,000 in capital expense there. That's being funded from the public transportation reserve. So there's a bit of an in and out that sort of ends up showing up on the operational side. It happens to be within the bylaw, the protective and legislative services area, but functionally, this 450,000 into reserves is what's happening with the revenue that we generate. And then there is some being taken out, as I related to Councilor DeMota, that will be for stuff that people would see, and it's being funded off the capital side of budget and operations.
Thank you, Mr.
Councillor Melnick.
Just one other thing, and not to get into the nitty-gritty of the parking. Are we considering increasing the number of kiosks? Is that part of the budget to try to capture more revenue? And then afterwards, I have another unrelated question to parking, but something else here with the revenues.
Yes, it is also in the operations budget. Administration is planning $25,000 for parking meters, which would be 2 additional parking kiosks. So we have some additional locations, and our phased in implementation of those is allowing us to figure out where the hotspots are for the public, or where there's the most demand. So we put up 2 this year. We're planning to put up 2 additional next year to allow some more physical in-person opportunities for community.
Go ahead, Councillor Calhoun.
I'm just curious on that, with the new meters, like, a lot of international travelers don't have that. And they're not using their phones, is there an option there where they can tap with their credit card and pay with the credit card, they get a receipt, and they put it in their car?
Yes.
Thank you.
But I should say, I don't believe the system doesn't ask you to display anything in your car. You can enter your car's license plate at the kiosk physically, and you can use a physical card to make a payment at the kiosk. So no need to go back to your car and put in a receipt or anything like that to display.
Councillor Demota.
Well, I'm glad that you asked that question, because I think in order to retrieve more revenue, I think it's better if we get all 4 of them this year, because they'll pay for themselves quicker. So even if we get, I'm talking about the kiosk, sorry.
To clarify, we installed 2 last year.
Right.
We're installing an additional 2 for a total of 4 on ground next year.
Oh, right, and I thought you meant another 2 for the year after. 'Cause-
No, at this time, we're not forecasting any additional 2. We're sort of taking an approach of saying, okay, when do we have enough? And there continues to be demand, or there's locations that we've seen that people are, there's high priority on. We're doing this phased in implementation to say, let's just see when we have enough, rather than buying a whole bunch that we don't need and placing them in places where they don't get used. We're being a bit cautious about that. So we're not at this time forecasting anything in 2024. And this is really borne out by the results that we're seeing in terms of where our revenue is generated. I'm going to say what we're seeing, and then I will go to the thing that you would like to say about what we're seeing. 90+% of the revenue that we're getting from the program. So we met our $500,000 in revenue projection, and that exceeded. Probably 90+% of that revenue is coming digitally, with a very small amount coming from some setups that we have with businesses that we're going to continue next year, where they're essentially pre-buying parking for their guests. A small amount coming from in-person physical payments, and then again a very small amount within that final 10% somewhere, 5 to somewhere from the kiosks. The reasonable question would be, well, how much more could we be making if we had more kiosks? And administration agrees we need to add customer convenience, but we don't foresee additional kiosks really having a material impact in our revenue generation. So we don't want to go wild with kiosks just in terms of visual clutter on our streetscape. We do want to enhance the customer ease of use, but we don't see them as really increasing our revenue in any material way.
I just want to complete the line of questioning initiated by Councillor Melnick. This is what I understand. What is included and not included in the 600,000? So that 600,000 projected is net revenue for surface parking on street and in parking lots, as you said, with the app. And that is net of expenses to the provider, but not net of expenses for our own staff. Is that accurate?
Your worship, 600,000 is the revenue generated before any expense. So, when you speak of a net result, it would be your revenue less your expense. So 600 revenue, then there's the expenses. So we're predicting 600,000 for on street alone, on street and parking lot, from the app itself.
And does that then mean that, say, of the 150,000 that was allocated to stay within bylaw, does that cover the fee for the app for the provider plus our own services?
Yes.
And so that $600,000 figure is entirely separate from other fees for using public parking. So the commercial use of public space fees entirely separate from the block S parking entirely separate.
Correct.
Thank you. Again, I'll right there, but I have not seen Councillor Wilson for a while, so I don't know whether his arm is aching with his hand in the air, but in the meantime, I will go to Councillor Melnick.
Thank you, Your Worship, and I'm gonna just deviate a little bit, going back to the comment you made about the cost recovery that both Banff and ourselves have to or try to incur from our responses to motor vehicle accidents. Is there any economies of scale for the two jurisdictions to try to work together and have a central body trying to collect those expenses that we incurred? Have we investigated doing something like that?
Thank you for the question, Councillor Melnick. We've been discussing with Banff as we were having so many issues. We did find they were the only ones that were in that same situation, and they're also seeing a very low success rate in that cost recovery. So we haven't explored the possibility of a joint position or anything like that. But what is certainly on my radar as director, and that I'm working with Fire Chief Conti on, is that those incidents are the only reason we're chasing the revenue for those incidents is because of our contracted agreement with Jasper National Park to respond in their service area. So that's been sort of more my line of thinking, is that maybe that's where we could be, sending the task of doing the cost recovery. And how we negotiate our new emergency services agreement with Parks Canada, we might want to address that as kind of what is currently being considered. And depending on the outcomes of those conversations, then certainly we could inquire with Banff, but it is a very odd and unique situation when council speaks of, what are the things we do or that cost us money due to being a national park community. So this is not just a tourism community, it's being a national park community who has a service agreement to respond in the national park is why we're in this situation.
If I might just on that, right? Not for your response, but this is the first I've heard of this, but apparently, according to what you said earlier, the province responds for every other municipality within the province, except those in a national park. We are still an Alberta municipality. I think this is a subject that we can raise with our MLA and with the appropriate ministers, because the fact that we are located in a national park ought not to deprive us from a service that every other Albertan would be entitled to.
Your Worship, if I might clarify my statement, most highways in Alberta are owned by the government of Alberta. But if something happened in a county, on a county road, then the county would be the body that you would chase for that cost recovery, right? So the government of Alberta provides that service for their own highways. And there is a very clear distinction between the national park highways and the Alberta highways, right? So if you want to close a highway in the park, that's the superintendent's jurisdiction. If you want to close the highway just past the East Gate, then the province is responsible for that, right? So the province offers that service for their own highways, but they don't for county roads, for example. So they wouldn't for Jasper National Park roads. I think it's not an unfair service provision. It's just they provide the service for the highways that they own, which happen to be most highways in Alberta. So it's not quite as linear as I might have led you to believe earlier.
All right, well, I appreciate that, but we might see what happens in Yoho National Park or Riding Mountain or elsewhere where the federal government maintains roads. But anyway, I appreciate that additional detail. Councillor Miller, did I see your hand still up?
Thank you, Your Worship. And just to follow up on something you mentioned about the service agreement with Jasper National Park. Earlier, I had thought about our fire chief, Conte, doing fire inspections outside of the jurisdiction or outside of the municipality. In that agreement, are we compensated for him traveling to, say, the parkway, down the parkway to the various outlying accommodations and, doing either annual or required checks, not relating to fire response, but relating to the occupancy loads, changes, renovations, things where the fire chief has to give an occupancy maximum?
Your Worship, through to Councillor Melnick. So we are in the process of getting the detail of what does the fire department actually do in which area. So what's our service standards, service levels? And then we respond in 3, even 4 distinct areas, being actually 5. So the town site, the extended boundary, the national park, then BC, and then sometimes we go into Banff National Park just because of the agreements that we have. And the amount we're getting from Parks Canada has not increased in a number of years. And it has been because that agreement needs to be revamped, essentially, and procurement concerns and different items, but certainly clarifying the level of service, ensuring that we're charging adequately, focusing on cost recovery as much as we can. But we are also bound by provisions of the local governance agreement around our responsibilities in the town site versus our responsibilities in the extended boundary, and then everything else in Jasper National Park. And without getting into too much detail, I will say that there's a line in the local governance agreement that says that the municipality is responsible for structural fire protection in the extended municipal boundary. And that's what I was sort of leaning towards earlier, where is fire prevention, for example, included in structural fire protection? There is no definition of structural fire protection in the local governance agreement. And so what are we responsible for? What are we not? So there's a lot of alarm no fire calls that the fire department goes to. They're not physically putting out a fire. Is this structural fire protection, or is this fire prevention? Is it included? Is it not? Should we be billing for that? How many calls are we actually going to? Anything that falls outside of the broader municipal boundary, we would charge the national park for, as in we don't have jurisdiction in that area unless we have a signed agreement. And again, just defining a bit more clearly, what are those services and spell them out. And there's an agreement in place, but it's not very specific. And I think first responders, and that includes the Parks Canada team and their dispatch team, are always very keen to help and make sure that people are looked after. And it's a very noble thing to do, but we should make sure that we're getting compensated adequately. And that's a process that we're, myself, the chief and the deputy chief, are actively involved in, and sort of in the beginning stages of reaching out to Parks Canada to get them to the table to renegotiate that. It is something that we're driving. I think they're quite happy with the fact that the cost hasn't gone up for a number of years, but that's a high priority in our revenue generation, that we could reaching a more equitable agreement.
Thank you. I'm done. And thank you for your responses, again, very detailed.
Councillor Waxer.
Again, on the fire smart, you said that we were not eligible this for 2023, but I wondered if we would be eligible again in the future for fire smart grant.
Thank you, Councillor Waxer. As I outlined earlier, there is a fuel reduction segment of the Fire Smart grants, but there's also a education segment. And part of the challenge was, I think there was at one point a $50,000 grant for the education portion, but our ability to deliver on that service. So we could hire a contractor to do that kind of stuff. So it's definitely on our radar, and something that we will continue seeking in future years. just my understanding is that on the fuel reduction front anyway, we were so successful in recent years that the funder, which is Free of Forest Resource Industry Association of Alberta, I believe, you know, we were successful with lots of grants recently, so they're kind of taking a break on our file. It's my understanding, but that may not disqualify us from the education and public engagement grants. And that is also separate from the grants that neighborhoods got. So the municipality got one of those $500 grants through community development, but so did several community champions, as you may be familiar with, for their own neighborhoods.
Thank you for that. I have questions in two areas that both might require responses from other members of administration. Firstly, you mentioned that I think the $6,000 line item for council is for the Alberta, Japan, Twin Municipalities proposed conference to be held in Jasper. Is there any money in this budget or any other budget to support a potential trip to Hakone? We celebrated the 50th anniversary of our relationship this year without a visit. There has been some discussion of a visit by Jasper to Cody within the next year. But as far as I can see, that is unfunded, and I just wanted to know whether that is the case. Go ahead.
Thank you, Mayor Ireland. So yes, this would be the area that council would have to look at to add an expense of that nature. So within the council budget in on the expense side, so that could be considered as an addition if council wished to do so. I believe in the past, the practice was to put $10,000 was the amount, and that I think the mayor's trip would be covered with those dollars, and that any remaining funds would be spread evenly amongst participating councillors. So if any councillors wanted to go, they would get to use the rest of that money, and anyone else who would join the delegation would be on their own for funding. And I'll look to Director Malinchak for the status of that reserves. So usually we have a reserve for Hakone, generally speaking. Whether there is $10,000 available or not in that reserve is the part I don't know.
Thank you, Director Nadeau. Unfortunately, not as per a set aside directly associated for that area. But as Director Nadeau had spoken to, there is that chance to add it to the budget should council wish.
Thank you for that. Need not be today, but when the final budget comes forward, council, well, they could propose it be added now or some amount or later, I suppose. The second area that I wanted to question or get better insight is that first question by Councillor Hall about the remaining funds in external group contributions. And so it's library, it's 10,000 for something, and the balance was what I would consider to be the value of swim passes. But if that is an expense in your department, is it matched by a revenue in another department? Because I presume we're not actually paying anybody to go swimming. It seems like it might be foregone revenue, so it just wouldn't show up. But it doesn't show up as revenue, but it shows up as an expense here, but it's not actually going to be expended unless it's a revenue somewhere else. So I don't necessarily ask you, but building on your response, I I direct that to Mrs. Malinchak.
Yes, your worship, it directly goes back to revenue for the Fitness and Aquatic Center. So it's just a transfer, recognizing that was an approved process from council many years ago.
Okay, so it does balance. The expense here is matched by a revenue of the same amount elsewhere. I missed that in
Yes, correct.
Mr. Reed's presentation. Thank you. Any other questions? Mr. Don, we are getting deep into our lunch hour, but we could conclude with motions right now and then reconvene at 1:15, or recess now and reconvene at 1:15, conclude this matter, and welcome Mr. Braithwaite. So are people anxious for lunch, or would Ms. Nadon prefer to be released entirely for the day? Councillor Melda.
And your worship, sorry, I'll just interrupt to say that I believe lunch has just barely arrived, and so it's not getting cold yet, it's just arrived, and so council would wish to make the motions part, and we could relieve Director Madon. I think that might be ideal, but again, we take council's direction on how you want to proceed.
So do I. Councillor Melda.
Then I would suggest a 5-minute health break before, so we can finish, because we still have to go to capital.
Oh, that's true.
And I'm quite happy to have my lunch wait. I just think we just need an extra few minutes just to regroup to be able to finish this area.
Well, I'm on the opposite end of the table. I'm also on the opposite end of the table there.
Ms. Nadon.
I am here all day, your worship, so I'm not going anywhere, even if we finish earlier, so.
All right, then I will make a command decision. We will take an extended health break, which will include our lunch. And we will be back at 1:15 for those members of the public who are watching the proceedings. I invite you to return at 1:15, and we will be satiated and comforted and ready to go again. It is 1:15 and we are back in session. And I believe that it is time to address the 5-year capital plan for protective and legislative services. Ms. Midall.
Thank you, your worship. I think Mr. Given is, I need that slide. So I will start with speaking to the carry forwards, and then with an actual amendment that I would like to bring forth on the proposed capital item. And so you'll see in the very first green line, carry forward from previous years, 665,500. So that seems like a very large number, and that's why I would like to address it. And so those projects are in process, and even though some of the funds have been expended in 2022 so far on some of them, just from a financial perspective, that amount is reflective of the entire amount of those projects. And so one of those is engine 2 replacement. So that's one of our fire trucks. And it is a project that spans over 2 years. So the cost of the truck is not $350, it's actually double that. So part of that 665, 350 of it is engine 2 replacement. And we put out the tender, it's been awarded, it's ordered. Getting vehicles is very challenging right now. We're seeing some delays. So that may come as a carry forward later in the year to carry over into 2023, but the process has started, it's ordered, we're just waiting. And the same is true for a command vehicle that we had for 2022 for 100,000. So our fleet requirements are rather expensive, but that is one of the areas that is highly regulated. So a command vehicle after 10 years has to be retired. It can't be used as a first responder vehicle. So that's the pickup trucks or SUVs. And it's 20 years for fire trucks. So as soon as it's getting to that 20-year mark, we have to replace it. It can be a second line engine, but it can't be your main engine anymore. So those are legislated requirements. And I guess the other big pieces was, in 2022, we had an ESB boiler and domestic hot water replacement project for 150,000. That is nearly complete, is my understanding. So just by hitting those big ticket items, that 665 is not actually reflective of what we intend to carry forward. So I thought I'd clarify that. And the item that we are looking for a motion to amend from council is that there's an error in the bylaw fleet replacement. So it was initially scheduled for 2023. So that means that vehicle is going to be 10 years old in 2023, but we don't feel the need to replace it just yet. So we would like to bump it forward to 2024 and essentially just give us some time to assess what our fleet situation is, if there's other types of vehicles we might be requiring. If you're curious, that is the Interceptor. So the bylaw SUV is now 10 years old, but seeing the use and mileage that we see out of it, bylaw doesn't have the same requirements as fire, so it can still be a vehicle that they can use. So the request, as outlined in the slide, is to delay that specific item to 2024. So we will be looking for a motion from council to make that modification. Other notes, as I mentioned, engine 2, the cost is spread over 2 years. So 2023, that $350,000 is for the second stage of that project. I do have detail on all of those items. I don't know that it's a good time to go through them now, or I'm willing to entertain questions, however council might want to proceed through this.
I think we can turn to questions, and the opportunity, I'm sure, will arise. Councillor Demota.
Well, yeah, I appreciate the opportunity, and I'm just wondering, because of those kind of mandated changes that are needed, your worship, through you to Director Middle, would it be better practice to understand, like we do with the other vehicles, like monitor the end date on those engines and do a long-term reserve plan on replacement, so that it's, again, not the users or the taxpayers of the day that have to front the load on that. So it's just another idea for future practice, and I think that to alleviate big jumps, I guess, in expenditure, it might be a better way to do things, kind of like what we're doing with the sewage treatment plant and other items. Does that make sense?
Your worship, or Councillor Demota and Director Malinchuk may also contribute to this, but that's exactly the direction that the administration's headed. When we discuss the debt and reserves, you'll see that we're reflecting the draft schedule of reserves that you saw at committee. So we've already adjusted those, again, subject, council can determine other reserves or other purposes for the reserves. But when we get to that section, you would have seen in your budget document some reserve forecasting. We are proposing to establish a fleet reserve that will allow us to do those sort of in and out. And Director Malinchuk may be able to identify which of the reserves you would see in the future helping support items like this. It may also be the general capital reserve. But so the intent here is to have those types of reserves that we're building up on a regular basis to be able to fund off some of these major capital items that come up only from time to time. And that's why we are proposing that the structure of reserves that you saw at committee a couple of weeks ago.
Thank you.
Thank you. Just on that same point, before I turn to Councillor Hall, on this particular 5-year capital plan, the source of funding is not identified as it is on all others. So in each case, are these items to be funded from reserves?
Your worship, actually, we did see that error before bringing it to council, however, did not have time to adjust it. So it will be adjusted within the final document. If you look at the capital 5-year in the appendices that has all of the capital, you will see the breakdown in there. It was just not included in the actual document. And then at the very end of that document, you can see how it aligns with the entire budget of where, how much goes to which grant or reserves and whatnot. So that document will serve you best for finding that information.
Thank you, Director Naval.
Thank you, Mayor Ireland. I just felt the need to jump in back to Councilor DeMota's question. I have to say, our fleet and equipment in the fire department is actually, as far as I'm aware, organization wise, one of the only places where we do have funds in place. And when I referred to our capital replacement schedule earlier, and we are asking for an increase of 25,000 in transfers to reserves, is to match that capital replacement schedule, which is for fleet and equipment. So that is one of the improvements that we're proposing for 2023. I'm afraid I can't say as much for our building. Is also something that you'll see in the 5-year capital plan in upcoming years. There will be some items to put there. And I think the reason why you're seeing so many fire trucks lately is that we became a municipality 20 years ago. So we acquired those trucks shortly after. So they're all due within the same 2 or 3 years. So you'll see the aerial is coming up. In future years, we just replaced a rescue truck. So unfortunately, they're not spread out within that 20-year time frame, but the capital replacement schedule and the transfers to reserves that we're proposing are doing exactly what you were suggesting.
Thank you. Councillor Hall.
Thank you, Mayor Ireland. I just have a question out of curiosity. So can you remind me again, the lifespan of command truck, the command fleet, I'm assuming are the light pickup trucks, the engine 2 or the fire trucks. Where do they, once they're done, what do you do with them?
Thank you for the question, Councillor Hall. So I think for fire trucks, which is the 20 years, they just can't be frontline engines anymore. So they sort of get downgraded to a second line of response. So some of them can still be used or repurposed for other reasons. And if not, I think we have a disposal process for our assets. So they would be posted and sold to, I think one of our trucks went to Mexico a few years ago and other jurisdictions that might have different standards. And the command vehicles are more sort of your standard truck or SUV, which do get then equipped with the sirens and all the tools that they need, but those are more, they're easier to get rid of, I guess, or just more standard practice.
Other questions? Councillor DeMota.
Well, just more of a statement than a question, and I appreciate the fact that, you know, our front-facing vehicles, even in my law, look good, and sometimes they are a bit older and they look new, and I think some of the black I get on the street is like, they don't need those things, and I'm like, well, do you want them driving around in a rusted pickup truck? Because I mean, we're trying to be an international recognized destination, so I think it looks sharp, and I commend the people taking care of them to keep them looking new and clean, and that's not just for by law itself, but within the fire department and operations as well.
Mr. Don, the $700,000 for engine 2, so half of it already spent, half to be spent of the aerial replacement, staggering amount. Do both of those include delivery? Or neither of them include delivery? And I ask because several years ago when Mr. Stanko was our deputy chief, we wound up flying him to Chicago to take possession of a brand new fire truck and drive it all the way home again. Because delivery was not included. And if that is the case, and it might be, then I'm just wondering whether we appropriately budgeted both time and cost to have somebody go wherever these trucks are being built to take possession and get them back to Jasper.
Thank you, Mayor Ireland. Chief Conti is clearly listening. He sent me the answer before I even had to ask. Yes, they include delivery. And your recollection is accurate. I remember, I think the same with our hydrovac, or it is quite typical that we have to go get them. But in this case, that dollar amount includes delivery or includes the cost of going to get it, I guess. But Matt says they include delivery.
My other question relates to the wildfire tactical plan. Is that like a consultant's fee to help develop a plan? I'm just unsure what a capital expense for a plan would be.
Yes, thank you, Your Worship. Those are dollars for a consultant indeed. And we do have a wildfire tactical plan currently, but it is outdated in relation to the current standards and practices and equipment that is currently being used. And essentially that plan is the sprinkler deployment plan. There's a bit more to it, but that is the plan that our own fire department would train with to execute that deployment in the event of a wildfire, but also that all our mutual aid resources would come in and work off of that plan to establish some measures to save our buildings in the event of a wildfire. So it being current is important, especially in the context of bringing in crews from other municipalities and making sure that we have the best plan possible to protect our community. So it is a one-time expense, and it is for consultant fees.
Thank you for that. And last question, at least for me. The e-ticketing software, would that allow officers to issue a paper ticket in the field?
Yes, that would be one of the features. So essentially, they're portable printers and portable devices that the officers would carry with them. And yes, so they could input all the information on the device, print the ticket, hand it to the person. And there's lots of other benefits, which I will answer your question briefly. But in addition to it, it'll save a lot of officer time in terms of transcribing. So if they do a paper ticket, then they have to go back to the office and input it into the software versus with e-ticketing, it's all happening at the same time. They can look up the database, see if there's any previous warnings or history about this person or this vehicle. So overall, it presents a lot of benefits for the team, including officer safety in relation to knowing whether there's been an interaction with that individual in the past or not is a big one for them.
Sure, and lots of police forces have that e-ticketing capability now. The capital budget project name is e-ticketing software, but would that also include the necessary hardware, so a mobile printer that sits on the front seat?
Yes, it does. And I think that's it. Some of the names in our capital request form is e-ticketing. And yes, so it includes the cost of the software, so the annual fee for the software, as well as a couple printers and a couple of devices. And the other aspect to it is the records management system in the back end, so this is only for the software, because we have a current records management system that we believe we can use with this. And then as we progress with records management corporately and establish a system, eventually it could tie into a different system. And I think also another item to mention is that the province is moving towards e-ticketing. So to continue to be able to issue provincial offense tickets, we will have to move to e-ticketing to comply with those new requirements. So that's not quite yet for 2023, but we think it's going to come down as being mandated in 2024. So we're being a bit ahead of the game here.
Thank you for that. Councillor Melvin.
Thank you, Your Worship, and this may be for yourself and Mr. Gibbon as well. I see in 2024 the sustainability plan. Is there any chance that we would be starting that in 2023, and should we allocate any of that to 2023, or plans in place to schedule the meetings and the feedback and public input starting in 2024?
I'll take that one. This actually is a greater degree of connection to the planning and development function. So right now, the community sustainability plan sort of takes the place of what's called a municipal development plan in other communities. And so I see a tight connection between this function and having that planning and development manager in place. And so, you know, the manager in 2023, the negotiations in 2023, beginning planning for the acceptance of the service and acceptance of the service, delivery of the service, and all the other legislative requirements that would come along with that. The placeholder is in 2024 at this time, and early discussions with parks have been seeing that as 2025 work on their side. So right now we have the joint community sustainability plan. Parks is, I think, in their budgeting forecasting that update in 2025. And there's a potential that we maybe, rather than having two sort of plans in one document, or responsibilities for two different parties in one document, we may move to independent plans that acknowledge each other and are still obviously closely linked, but are independent. So we're very comfortable that there's not a need for any of this work in 2023. And in fact, starting any of it would be a bit premature in 2023. All these other things develop.
Councillor Waxer.
Yeah, I was interested in the structural protection unit driveway.
Mayor Ireland, through the Councillor Waxer, that project is proposed for the front of the fire hall. So essentially between the apron in front of the bay doors and the parking stalls that are located on the hospital side. So you may have noticed that our structural protection units are the trailers, the enclosed trailers that have all the sprinklers and hoses and pumps and things. And they're parked on the grass currently, which is a bit of a, I don't know that we're supposed to do that. But so it would be for paving or concrete, I think is the plan. Mr. Greathead helped us scope that out, but essentially to extend the apron to the area that is grassed near the flagpoles. And it's actually connected to the other capital item, which is the first one on the list, sidewalk and parking plugs. Again, a bit of a misnomer there. It shouldn't say replace front. But anyway, we scoped that out in two different projects where those driveways would be pulled through. So you could hook up a truck and drive away with the unit. And it's just better storage and easier access and more practical for using those trailers and moving them in and out of the fire hall. And I guess the price of concrete is what makes that project so costly.
Thank you. Councillor Keller-Harapi.
The aerial truck for overnight are for 2024 and 2025. In the past, I know we've done a lot of MSI money. Do you think that's in the forecast again? Are we going to be looking to reserves or debt for this going forward?
Mayor Ireland, through the Councillor Gallagher MP, Director Malinchak has done some very good work in making sure that our MSI allocations are applied to the items that are eligible, and fire trucks are usually one of them, and are also large projects. So it makes the fiscal allocations pretty simple, and it's also why our reserves are in such good shape, because we've managed to use that funding in the past. We have money in reserves. Whether there is an MSI allocation coming and whether it could be applied to that would be a question for Mrs. Malinchak.
And your well, Director Malinchak's looking that up, I'll just say too, this also, so right now, when you look at the detailed capital plan, it shows unfunded. I think that reflects some of the uncertainty around the future of MSI. The province has announced they're moving to local government fiscal framework, so a different sort of approach. We don't know how much we'll be getting from that, but we do know that it will be less. And so, I think that unfunded shows that it's an acknowledged need that the department's identified. The exact way that we're going to fund it is still a bit up in the air for a number of different factors.
Thank you.
Other questions from councillors related to the 5-year capital plan for protective and legislative services? Councillor Wilson.
Sorry. Can you hear me all right?
Sometimes.
Can you go back to that slide? It just has to do with like what to clarify what's the carry forward items, because I didn't differentiation between the 80,000 for the plugs and the sidewalks versus the 80,000 for the concrete for the driveway, structural protection driveway, and then adding those both up under $60,000 for some concrete work is pretty huge, and it's not, I don't think, concrete prices. So anyway, yeah, that's kind of challenging there. But what is the carry forward and 2023?
Were you able to hear that sufficiently? Yes, but no?
Yes, thank you, Your Worship. Councillor Wilson, thanks for the question. So the driveway, something's feeding back, was in the forecast last year, so that is not a carry forward. That is a new item. It's one that we have slated for 2023 in previous years, which is now, we're coming to it now, so that is a new request. The sidewalk and parking plugs project, so like I said, it says replace front, which that shouldn't be in there. It's sidewalk and parking plugs. So in 2021, I believe, we completed the front of the fire hall. So you might recall there were some bricks there and they were all crumbling apart, and it was a bit of a health and safety challenge. So that's been ripped out and concrete's been poured, and that part of the project is done. So that was initially part of this. But we rescoped the project for this year, understanding what the needs were. And essentially, so what this sidewalk and parking plugs project is now is entirely on the other side of the building, so on the Robson Street part. And it is to install plugins for the EMS side of the building. So there's two parking areas there. Towards the front of the building is firefighter parking, and towards the back of the building is EMS parking. And there has been several reports, and it's documented through our health and safety program, that there are lots of trip hazards, specifically on the EMS portion of it, so that the sidewalk needs to be redone there. And so sidewalks and parking plugins in that area is part of the project. And then a similar situation in the firefighter parking. So there are existing pedestals there, but they constantly get knocked over because they're too close to the actual parking stall. So it's a relocation of those pedestals and building a sidewalk there as well, because right now firefighters are responding, they pull in there and then they hike over the landscaping to try to get into the station. So, and that's why I said it's related to the SPU driveway, as in it's all in the same general area. But they could move independently. So we have some drawings for parts of this. It would make sense to do it at the same time. And that's why we put them together. I think initially the parking plugs for the firefighter parking was a separate project than the parking plugs for the EMS side. And we were like, well, there's an obvious synergy there that all that work could be done at the same time. So it is design, construction, and completion of the project. So for both parking pedestals and sidewalks, essentially along the whole backside of the building. And that's what explains why it's so much. And I think the same can be said for the SPU driveway. That is a cost estimate that we got. The cost of capital projects is increasing. Had we tried to do this 2 years ago, I think the number could have been a bit smaller, but that is our best cost estimates that we could provide for the purpose of capital planning.
Thank you. Other questions? Councillor Demota?
I just remembered something, but it has to do with Mr. Reed's presentation.
If there are no further questions with respect to the 5-year capital plan for protective and legislative services, we could then turn to the motions that are required. Councillor DeMota?
I do have one comment, and it has to do with those plugs, and I think this is the third time it's come here, and I remember the first time around, there were some budgetary concerns, and I think it was because we were in COVID, and you know, those renos in the kitchen and all that stuff were just had to get delayed, and I'm glad it's finally here and taken care of. It is a hazard, and we need to get that fixed, and now that we're on the other side of things, I'm glad to see that getting addressed.
Motions, anyone? Councillor Melvin?
Your worship, prior to making a motion, we were talking about the Japan Alberta twinning conference that has some revenues budgeted for it. But then we also talked about Coney exchange, which potentially could happen next year, and we didn't have any money budgeted in the expense side for which traditionally I believe we had $10,000 in. And if that is the case, that it's not in there, then I would make a motion that we add the $10,000 to the council expense line to be able to participate in the exchange potentially with the Coney in 2023.
How much are you suggesting?
10? I'm sorry, in my mind I had 10, and I don't know if I said $10,000.
I thought you did, and then I didn't remember you saying that. I apologize. Sorry, your worship.
Your worship, administration doesn't have a specific recommendation on what would be an appropriate amount. I think that was, you know, I think the past practice was that there's approximately $10,000 or there's an amount of money available. We'll see how far that would go. Things were up to the council to determine what you think would be an appropriate allocation to support that sister city relationship. Administration suggested its motion. I think this Councilor Mellon could just committee direct administration would increase the council budget by $10,000 on the delegations that the current.
Councillor DeMota?
Well, I could, I'm going to attempt to make it through this term with my laptop or tablet from last year. So whatever from last term, so I can easily justify some transfer if need be to the Hakone thing, seeing as that money is already accounted for. I don't know if that throws a wrench into the works, but that could be included in that. So we could say 8,000 maybe. Just an idea, because I'm not going to use it, and if I end up this thing dying on me, I will use my own device for the betterment of the group.
Your worship, I think if council defines the amount of money that they would like to have available for that purpose, administration can give some advice on the right way to fund that. Some of it may be through reserves, or some of it may be from current, from 2023 tax. We can have a bit of a look at that if council defines the amount of money that we think is the appropriate amount. Appreciate Councilor Moore's offer there, and that might be why we would fund some of it from reserves if we found the appropriate space for them. But I think it starts with council saying we think there needs to be at least this much available for this purpose.
I think the motion captures that. It seems to me that for a few years at least, our budget included $2,500 annually to go into a reserve for that purpose. Mrs. Malchin?
Your worship, yes, that is the case. And The only thing that changed that was the request for the 6,000 from the reserve for, so that decreased the amount that is available within that. I was specifically putting it into that reserve for that reason, but then council made a motion to use it for this conference, I believe it is. And but if, as Mr. Gibson has said, if we're given an amount, I can see what is available to shift around and make a recommendation to council on how we might be able to do it.
Thank you for that. The motion then I think just covers an amount and we'll leave it to administration to sort out how that gets populated. Is there any other debate about the motion? Right, I will call the question. All those in favor? Opposed? Well, I don't know what that means.
I know that didn't hear Bill.
Yeah, he's having a hard time hearing.
Could you repeat the question?
The motion from Councillor is that committee direct administration to
His mic is on. That's what's happening.
committee direct administration to add the sum of $10,000 to the protective and legislative services proposed 2023 budget amount to fund a potential trip to Oconee. And I had called the question and didn't see your hand at all because you couldn't hear the question. And I will call for all those in favor. There we go. There are none opposed. Thank you for that, Councillor Melnick. There are two proposed motions with respect to the capital plan. One to amend it to shift the $65,000 for fleet replacement from 2023 to 2024. And then one to approve the capital budget as amended.
And your worship, appreciate you dealing with capital first, and then there were also the
Yes.
ones around positions, the operational discussions.
Start with the easy ones. Councillor Melnick.
I would make that recommendation that committee amend the protective and legislative services capital budget by moving the $65,000 of the fleet bylaw fleet replacement to 2024, and that committee approves protective and legislative services capital budget as amended.
Thank you for that. Councillor Melnick, is there any debate on that combination of motions? Or does anybody need that double motion to be split? I will call the questions in the order they are presented. All those in favor? There are none opposed. That is carried. And that takes us back to the operating budget, which begins with the approval of the three positions which are included in the base budget. Councillor Hall.
Thank you, Mayor Ireland. I actually would like to go back to the peak parking revenue screen, just the revenue coming in that was budgeted for, and I'd like to make a motion that we increase it to $675,000. $675,000.
Your worship, so just to be clear, if I'm understanding the motion, the intent would be to do this. To increase the paid parking revenue to 675. So the first part of the motion is to do that. You may want to specify if the intent is to increase the transfer of reserves or to leave the additional revenue available for to mitigate the tax increase. That might be the only additional part, but you can certainly start at the start with the direction of increasing revenue. Again, as noted earlier, this does imply or suggest that council would have to take some action in 2023 to adjust the program in some way to receive that additional revenue.
Did you wish to address the other items? Just leave it at that. Yeah. So with respect to that motion, the recommendation from administration was that $600,000 of revenue was, let's say, a reasonable forecast. I understand that, although it's just how as I read between the lines, that our revenue must have been close to 600,000 this year, because 500 was initially forecast and we surpassed that, I presume. That is in a year where we got off to a bit of a slow start. We had a fire in September that presumably had some impact. Is there potential that we could achieve $675,000 without otherwise adjusting the program itself?
Your worship, yes, I believe that there might be a chance. Our records aren't complete yet. So I do not like to give a finalized answer until I have the correct numbers to work with. However, it is looking so. We may have some suggestions for council with this year in the discussions for reserves that for year end. Therefore, but as I said, I can't give a definite number at this point.
Your worship, just to build on that, I think the 675 is, I think in administration's view is an attainable number. Once we're finished the year-end wrap-up, and I know Director McDonald's working on that, and Director Malinchuk will be reviewing the financial results, and we'll have that full information early in the year for council. And then we'd be able to tell you at that time, okay, we can achieve this 675 without changes to the program. Or council, in order to achieve the 675 revenue expectation, we would recommend that you either increase rates, increase the number of stalls, increase the time, and we would be able to give you a better estimation of what would be required to meet that budget, or that revenue target. We're comfortable though that this 675 could be met without, I want to say, substantial changes to the program. But again, that's not known at this time. Really, it is just what council is comfortable with in terms of a revenue projection, and administration would come with advice on how to meet that revenue projection. And it's possible that it wouldn't require any changes to the program, just that a good full year of proper operating would return this amount. I think it's safe to say that administration is a bit more conservative than that, because we would hate to over-promise revenue and have to come back to council with a deficit. So that is sort of administration's natural caution, I guess, in budgeting. But we will know more when we come to council early in the new year.
That is the test of the federal alert system. We need not vacate. Councillor Doyle.
Well, I appreciate where this is going, and I was contemplating on talking about this or maybe doing something here today. I am looking forward to the results of the first full year that encompasses most of the stuff we tried to accomplish. And are you, through you, your worship, to administration, are you more comfortable in the 650 number being conservative than the 675? I don't mean to put you on the spot, because I mean, that might be unrealistic as well.
No, I think the 675 is probably on the top end of administration's comfort level, so certainly within our comfort zone, but nearing the top end. If council was suggesting to add $100,000 of revenue expectation, that's where we might start to say, well, we're not quite sure. But I think the 675, there's a good potential to meet that. We just couldn't advise you right now about what types of, how extensive a change to the program it might require. We just don't have that. It might be 0 changes to the program, but we need some more time to actually get the final year-end results in, to be able to give you that price.
So to follow up, could one of those contemplations be the actual cost associated or a price established to what a parking stall is? And I'm referring this to the sidewalk seating program. Public. Not gonna let me get away with that. The private use public space situation. So last time around, we based the stall on a full year of starting on May 1st to October 31st, what that would be worth every day. But now we have concrete evidence of what a downtown stall will be. And could that projection be higher than what we were doing? And I think that's where kind of this could give a little bit more of a comfort, right?
That's exactly right. When we can look at the sort of utilization last year, which takes not just the data from the parking sessions and the payments and everything else, but also looking at how many stalls we had available, because there was a significant use of on-street stalls for the commercial use of public space. We need to look at how many do we use this year? What did that take out of our inventory? If we had half the usage, if there was fewer, just simplify, if there's fewer patios, what would that do to our revenue and paid parking? So there are a couple of different factors, and that's where administration isn't prepared at this time to give a specific. We can achieve that with doing no changes. We just would like to have a little bit of space to say, to leave the opportunity that there may be some need, and we can't tell you right now whether it would be. We don't believe that this would require major changes to the program, but we don't have that full data to speak with full confidence here today.
Councillor Wilson?
I'm not really in support of the change here at this point. I don't see the benefit of doing it at this point. I think it's a bit premature, unless we're suggesting that, okay, well, we're going to put $450,000 to lower the tax increase. But I didn't hear that. I would prefer to get the actual numbers in by the end of the year. I don't think it benefits us in any way currently, and so I would hate to overshoot it and then come up short. So, yeah, I don't really see the benefit to this motion at this point in time. Of course, I would love to see that we made 700,000, but we're still going to make 700,000. So what's it? We're going to have the extra money come in, and I don't really want to monkey with the system going into the second real full year. I think we're still trying to iron out the kinks and changing rates or changing more stalls, etc. I'm not in support of for 2023.
Thank you, Councillor Wilson. I will just ask that I share those concerns, but there is an intent behind the motion, and so I would like to hear what the intent is, because whether council says raise the revenue projection by $75,000 or not, the revenue will be what the revenue will be. It's not as if we're limiting the target that administration is aiming for. They're going to maximize, I presume, the revenue that we get. So if we leave it at 600,000 and actually bring in 675,000, I presume staff will come to us and say, we've got this extra $75,000, what would you like to do with it? So as indicated by Councillor Wilson, what is the intent with the motion? How does this better position either council or the department?
Your worship, intent is, and I know that was, for the mover, but I'll just say that administration does make assumptions in the budget. And that's a part of budgeting. We have to look forward, forecast, and make assumptions. And so what this really is council applying its judgment to whether our assumption is reasonable, too conservative, or an overreach. And so if council here said, based on what we know about what happened last year, and there was a fire and a bit of a slow start to the thing, and lots of patio, administration, you're being a bit too conservative. Or you could have said, no, that's too much. You're wishful thinking, good luck. That's not going to happen. It should be a lower forecast. You get to apply that thinking. And the benefit of doing it now is that if you do it now, and depending on how you choose to use this additional amount, if you give us further direction on what to do with that, for example, applying it to reduce the property tax increase, then you have the benefit of a budget at the end of the year that reduces the property tax increase. If we come to you in October of 2023 saying, hey, we've budgeted to make 600, but it turns out we made 675, you've lost the opportunity to reduce the net tax increase in 2023. So I think that's the effect of this discussion and why getting that direction now, what the impact of that direction now will have that it couldn't have if we just saw that better than expected results in the future.
Thank you for Councillor Hall made the motion, and I will give her an opportunity to respond, and then Councillor Gallagher.
Thank you, Mayor Island. That was my line of thinking with this motion. And as far as where the extra money goes, I felt like that might be a more conversation for the entire table. I was going to ask that question. If we didn't budget for it and we ended up having a surplus, that wouldn't matter to this. That'll affect us next year. And there's a lot of changes in this budget and some new positions that I feel might need financial support.
Councillor Gallagher.
We are being conservative, 675, 75, but the money right now that's slated like 450,000. I'd like to see some of that go back to offset the tax at the end when we finish the budget. We do a lot of new things that we've added to the $1 million. The whole reason of bringing in paid parking was to find extra revenue so we could do new things within our municipality. And I totally agree we need to put money in reserves, but do we need to put it all in this year? Let's look at it. We need to support some of the programs, some of the new positions, with some of the money to offset those positions or the expenses this year for 2023, and then see how we are at the end of the year, that we can add more over the next couple of years into reserves to pay back.
Thank you. Councillor DeMora.
Thank you for that. I have a comment and then a question. I'm glad that you said that, because part of our initial approach on this was to find alternate sources of revenue to alleviate the tax burden on residents. So this is one of them, because we need to recapture or capture money from tourists so that we can help out, the burden, the tourism burden on residents. So, because we only have one major way of getting them, that's through property tax. So through you, your worship, to Mr. Given, you made the comment that anything that might go over for next year could be used for the 2024 tax. So we're here today, it's November, and we don't have an exact number yet of what we were over for 2022. And one of the things that I would like to do is if we can get the info by our decision date, which is December 6th, that's our projected date of administration and council want to pass the budget. If we had a better idea of how much money we had there, and then make an assessment on what we could put towards the tax requisition for this year in comparison to all the enhancements that we made to make this a little bit more acceptable for the community, I would be more prepared to make those assumptions and projections when we're making a decision. Today, I'm not comfortable with doing the 675, so I can't support that.
Your worship, I think there was a question there from Councillor Demota about year-end financials and year-end surplus. So administration has a significant amount of additional invoices to come in that need to be recorded from capital projects in a number of different areas. So we won't be in a position to report the year-end financial results of the municipality until into the new year, which is, I think, typical practice as we close off the books. When we receive the audited financial statements and make a recommendation for the year-end results, at that time, we'll give you a recommendation of what to do with any surplus, should there be any. And at that time, council could choose to direct the surplus to reserves, direct the surplus to reduce the net tax impact. So it is not going to be known before the end of the year. Look to Director Malinchuk, we do have that information usually before we set the mill rate. Is that correct? Yeah. So prior to setting the mill rate, council will know what the 2022 year-end surplus, if any, looked like. And you could give us direction to apply any surplus prior to setting the mill rate for 2023. So appreciate it would be great to have all of that information now, but we are in November. There's a lot of year-end accounting. Well, there's still some of year to happen and some year-end accounting to happen after that. But please be rest assured that if there was a positive financial surplus for 2022, you won't have missed the opportunity to apply it to the 2023 taxes, because you still have a chance to do so when you set the mill rate. Right. So when you set the mill rate, it's done. We send out the bylaws, we send out the notices, people get their bills. But you'll know the surplus before you set the mill rate, and administration will give you that option of how you'd like to use the surplus.
Can I just,
Yeah.
when you're talking surplus, you're talking surplus from 2022?
Your worship, that's correct. Yeah.
But not that line item for the 2023.
No, the year-end financial results for 2022 for the entire corporation municipality adjustment.
Councillor Demota.
I was gonna say, we could also make an assumption and aim for something, and then hopefully it falls out. But I know where you're going, and it has to be an overall surplus, not just surplus from parking revenue. Thank you.
However, if I may offer that, recognizing that we can deal with the surplus from 2022 when we know what that surplus is and direct it to tax relief if we choose. For this particular motion that is before council, could we not, whether or not we adjust assumed revenue or potential revenue for 2023, indicate in a motion that $150,000 of the revenue go to bylaw or stay in bylaw, that a set amount, 250,000 or whatever amount we want, go to reduce the municipal tax levy for 2023, and any balance go or be directed to a transfer to public transportation reserve. So just identify the amount that we want to use to cushion the tax flow, and everything else, including any excess over 600,000 if we don't change that, goes to the public transportation reserve. so identified now, rather than leaving it open, what we want from this to go to reduce taxes, then it's set, and we have two options for tax relief, which is the surplus that we get from 2022 and directing some of these 2023 projected revenues into it.
Your worship, so that's actually a bit of the purpose of, again, I'll go back to the schedule for the reserves. Your worship, you and I were not at that committee meeting, but council saw that there was a schedule for the public transportation reserve that said that the reserve would be funded by any excess of revenue over expense from paid parking. So that's exactly where administration is going. That would happen anyways if council approves that reserve schedule. But at this stage, I think, there you certainly can, and what I think you're talking about doing is adjusting this number over here, where I'm showing $75,000. You're talking about making that a fixed number, and defining, adjusting this down to something, and administration does have a specific recommendation on that you should be aware of, but adjusting this down and allowing it to sort of float to whatever the results are through the course of the year. That's fine. We do need to have some suggestion of what council thinks the revenue is going to be, because it does have a direct impact when you show up on December 6th with a final budget for your consideration. What you choose at this top line number will impact what the net tax increase is that you're asked to vote on. So if you leave this at I guess I'll stop there. It does have an impact in this year for the budget you're going to be asked to decide on. So certainly if council wish to, and I'm just going to back up. So if this is the previous assumptions, if council said, we don't want to use 450,000 there, we want to use some other number, and we want to do that. Sorry, it's really nice. We want to do that. We want to have 170,000 into reserves, and there's a reason why I picked 170,000 specifically. If you look in the capital budget, there is in the operations area a line item for responding to the recommendations from the public transportation study that's currently underway. We have a capital item there of about $170,000. It's funded from this, from this income. So our suggestion would be that the minimum that you should transfer to the public transportation reserve would be that $170,000. That would be the minimum. And then you would have, again, based on a $600,000 revenue projection, 150 to cover expenses within the bylaw department, 170 to reserves, and you have 280 to be able to apply to lower tax increases. Again, on a $600,000 revenue projection, which was, so really there's a couple parts to what you can choose to do here. Councillor Hall motion is dealing with the revenue projection. You can choose to do that if you want, and not leave and not change this from the 450. I keep doing and so Councillor Hall is talking about this one right now. That might be step one of your adjustments that you might wish to make here. The suggestion would be that you can also have adjustments that you can make in this expense line as well.
Thank you. I see you, Councillor Melwick, but I forgot now whether Councillor Calarampi was waiting to speak.
Piece of what I was going to say about setting them out for this coming year from that reserve. So thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Councillor Melwick.
Thank you, Your Worship. As opposed to Councillor Demota muddying the waters, I would like to take this opportunity.
As opposed?
I was just going to say,
He means instead of you doing it, he's going to do it.
we reviewed the reserve policy, and under the public transportation reserve policy, which we reviewed, and I have that coming back to committee of the whole for final review and approval. The contribution formula for the transportation reserve public transportation reserve that we received was an amount equal to 10% of paid parking revenue from the prior year to be contributed to the reserve. So what that tells me is 600,000 was the revenue, 60,000 should be going to the reserve. Secondly, 100% of any payments in lieu of parking shall be contributed to the reserve. And we understood that in lieu of parking, that was to go into the transportation reserve. And the third part was 100% of any revenue after expenses from municipally operated public transportation. So we haven't yet made this a policy, but we're going and putting a significant amount of money into public transportation reserve when this policy is probably what we're going to be passing for 2023. Have I muddied the waters sufficiently?
More than sufficient. We are still left with the issue of directing net revenues from paid parking in the coming budget year. We're not facing what we do with revenue from 2022 at this point. That surplus question will come to us later. And so we have a motion that was restricted simply to changing the anticipated amount of revenue. And I am struggling with that motion unless I know how the rest of the program is going to change. Because if all we do is say, well, we hope you generate more revenue and we haven't figured out why we're doing that, then I don't know exactly why we would enter into that. Similar to what Councillor Wilson said earlier. So I still need some help about where this takes us. Councillor Wilson, I think I saw your hand up.
Yeah, I guess the motion could be voted on, and whatever result, we could still make a future follow-up motion directing that. Let's go with CAO Given's suggestion, 170,000, because it is already funding a study, and then we could allot the rest of the revenues, suggesting that would be. I don't remember the numbers, but at least leaving some into the, or transferring some to the reserve, the 150 to bylaw, and then this year directing the rest of the revenues to lower the tax increase, because we do have a few large ticket positions coming online. Or I guess it could be a friendly amendment to Councillor Hall's motion on the table, but just to not muddy the waters, maybe we just move forward with her motion, and whatever the outcome, we still have the opportunity to direct.
Thank you, Councillor Wilson. I'm not sure if there's more debate. It's certainly open to Councillor Hall to close debate. If you're not quite ready for that, we can see who else wishes to speak, but otherwise. Okay, I'm sorry. Councillor Waxer.
I'm taking a little bit of time to formulate my thoughts, but I think in general, I appreciate the concept of stretching our aspirations to the 675, but I guess my thought would be to reduce the tax burden for 2023. But I think that maybe needs some work, because we looked at a couple of different scenarios. So I'd like to work on, before I would suggest a friendly amendment, what would be the rate, what we as council would be best in terms of the expense side. But I do think, I do support the concept of lowering the tax burden, and if, even if it's on the high end of the expectation, I think that is something to strive for.
Mr. Given, suppose that what is on the screen now was the motion that passed. Would that impose an obligation on administration to meet the $450,000 transfer to the public transportation reserve in full, even if the target revenue was not achieved? So that suggests there'd be $75,000 available to lower the tax increase, but only on the basis that there was in fact $675,000 of actual revenue. So to the extent that the 675 is not achieved, does that necessarily lower the amount available because the other ones have to be funded? Is that the way you would read that? Or could it be proportional somehow? Or am I making myself clear in
No,
the
you're,
question?
I understand. I think we're talking at different timescales. So there is the approval of the 2023 budget and its projections and well-educated guesstimates question, which is what we're seeking direction from council on. And then there is, what if those estimates and projections don't work out? Which is kind of where you're going, and we wouldn't know that, of course, until partway through the year. If in 2023, paid parking revenue didn't meet the projections, whatever the number was, then we would have a deficit in revenue. We would have a shortfall of revenue, and we would report that to council on a regular financial reporting or at the year end, and we would look at that on a global basis. Yes. If the budget contained a transfer to reserves of $450,000, we would do that financial transaction, at some point throughout the year, and then we'd have to come back and say, well, we did all the rest of the budget in accordance with the budget. The thing that didn't work out was we didn't meet the revenue projection, and so therefore we have a shortfall. At that time, now we're talking into spring of 2024, we would come to council and say, we have a shortfall. We did all the other things that we're supposed to do in the budget, but our revenue didn't meet expectations. Council, how would you like to fund that shortfall? Because we are legislated to pass a balanced budget, not to run deficit. And so your option, council, is to fund it from reserves. And council would say, well, administration, what reserves should we fund it from? And we say, well, these are all the reserves that are possible. We have a financial stabilization reserve. We have, and we would give you advice at that time on how to meet a shortfall of revenue. But again, it is after the conclusion of the year and the sort of final financials where we would know that. So again, I'll come back to this is council exercising its judgment on what are reasonable forward-looking projections. And specifically right now, we're talking about the revenue part. Council can also tell us on what it thinks are reasonable allocations of our projected revenue, which is maybe that second part of the discussion.
Thank you. Councilor Melvin.
In light of the conversation, it may be more prudent to be conservative. Understanding that the public transportation funding, it was earmarked for a certain purpose, part of it. We should at minimal make sure that is taken care of, and then have another line that would perhaps be for just general revenues. Because if we do follow through with the policy for the reserve policy, in the future, we are also going to be dictating how we're going to treat the annual operating surplus, because we've identified so far 3 separate areas, of which one of them is to finance the financial stabilization reserve. In case we have a shortfall in a department. So we're trying to do a number of things all at the same time. And it might be best to be conservative, fund a transportation study, potentially have some money come into the 2023 operating. And then at that point, we would have finalized how we're going to deal with reserves in the future.
More money.
Councillor Hall.
Thank you, Mayor Ireland. I still will make this motion. I feel that 600,000 is conservative. We missed probably a month of paid parking with starting late in the fires. The rest of it, I don't want to deal with this in this motion. I feel like 675 is attainable. It felt like administration felt comfortable with that number. And it will affect our bottom line of revenue. It will affect our tax increase.
While we're contemplating, I'd like to move, am I allowed to put a motion on the floor while we have a motion on the floor? Because I realize that we've gone past 4 hours, so
Well,
with our lunch break factored in.
I appreciate that point of order. I am not going to try and put a motion in the middle of this motion, that will come right back to it, because we're over time in any event, and here we are, but thank you. All right, well, I'm going to say that Councillor Hall open debate and closed debate. But that doesn't mean the issue is closed. We can vote on this motion, which is a motion to increase projected revenues by $75,000 and make no other change to 2023 paid parking revenue and expenses. We have all had our opportunity to debate, but here we go. Were you pointing that way, or
No,
Councillor Keller-Hrenty and then Councillor Waxer?
I don't know why we had to close debate on the private law, the parking expense. I think, I don't know why we had to close, like we couldn't have another motion regarding the expense side of the parking.
Absolutely, we could. I said it is not closed.
Sorry.
It's not included in this motion. It doesn't mean that we're closed from discussing it further.
That's exactly what I was going to say.
Okay. All right, I am going to call the question on this motion, which is simply to increase the revenue line from $600,000 to $675,000 for estimated revenue for paid parking for 2023. Everybody understands the question? All those in favor? Opposed? There's one opposed. That is carried. Before we leave the subject, is there another motion? Councillor Wilson.
Before I make my motion, I would just like to request that the municipality screen shares again, that same slide. Well, maybe, no, you know what? It might be, hold on. Is the municipality still screen sharing?
Yes. And will you sort out that technical difficulty? I will deal with the point of order that Councillor Demota raised, which is a motion to continue beyond 4 hours, I believe. I will call that question. All those in favor? Thank you, Councillor Wilson. So that motion is carried. So have you got now the screen share available to you?
Yes, I do. Yeah, my apologies. It was on my end. I would make a motion that council keep $150,000 in bylaw expenses, and within transfer to public transfers to public transportation reserve, keep 250,000, and the remaining go to lower the tax increase for the 2023 year. CAO Given, would you be able to punch those numbers in for us?
Your worship, so I'll just highlight, so the effect, as I understand it, of Councillor Wilson's motion would be to change this box, highlighted in yellow. So the transfer to reserves to 250, where previously was 400. So that change, the addition, so the combination of that change and the previous one, in the previous motion, means that there'd be 275,000 available to reduce the property tax, the net property tax increase in 2020. Councillor Wilson, did I get the intent of that motion right?
Excellent. That's correct. Thank you. Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Wilson. Councillors, debate? Councillor Demoda.
I think we all had similar intents and maybe different numbers. It was pretty close to what I wanted to do. So thank you, Councillor Wilson. And I could support something like that. And just for a little bit of clarity, that's almost 3% of a budget change, right, with 2.75. I was looking for a little bit more of a round number, like 300,000, but I could support this.
Again, I have a question more for administration. And I asked before, but I'm still not entirely sure, although I understand that it could just lead to a deficit. But would there be a difference in approach if the second of the expense lines was apply to lower 2023 tax increase and put a number in there, and then drop the transfer to public transportation reserve to the leftover money, so that we signify that it's the leftover, the remnant, that is available for potential transfer to reserves that we haven't even set up yet, and nail down the allocation to lower the taxes.
Your worship, that certainly is possible. The challenge with the transfer to reserves being an unknown number is that we do have known amounts applied out of this reserve in the capital side. So that's where before I reflected that the minimum administration would suggest would be that 170. So rather than being a completely unknown and variable number, the administration would suggest would be that it needs to be a minimum of 170 in transfer reserves that's known, so we can fund the capital plan that's in front of you as well. So this 250 certainly is above that minimum, provides some certainty to what will be transferred to reserves, and we know that this amount will allow us to fund off the items that are shown in the capital plan source. So that's about the only wrinkle that comes up in leaving the yellow highlighted box as a unknown number. So administration would recommend an unknown number. No number is better, and our suggestion would be that it needs to be at least 170, so we can fund off those capital.
all the numbers would be known to the extent they are now, though, except that we're guessing, as we must, we're making assumptions with respect to the opening number, the 675. So available to transfer to public transportation could be 250, could be 275 if we make 700,000, or it could be less, right? But it's more than 170. So I am looking for greater certainty for the amount available to lower the tax increase is what I'm looking for. So we know what that number is and leave the other ones subject to a bit of fluctuation, but well in excess of the 170 that is the minimum. I get that, but I wonder if there's any utility in just swapping those lines out.
Your worship, I think, and I'll look to Director Malinchuk, but I know that I'm gonna go on a limb and say that her preference would be to have a budget that reflects known numbers rather than variable numbers. And so these numbers can reflect whatever you think they should be. But they need, I think, need to be a known number. Again, they can be minimal. And so you would have, so if, for example, so the motion, I think, was this 250, but again, if, for example, council decided to do this, right? So council says, okay, administration, you can have the certainty of knowing that you'll have at least $170,000 to fund off the capital items. So don't worry about administration, you've got that. You've got that much certainty. You know, the available to lower tax increase, we would make that effect at the budget that you would see in December 6th. As we go through the course of the year, if this number, the 675, doesn't materialize, then we have a different discussion with you at the year end about whether we made the overall organization made its revenue projections or not. If we only got $100,000 in paid parking revenue, we'd have a pretty significant discussion to have with you. And the amount that we do or don't transfer to the reserves at the start of the 2023 calendar year would be the least of our challenges. We'd be having a discussion about how much do we need to take out of our reserves to fund off our operational deficit. Now, again, I don't believe that any of the numbers here apply something that we can't make, and I'm not projecting that we would have any risk of an operational deficit out of anything here. Something pretty significant would have to happen for that to be the case. But that administration does need to have some certainty about when we start the year, how much are we transferring reserves, because we plan on spending some money out of those reserves to do things in the year.
I just want to confirm, Councillor Wilson, if you still got access to the screen share, what is up there now represents your motion?
That's correct. And just to speak to that, you know, if we did just come in with 600,000, well, that final number of 275,000 would end up being 200,000. And I understand Mayor Ireland's kind of concern about the variability there, but I would prefer to have, you know, the proper amount in the reserve fund to fund the commitments already, and then have the variable at the end. But yep, that's what represents what I.
All right, thank you for that, Councillor Waxer.
Wondering if you would entertain a friendly amendment for the transfer of public transportation reserve to 225 and making Councillor Demota happy by giving him the even 3%.
You should have used my name.
Well, I'm more comfortable with having more in the reserve fund, and I would suspect administration maybe as well. Yeah, no, I don't know. I think it's a good good number. I'm not sure we need to defend the amendment.
Thanks, John.
Any further debate with respect to the motion? I am just going to confirm before I call the question that a motion has been recorded other than what just shows on the screen. So I think the motion is to direct a change to the budget.
I can repeat it back, Your Worship. The motion, as I understand it, is that committee decrease the transfer to public transportation reserve to 250,000 for 2023, and that the balance of the forecasted paid parking revenue be directed to reduce the net tax increase in 2023. That's what I understood Councillor Wilson's motion.
I think that's an accurate representation. Any further debate? I will then call the question. All those in favor? There are none opposed. That is carried.
I would like to make the point that Councillor Wilson's change to the classic earbuds have immensely improved the feedback on this end, just to let you know.
All right, we still have to deal with the proposed staffing additions, the positions in the protective and legislative services budget. We need a maximum of 3 motions. Well, I suppose we could have one motion that covers all positions. Oh, Councillor Waxer.
The committee approved the addition of the captain of prevention and training position in 2023 as presented. And leave it at that. Or shall I keep going?
I would suggest you do. We can.
The committee approved the addition of the protective services admin assistant position in 2023 as presented. And the committee approved the addition of the municipal compliance officer position in 2023 as presented.
Thank you, Councillor Waxer. I will treat it as a 3-part motion unless any councillor calls for division of the questions, and then we can separate them out if you wish. But I see no call for that, so I will then call the question. All those in favor? There are none opposed. That is carried. So, Director Nadon, after all of that, I think you are released from the hot seat, and we will welcome Mr. Greathead. We have been going now for a bit, so I will call a brief recess, perhaps 10 minutes, and changes to chairs can be made. People can stretch the legs, and we will return again at 3:55.
2:55.
I'm sorry, 2:55. Thank you. It is 2:57. So again, overstayed our recess by 2 minutes, but I will call us back to order, and Mr. Greathead is here to present the operations and utilities 2023 operating and capital budgets, and subject to any introduction that Mr. Given might want to.
Your Worship, I know Mr. Greathead's been eagerly waiting for the last day and 3/4, so I'm actually just going to try to go straight to him.
Thank you, Mr. Greathead. Go
Good
ahead.
afternoon, Mayor and Council. As you can see in our, is it on screen, the organizational chart? Some of our main asks are increase staffing, and that's, the intent is to increase our capacity of the services that we can provide in-house. A few of the positions, that I'd like to highlight, right now, the heavy equipment operator, we have 2 of those requested for this year. The intent of that position is to, have someone that can operate any of our highway vehicles, as well as provide support throughout the entire, department, helping with their excavations, with their repair work, and with, any of the other, activities that we need, so we can actually field the full complete crew, when we go to do this work. Now, those, positions, the positions that are included in the base proposal are a direct, reduction in contracting out services or savings that we've achieved otherwise. So the 2 heavy equipment operator, positions, we propose that we're reducing our contracted out services. Over the last, several years, we've noticed hundreds of thousands of dollars, in savings with their snow removal, changes. That has, the snow removal, the purchase of the snow blower, and the way our system's working was able to, effectively prove, the savings in-house. And we've realized those savings for a number of years. This will enhance our capacity. We have a request in there for the skilled trade for a plumber. That's something that we've been advocating for a while. Last year, we spent over $90,000 on contract out services, specifically for plumbers, with about 85% of that work being in at the activity center. We are having trouble with our aging buildings, and our aging systems, mainly the boilers, are quite problematic. Often we have trouble hiring local staff due to either contractor availability or training requirements to do the job that we for the pieces that we need. So our intent is to hire that position, make sure that they have all the training they need to be able to service our facilities in any situation. So whether it's requiring a confined space entry, whether it's making sure that they are fluent in the systems that they're working in, whether they're using the hydronic and heating systems and such. The facility maintenance position, right now, that is already being housed, same as the mechanic. Those 2 positions we've had on casual and term basis, and we've been renewing those contracts for those 2 positions for 3 years. They're already in the budget, and there will be 0 impact to the budget going forward for that. We're asking for a reconfiguration of the cemetery responsibility. So as was mentioned previously, it's split between legislative and protective services, and then there's an operations component to that. We know that we are underserving our department with relying on a single administrative staff, and that position has changed drastically over the last couple of years. Just the demands of the position are not what they were, and we do need that additional support, as well as the grounds position. That's another position that we are housing with, already built into the budget, and those are casual and term positions that we keep rolling over. So those positions that are included in the base proposal will have 0 impact on our operating budget going forward, but they will give us capacity. If I can speak specifically to the plumber position, as a indicator, we spent $90,000 last year, and we're getting about the equivalent of a 0.2 FTE by the time they're here for that work. They're not here. We're lucky to get a day a week out of a plumber for that kind of money. So this enhancement will increase our service level and our capacity to perform the work that's required of us. 2 new positions, if we want to mention those, the certified engineering technologist. That would require funding, and that's at council discretion right now. So the certified engineering technologist would enhance our capacity within the operations department. If I can use an example of a recent instance was, we were approached by the proponents of the Petrocan and the Bright Spot restaurant to entertain a left-hand turn lane going into theirs and what it would take to construct it. Just in contracting out that service just for the one drawing that was presented to council ended up costing me is already $2,600. So we see that there's an awful lot of benefit if council were to entertain this position, not only for our normal duties, but also help us respond appropriately when we're asked to consider ideas that we wouldn't have to go out and find a contractor or an engineering firm to help us, weigh the pros and cons and then report back to council on that. As well as we figure that there's a natural fit. The work that would do would also help us with their building and development permit applications, providing the drawings, the AutoCAD work, and also help set minimum engineering standards. So when we have permit approvals that we have to review, such as when a homeowner wants to make a structural change to their property or whatever, that will give us an extra level of capacity to review what's out in front of us. So it just would increase our depth and our professionalism within the department. The asset coordinator too is another position that we've been looking at for some time. The asset management program, and this is something that Mr. Given had spoken to first, was or previously was regarding the asset management program. We've kind of pulled that off of the table right now, as we know that we need to have people in place to be able to perform the work of the asset management program that the asset management program would provide. So this will be, again, gearing us up for future success. Asset management, it's been mentioned a few times, and I think Councillor Demota was recently mentioned about how we would deal with financing fire trucks in the future. Asset management goes into not only your capital purchase and your operating expenses, but also end of life and retirement and replacement values. And so that, that's a concept that I think the municipality should be focusing on a lot more. So that's why that position is in there, and those two positions are at the discretion of council. Check on my speaking notes. As for revenues, you can see that there's some revenues increased in our building maintenance, and those are internal transfers to offset the expenses by all the buildings that we service, as well as the taking in the canal washrooms and those other ones. And another item that's built into the budget on the salary lines is an increase at $47,000. And that's other salaries and benefits. And that's to move our three managers from a 37.5-hour work week to a 40-hour work week. When Councillor Wilson was asking previously about salaried employees, and don't they aren't a salaried employee just a salaried employee? That's correct. They don't get overtime, but they do. They are entitled to time off that they've earned. And when our managers are incurring an extra half an hour a day, every day, managing the staff, they have to be there the 8 hours that their staff are there. So that seems to me to be a natural solution to that problem. And it would increase the time that the managers are entitled to take off at the end of the day. So when they do incur overtime, they bank it and then they're encouraged to take it off. I will say that last year, I believe that between the three managers, over 200 of blue hours between the three of them were lost. We cleared the bank out at the end of the year. I will say that those gentlemen are putting in an awful lot of long hours and not being recognized for it. So this would just make it fair, as well as I mentioned that the job roles at operations have changed significantly. And then there's some room in there to adjust the program coordinator position. And so that's to rewrite the job description to better reflect what's going on in that department. And some of the items that we've taken on are more of the encroachments and easements that are being quite time consuming, and a greater focus on our health and safety within the department. And I think that's pretty much all I need to or would like to touch on really on the operating side of the operations budget, but I'm open for questions. But if I can, I'll dive right in quickly to the capital plan. And I see a lot of these numbers here that carry forward from prior items. Specifically, if I go down to the road section, I can see that there's $690,000 listed as a carryover. Would like to say that we won't be carrying the bulk of that work over. What's actually happened is the paperwork and the invoices haven't caught up with the actual work that's been performed to date. One of the items that we have is $690,000 in the carry forward from roads, where $400,000 of that was attributed to the purchase of the loader. We received the loader today. It's brand new, shiny, still got the bag on the seat. And we'll be getting that out in the road very soon. But on that specific purchase, it ended up costing us $275,000 instead of the $400,000 that we had anticipated. We were lucky enough to tie on with the production when the city of Sarnia, or the city of Toronto, had purchased 300 of these loaders. So we were 301 and got a great deal on it. We didn't compromise on the model, and just serendipitous that the loader that we had spec'd was also being spec'd by the city of Toronto. So there's, I've already got plans to spend that, so that's in the capital. You can ask me about that afterwards. As well as there's a $200,000 item in the roads. That roads work is all been complete for the year. So I wouldn't be alarmed this far at the carryovers. There's an awful lot of variance in there in each of those items, still to be determined. And I guess I think it might be easiest if I just make myself available for any questions to council at this point.
Thank you, Mr. Greathead. I'm going to invite council to begin with a discussion of the positions, as we've done in each of the other cases. So that's the 7, I guess, positions included in the base proposal and the 2 optional positions. Councillor Kelleher.
I have 3 questions on the decision, Mayor Ireland. Mr. Greathead, the 2 heavy equipment operators. So if they were to be hired, are you saying that no snow contractor would be needed going forward? So there'll be no contracted service will be needed in the future?
That's correct. We're all things to work out with the rest of the items. So I've asked for some capital items in there as well. But yeah, that's the intent, is that we would not rely on contracted out drivers for the snow removal.
Thank you, Ms. Greathead. On the mechanics position, we have no full-time mechanic. Is that kind of what I'm hearing, or does that get rolled into another position? So I believe in the past we had a mechanic.
We have a mechanic full-time. Our last mechanic, we had Mr. Anthony, who's with us for about 1.5 years. He resigned. He had to go back to his family farm in Saskatchewan. We hired another mechanic, but in the interim, we had a licensed mechanic that wasn't working as a mechanic's position. We took him in just to help us keep up with the backlog, and he's been steadily employed for the last year and a half. So this is actually a supplemental position in the maintenance. Our vehicle, the age of our fleet, is meriting that extra position, and we've greatly reduced the contracting out. We're not relying on a contracted mechanic unless it's specialty work that needs to be shipped out of town.
And do you complete all your own CVIPs or are they sent out?
No, we complete our own CVIPs, and we're taking in the CVIPs for the fire department, and we're doing all the other departmental work as well.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Baker. And my third question is the plumber position. If we were to hire a skilled trade plumber, and right now you're saying that most of the work's at the activity center, but we say down the road that there's less work in the plumbing department. When it's unionized, would that position kind of be plumber maintenance, that he can do other jobs, or would be strictly just plumbing responsibility?
I think we would build a job description to make sure that it wasn't limited in scope, and that we would be able to make the best use out of that position, and the training and skills that they would have were suitable to be into another department. I could see a natural fit in downtime or slow time in assisting with the utilities department in numerous fashions. But assessing the state of where we are, I can't see that position being out of, I can't see them having many slack days. With a lot of stuff that we haven't done, we've been deferring repairs. I don't see that being an issue.
Thank you, Mr. Bradhead.
Thank you, Councillor Malik.
Thank you, Your Worship, and a great segue from my fellow councillor, Keller MP. We currently don't have a plumber, but we bring a plumber in, which will mean that if we do have our own in-house plumber, we'll need to supply or have a work area for the person, a shop area for the person for storage of tools and equipment and so on. Which brings up the point, would we try to hire someone who has a lot of their own tools, or will we be making an investment in tools? And because we're in 10, 12 different buildings, obviously the plumber's going to need a truck. Is all of those additional expenses, are they considered in the budget?
Your Worship, to Councillor Malik's question, where the position would be housed would be in the facility maintenance department. We do have a fair bit of tooling already. Just as our tooling is pretty sufficient. I don't think that there would be a great investment required in the plumber's tools that we need. We might be fighting over vehicles, we always will be, but you will see that there is in our capital budget some ask for some replacement vehicles. So we haven't assigned a dedicated vehicle, just as we downcycle vehicles with replacement. We try to keep them on the road as long as they can. So some of our older vehicles we're still running, utilizing daily. We don't have high mileage demands on them. Some of our vehicles only go 13 or 14 kilometers in a full work day. So I don't see that as being a roadblock at this point. I see the benefit of having that in-house, being able to pay dividends.
Great, thank you very much. And also, further to the point of keeping the plumber busy, there's a surprising amount of preventive maintenance or ongoing maintenance within a building as it relates to taps, toilets, leaks. So I'm sure that the plumber, in addition to the heavier work that the plumber will be doing, there'll be always something to do. I might just have you keep an eye on the Legislative Services Department, they might have a vehicle coming up for you, which in the next couple of years could go to the plumber.
Thank you, Councillor Melnick. As well as, we see that there's further services. The more skills we have in-house and the more skills, more training, more experience that we gather in-house, the less contractor reliant we are. So we contract out like our sprinkler services. I don't anticipate taking that over in the first year, but I see within 2 or 3 years, we may be able to reduce our contracted out services in numerous ways that we haven't even considered yet.
Councillor Wilson, did you have your hand up? I appreciate that you've indicated that you have to leave here in about 10 minutes time, so I'm happy to get you in here now.
Sure.
If you have
Thank you.
questions.
Yeah, it was just regarding the heavy duty or heavy equipment operators. This slide did leave, I think, or maybe it's just me again, but no, can't see it. Anyway, it was 133,000 as a cost, and am I assuming that that's 266,000? And are we actually paying 266,000 in contracting heavy equipment operators per year?
Your Worship, to Councillor Wilson's question, no, that would be the first year purchase hire for both positions. And we would anticipate being able to hire after the budget's approved in March.
Yeah, but sorry, the question was, is 133 both positions? And I guess it's a little bit more confusing than what are we paying for 2 equipment operators in contracting prices? Yeah, sure, it's starting in March, 133,000. I'm assuming that's two positions. What are the contract, like how much are we paying in contracting for equipment operators, for 2 equipment operators per year?
I'll defer to Ms. Malchuk.
Your Worship, through to Councillor Wilson, we have eliminated the same amount from contracted services to offset the hiring of the positions.
So what's that amount though? Sorry, I can't get behind it. 133 is March. You started in March.
133,000 starting in March. So in the 2024 year, it would be slightly more than that because we would have a full year that bringing them on.
Okay. Well, my request would be to have some accurate numbers there, because it doesn't seem like anybody knows exactly how much we're are the contracted, like how much are we saving by hiring 2 equipment operators is I guess my question.
We are saving exactly the amount that we have anticipated in the salaries. So exactly the amount has been pulled from contracted services. So it nets out to 0 change in the budget going forward.
Your Worship, maybe just to make sure that we're getting exactly, Councillor Wilson, I think the answer to your question is we're saving $133,000 with the addition of these 2 in contracted services with these 2 positions. So that's where the net cost to the municipality is 0, because rather just assume that we will save in contracted services, we said we need to actually delete $133,000 from the expense line under contracted services. You need to remove that. You're going to have less for contracted services in 2023, and you will have more in salaries in 2023, and they're exactly equal. 133 increase in salaries, 133 decrease in contracted expense.
Okay, then to follow up, the position, what's the position cost per year? It's not 133,000 because that starts in March 2023.
Your worship, through to Councillor Wilson, I just have to bring up one document and then I can answer that question.
Do we need to stop because I have questions?
Yeah, I'll just fill the air, waiting, because when, just to speak to Mr. Greathead, suggested that they pay hundreds of thousands in contracting, but there was no accurate number in his suggestions out there. So I just was hoping to have like an accurate number of like what we have been paying in contracted services, and I guess what the position will cost, not in 2023 because it starts in March 2023, but what would it cost for a full year?
Your worship, I add to this, previously, we were beholden to the contractors for snow removal, so we never actually had a fixed cost on what snow removal would cost in a year. We worked hard to make sure that we scheduled the crews out diligently. But now that we've come up with a system, providing our staff, having our own crew, doing more and more work all the time, we're noticing that our contracted out expenses have been dropping significantly. And again, that's in the hundreds of thousands of dollars per year that we've been noticing those changes. So, before snow removal was just an expense that was variable and that we weren't in control of. So this here will give us the control over our budget and the amount of work that we take on.
If I might continue Councillor Wilson's quest for detail, where in the material does this show? I am looking, and maybe it's the wrong place, but on the operations summary by object, where I find contracted services reducing by $95,000 between 22 and 23, but then growing again over the next 2 years. So if there has been sort of a one-for-one reduction of contracted services to offset the new hires, where will I find that in the budget?
Your worship, Director Malinchuk's going through the budget detail to be able to get you specific answer to that. We appreciate that council wants to have the specifics on that. And so I think Director Malinchuk will look for the full year cost for each heavy equipment operator position. I think I heard Councilor Wilson ask for that. We'll also have a look and be able to specify what's in the underlying budget for contracted services in 2022, and that same line in contracted services in 2023. So we can just specify, last year we had this much in contracted services. In 2023, the same line is showing this, and we'll have an explanation of that. It may just take a second to get down to that level of detail across a couple of different spreadsheets. But absolutely, certainly we can answer any other questions the council might have in the meantime while we're gathering that info.
All right, thank you for that. I appreciate, Councillor Wilson, that you are bumping up against a timeline, so we'll see what we can do to have an answer, and I'll come back to you as soon as that answer is available. In the meantime, I think Councillor Demota had a question.
Yes, and it has something to do with this and the positions. Just with it, do we have, I think, an issue with attracting people to the community that would fill these spots? And the reason I'm asking is I would be very curious to do another survey. I'm not sure how much the last one cost. Just to see if there may be more or less support for municipal staff housing. I know that in the survey itself, there was a question in there to see if people in the community supported any initiatives to attain more housing. And, you know, I think the challenges to providing good service in the communities are going to be limited down the road, especially when we are looking to get people in. And this is not just this department, but other departments. We've seen some additions. And I think very shortly, we're going to be challenged to get people that are qualified with those Lego pieces that Director Reed was referring to, and be able to not only attract but retain. So I guess the question is, like, do you think that you can get the people here that you need?
Your worship, to speak to Councillor Moore's question, we've been able to attract quite a few skilled people recently, and we have had more and more expressions of interest over the last several years. It seems that the municipality of Jasper is an attractive employer. That's what we're noticing. We are starting to see applicants with a few more background skills coming in, and we've also seen some people that are willing to make the move from private industry to come to the municipality. So we have a few of those employees recently, which is not something that we've seen in past years. I think we might have difficulty finding the right candidate. It may take a longer hiring process, but I'm sure that we will end up with the proper candidates for all of these positions at the end of it.
Will they be afford to move here? I think that's the question.
Your worship, I believe Director Malinchuk has some information for us on Councillor Wilson's question.
Well, thank you for that. We will certainly entertain the answer. Unfortunately, Councillor Wilson had a commitment to take his children to do volunteer work at a turtle sanctuary. So as the designated driver for that endeavor, he has left, but I have promised to pass on to him the response. So please do go ahead.
Thank you, Your Worship. Okay, so the annual that would work out for the two heavy equipment operators is, I rounded up to 180,000, including salaries, because there's also unpredictable union contract that it's being negotiated for the next year. So I rounded up to 180,000, which is a difference of 47,000 for the two, so including salaries and benefits. And you'll see that in contracted services, in roads, it was reduced by 133,000. And the explanation for the actual change in contracted services for the 2025 year, I believe that your worship brought that up. It does not occur in roads, so I have to dig through every single other contracted services to find the amount where it lies, but it's not in that department. Because in 2025, we're looking at, in just roads for contracted services for like the major summer, winter areas, it's 214 compared to 320 in 2022. So it still goes down in roads. It's still down in roads. It's not, it hasn't come up. It comes up a little bit, but not, right. Yes, so there's also a portion in utilities that has been impacted because of the water and sewer. So you don't see it all directly within roads, but when you go down to the water and sewer, it was impacted in contracted services in the utilities as well. So it's not tax based, but it will impact the utility base.
are you able to point me to a page in the agenda that shows the reduction of the 133,000 on roads, or that's, you can access it, but I can't. Okay. And that is $133,000 reduction in contracted services beginning in March. And that offsets the 180,000 for the two positions, but those are full year numbers estimated.
No, it's in March, 133,000 in both areas for 2023. Sorry, I'm thinking, I can't keep getting confused with the years. Then in 2024, we'll be looking at the difference of $47,000 that would need to happen on full time for the entire year. Then we would have to adjust more contracted services in 2024, not 2023.
All right, thank you. And
You're welcome.
just to complete, on behalf of Councillor Wilson, I take it that this is, the contracted services are reduced just with respect to the heavy equipment operators. So that's the guys that would drive the great big Volvo and lift the snow, but not truck drivers. We might still be required to contract other services for roads. And so we won't see a reduction in all contracted services, but just related to the heavy equipment operators.
Your worship, no, we figured that would be driving trucks as well. Usually most equipment operators have your class 3 license as well. So that was our intent, was to have operators that are multi-skilled, and able to perform a number of functions.
But your worship, it does not mean that there is zero contracted services in the roads department. There will continue to be contracted services like line painting, for example, like crack fill. There are other contracted services. I think the direction that administration is going in here is there's one specific type of contracted services in the roads department that we see an opportunity to in-house and get more effective service because the operators would be able to do a number of different functions. That would mean there'd be one less service that we'd have to contract out for. There would still continue to be other services, and I'll use line painting as one that I'm aware of, that we hire a contractor for. These heavy equipment operators aren't going to be painting lines for us. We're going to continue to contract out that service. So it doesn't reduce the contracted services in roads to zero, but it does reduce the contracted services by $133,000 in 2023.
Right. But even though a heavy equipment operator will have other skills, including driving trucks, they can't do both jobs at the same time. So when we're clearing snow, I assume we need to contract people to drive trucks. Thank you. Councillor Hall.
Thank you, Mayor. And just some fully understanding this starts in March and it equals zero. So next year, 2024, it would start in January. So would we be reducing contracted services for those first 3 months, which might also 180,000 for 2024, he said. So would you save that extra 45,000 in those 3 months potentially?
Administration, for the benefit of everyone watching, is nodding yes. Okay. That's correct. So because administration doesn't foresee being able to hire these positions starting January 1 and immediately putting them in service, we're giving a reasonable projection of when we think we could do that. The full year savings for these positions, the full year reduction that we would see in the 2024 contracted services is $180,000. The full year cost of having these positions would be $180,000. Just, and again, the underlying principle here is when administration says that we can save money by doing things in-house, we're ensuring that we're reducing expenses by an equivalent amount to the salaries. Like we're not saying, oh, let's do this service in-house, but let's leave our contracting expenses high. We're saying, no, we're going to do things in-house. That means we're going to spend less outside. And that needs to actually happen in the budget. And that's what Director Malinchuk and Director Greathead and actually the others as well have done. You know, we demanded material reductions in places where staff were asking for in-house service.
Councillor Waxer.
Am I understanding correctly that the cost for putting in the skilled trade plumber would be $10,000? Because we're, at this point, we are spending 90 and the projected cost is 100,000.
Your worship, through to Councillor Waxer. At this moment, the full amount has not been recognized from pulling out of contracted services for the plumber position. So that one is not fully subsidized. But that could be adjusted as we go along in the next year. But just to be conservative for the year, that's what was implemented into the position offset. So at the moment, I was able to offset by 21,000 in contracted services, and it's all over the area. It's mostly in community development that you see that decrease in servicing the library, the aquatic center, the arena, and whatnot.
Councillor Keller.
Can you explain the grounds position? Because in here we have term and seasonal, and then we have grounds lead. And so would that be one full-time grounds position, or is the number together, or?
Thank you, Councillor Colorado. Yes, that would be another full-time position within the grounds department. Right now, we're finding that we need the extra person for coverage. Quite often, if we're missing somebody, vacation or illness or whatever, in the solid waste department, we're stealing somebody from grounds to fill in that position. And that's, so there's a bit of a lag in there where we're that position is being underfilled, I guess. And we're not up to strength within the grounds department. So that's us before.
But it's year round.
Yes, year round.
Thank you.
Also, if I can just go on a small tangent here, with we took on the Green Alley project. We did that in-house. It took about 2.5 weeks for us to do that. We incurred roughly $20,000 in-house labor and machine expenses to get that work done. We had sought quotes to have that project done. We were quoted at $30,000 for project management and $70,000 for contractors to do the actual work. So we realized some significant savings on the JCOS project as well. And we recognized more than $430,000, I believe, in savings on that project. We contributed about $130,000 in staff labor and equipment time to realize those savings. So the benefit of having staff in-house at our direction and our discretion does really provide value for the dollar for the municipality.
Mr. Greathead, can you help me understand current staffing levels? I think you indicated we have a person who is a mechanic, but I'm not sure whether we have a mechanic position. Or do we have one mechanic position and we're going to add a second one?
Thank you, Worship. That's listed as a fleet technician in there, the mechanics position. And we have a second one that we have had on staff for the last 1.5 years on a casual and term basis. We just needed this, we needed the support. So that's, he's just been in the general pool of our labor staff. So in fact, we had some staffing reductions that we were able to realize, namely we've knocked a position over the last 2 years out of the solid waste and recycling and used that to focus on keeping the trucks on the road. So that was where that position had been paid for the last year and a half. And that's where we're seeing that, our efficiency and our need is more for the mechanic than having a fifth person in the solid waste and recycling department.
All right, so fleet technician on the organizational chart is equivalent to mechanic. And we have a fleet technician and we have a fleet technician term position. So similar to Councillor Melnick's earlier question, we don't need more space for a new mechanic. We don't need another host or more tools or anything like that. We've already got that covered.
That's correct, your worship. That position is pretty much already embedded.
Okay. On a similar topic, because we were talking about the fleet technician term position, so that will convert to a full-time. The organizational chart indicates that we have 6.04 term positions, but I count 10 term positions, although I don't know what a junior term is, but it says term, so there's 10 term positions and 2 seasonal. So how many term positions do we really have? And they seem to accommodate in grounds, and so is this reflective of today or summertime or year round, or what does it reflect?
Those terms, we kind of carry a roster depending on our seasonality of terms. So we have more in the summer than we do in the winter. That's correct in that observation.
But this chart, does it reflect sort of an annual basis? And again, if it does, I can count 10 positions that have the word term included, and yet we indicate we only have 6 terms. So I'm confused with what the numbers ought to be.
I believe they were sitting at the 6 terms in the solid waste recycling or the operations. So that covers grounds, solid waste recycling, roads. I believe that's where we're at currently, is 6 positions. You'll see on the grounds labor that we have 3 year round, and then we have 2 seasonal unionized employees that have the seasonal position. So those ones are unionized. And they just come back every year. So those 2 are recurring year after year. The rest varies depending on need and depending on what availability of hiring terms.
Your worship, I appreciate the challenge there. What we may be seeing, and I don't have this completely at hand, is the length of the term may be adding up to less than 1. So not each position is 1. So you may get a position that is actually a 0.5 and 2.5s add up to 1. And that's why you're getting an unusual number like 6.04, because administration and our HR team was trying to help us calculate, okay, so if you've got a 3-month term, what percentage of a 1.0 is that? And so I think that's what you're seeing is a bit of a reflection that some of these are maybe a 6-month term or 4-month term or a 3-month term, and that's throwing off the number. So in the org chart that you're seeing, where it says a term, grounds labor term times 6, I don't believe that equals 6 at 1.0. It may equal 6 0.5 term positions. And I think that probably accounts for the difference.
Thank you. Additional questions with respect to the positions. Go ahead, Councillor Butler.
Thank you, Your Worship, and it moves to one of the new positions. The certified engineering technologist, is that a position that could transition into potentially land use and planning? Is that skill set possible that could help build that part of the organization?
Thank you, Councilor Melnick. We've discussed this at the SL2 level. And absolutely, we figured that that would be definitely a support, but we don't think that would be the lead for like the development officer, but definitely bring support to and enhance all the other positions.
Thank you.
Councillor Callahan.
Can you kind of update us on the asset coordinator, what are you expecting from that position and how it will help you?
We, at operations, it's been a standing item for 3 years within the organization, to purchase an asset management program. It's something that we haven't felt comfortable or confident in pulling the trigger on at this point, because I think departmentally, there's a difference of opinion on what asset management means. I look at it one way, another department looks at it another way, another department may look at it as a schedule manager or a scheduling assistant. So part of the problem, or I guess not necessarily the problem, but what we really want to get right is when we do decide on an asset management program going forward, that we would have corporate buy-in. It'll be usable throughout the entire organization, that we would be able to get a handle on all of our tangible capital assets. But we need a person to actually run the program. We know that there's a danger in just buying a standalone program and hoping everyone adopts it. This is to make sure that corporately, this would be, the manager that would end up running our asset management program.
To complement what Director Gray had said, this is similar to what we said, I think, in the IT master plan area, and I think in an area in Director Nadon's department. We're following an approach of ensuring that we have the people, and then an appropriate plan before going and doing projects. So previously, council would have seen in the budget capital ask around asset management software, and we sort of re-examined that as a team and said, so if we bought the software tomorrow, how can we guarantee that it'll be well used, well supported, everybody will be trained up on it, and it'll be implemented well? And we said, no, that actually might be tough given our current resources. And so we sort of went back to the drawing board and said, what we need to have is somebody that will lead that initiative to ensure the organization adopts it, implements it, and then it's sustainable. And then let's make a decision and come forward to council with a request around the software and the other stuff to do that, to actually implement the plan. Same in the IT area, we have 0.5 position in place. Since we have the people there, we don't necessarily have a plan to guide our future IT development. And that's where you saw a recommendation in the finance administration area for a IT master plan. So people, plan, and then the projects to follow, rather than starting off the projects in an idealistic sort of manner without knowing that they would be really well supported and carried across the finish line.
Councillor DeMorto.
Glad I gave everybody a break while I gathered my thoughts. I think that regarding, thank you, Your Worship, through you to Mr. Given and Mr. Greathead, possibly with the work that we've already done on GIS mapping in the community, and the software we're looking at in the position, maybe is that going to be integratable? Because that's we've already taken steps in this direction. Now it's just a matter of having somebody to oversee and manage all that information and build on top of that with our other tangible physical assets, right? If I'm all correct.
Councillor DeMoto, that's one thing that we've been assessing, and which has led to our hesitancy at this point too, is making sure that we do have the integration, that we don't lose the data and the information that we've worked hard and paid for to be achieved. Also, there's a distinct link between the GIS work and the asset management work. So it's not something that we can, expect our half-time position to be able to accomplish. One of the, and we've invested in our training, in our staff. All of managers at operations have taken some basic asset management training. Mr. Hutton and Mr. Bazan and the facilities department have taken certification courses, and they're continuing to go through. And they were part of an Alberta, actually it's Canada-wide asset management peer group. I can't recall the exact name of it right now, but they're talking about asset management integrating in a municipal society, a municipal organization, and they're learning quite a bit on how the integration goes. So we're trying to learn from our peers that are into asset management, and everyone's saying the person first, then the program. So that's why we're reshaping our approach to this.
Thank you. And I think for me, I'm supporting looking at these enhancements and moving them forward, because I would like to see what the overall municipal enhancement looks like on top of the initial proposed budget. And I'm not saying like, let's move along, folks, because I don't like. This gentleman's waited patiently for 2 days to sit here, and he deserves the time that we give him, and to voice what's important for his operations and the community itself. So I like what I see in front of me, and I'm ready to move forward if the rest of council is.
We certainly can. I appreciate that line of question from Councillor Demota. And I appreciate as well that you won't have detailed the costing of the optional enhancements. But is there a ballpark estimate of what the two positions might cost?
I'll defer to Ms. Malasha on that, but yes.
Your worship, in the CXC from the councils, but in the slide, so we have the engineering technologist at 117,000 in 2023. That would be a January start date. And the asset coordinator similarly, January start date at a full year cost of 63,000. So those are the costs associated with those two positions. Certified engineering technologist, 117,000, and the asset coordinator, 63,000.
Thank you for that. If question, I'm sorry, Councillor Calhoun.
So we're saying for the certified engineer technologist, to start that position, would that position have to be full-time, could it be part-time, could it be term?
I wouldn't expect to be able to find somebody that would be part-time. Usually it's pretty demanding trade. I don't think that it's a highly sought after position as well. I don't think that we would be able to get somebody on a part-time basis.
Do you think we have enough work for this person within the department?
There's so much work I could put in that person. Again, as we go through all these capital projects, there's the training, the oversight, and there's somebody that's well versed to get that CDT designation. You're well versed in many different projects, methodologies of projects. I think, you know, it would even intangibly pay for itself in no time at all. Just even reviewing some of our capital plans, seeing some of our proposals from our proponents, you know, asking why, you know, you're using this methodology instead of that methodology. I think there's so many intangible benefits that position would bring and enhance the organization's strength. You know, that's one position I see providing inestimable value.
Mike, I encourage us to leave the positions for a bit and ask questions about the operating budget and then the capital budget.
That's a good idea.
Your worship, I wonder, just thinking about where we are in the day and people's energy levels. I wonder if it might be worthwhile to deal with any motions arising on the operating side of Director Gravehead's area. I'm just thinking about the segments that we have, and if something was going to get put over to another day, it might make sense to dealt with one section, and then you wouldn't have to remember all the questions that you'd asked about the operating side in some other day. We do still have the capital of Director Gravehead's area and the utilities section to go through. I'm really hoping that we get through all of it, but I also appreciate that it's been a long couple of days, and so I'm just sort of looking forward to maybe the more that we can complete, the less we would have on another day, and the less we have to tax your memory to come back and think about the questions that you asked today related to operations or the operating side of the operations department.
Appreciate that. If there's a willingness on council, before we go on to consider details of the operational budget, we could deal with the proposed additions that are in the base proposal and the optional enhancements. Get that part completed and then carry on. At least then we would have something included here. Councillor Melnick.
Your worship, we do have in front of us 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 positions, 7 positions, 6 motions. I'd be prepared to make the motions, but I think we should probably break them up and not try to do an omnibus motion. That way, if there is discussion, we're going to be discussing specific positions. And with that, seems to be some nodding of heads. I'll start with that committee approve the addition of 2 heavy equipment operator positions as presented.
Thank you, Councillor Melnick. Do you want to speak to your motion first?
Just very briefly, I'm happy to see that these positions that we're going to be talking about in general, but specifically these positions are going to help to reduce contracted labor, give us a little more flexibility within the organization. And it's just very good to see that thought process in a department that, you know, has to be very light on their feet and deal with things that change from day to day. So I think these changes are going to be appropriate and helpful as we move forward through this winter and into the springtime.
Thank you, Councillor Melnick. I support the motion for those reasons and also because it is cost neutral. I'm satisfied with the responses that the reduction in contracted services offsets the additional salaries and benefits. So another good reason to move forward. Any other debate on the motion? I was looking for Councillor Wilson, but he's dealing with turtles. So I will call the question. All those in favor? There are none opposed. That is carried. Councillor Keller-Hampton.
The committee approved the addition of the skilled trade plumber position as presented. Mr. Greathead has convinced me that the description of the job, that it will be suitable, that if this position is needed in the departments and other skills, it can be used for that. Also, we have many buildings, the aquatic center, the activity center, this building, the ops building, and as you said, not always you get a plumber when you need them. So I think to have somebody on staff, you know, we're a big organization, many buildings that are old, need help, and I think it would be really beneficial to us to have that skill.
Thank you. Any debate? I will call the question. All those in favor? Again, there are none opposed. That is carried. Councillor Waxer.
That committee approved the addition of the facility maintenance position as presented.
Thank you for that. Just to speak to the motion first.
I think very similar to Councillor Kelleher, and we have many buildings and lots of requirement to keep them maintained well. Thank you.
Any further debate? Councillor,
That's right.
I will call the question in. All those in favor? There are none opposed. That is carried. Councillor Demota.
I understand. I'll just, that committee approved the addition of the admin assistant / cemetery position as presented.
Thank you. Any debate on that?
Although I'm not fully supportive of it, I understand the necessity behind it. And therefore, I think it's a smart move by the organization to centralize this and keep it all in the area it needs to be.
Thank you. And I will vote in favor, and I am fully supportive, in part because of the benefit that it achieves for legislative services, which is critical. There is no other debate. I will call the question. All those in favor? There are none opposed. That is carried. Councillor Melnick.
I would like to make the motion that committee approve the addition of the mechanic position as presented. I think that's a smart move as we begin to acquire additional vehicles. Maintaining them from day one is important, and also maintaining a fleet of older vehicles that are low mileage is actually very prudent as well. The longer we can keep a good-looking vehicle on the road, the less it'll cost us from a capital point of view. So I fully support that position.
Thank you, Councillor Melnick. Councillor Kelleher.
I also support this position. Also, the cost of CPIPs is so expensive, and the fact that we can have them done in-house is a huge cost savings. So that position alone is saving us money.
I wonder whether I might get you to confirm on the record the acronym that you're using. You and Mr. Greathead bandied it about earlier, but I'm assuming that there might be members of the public who don't know the code in which you're speaking.
It's certified vehicle inspection program. So
There you
every
go.
year, and in some cases twice a year, these vehicles have to be inspected.
Thank you for that. Any other debate? I will call the question. All those in favor? There are none opposed. That is carried. There is one position left that hasn't been addressed. Well, plus the optional ones.
Yeah.
Councillor Hall.
I move that committee approve the addition of the grounds position as presented.
Thank you. Any debate? I will call the question. All those in favor? There are none opposed. That is carried. We could have had an omnibus motion.
I wanted to omnibus, but I didn't want to steal Councillor Melnick's thunder. He was on a good track.
It is always great to have additional commentary, especially when we want to make sure that the public reviewing understand the benefits of a vehicle inspection person. And without that, I think, without an individual discussion,
No, you're
the
right.
public may not appreciate exactly what we're trying to do here. And I think that point was the best one of all of them.
Just wait. There's more.
There are,
There.
if anyone wants to address the request for optional enhancements.
Well,
Councillor Demoto?
Well, because I already spoke in favor of this position, I'll move forward with the second one of the two that committee approved the addition of the asset coordinator position as proposed.
Any debate on that? If my understanding of the motion then, if it succeeds, is that we will see a revised budget including these positions, correct? For ultimate approval. And on that basis, I am inclined to vote in favor now, although it's possible that, well, anything is possible. I'll leave it alone. Any other debate on the motion for the addition to proposed budget of the asset coordinator? I'll call the question. All those in favor? There are none opposed. That is carried. Councillor Flaxer.
On the strength of Director Greatwood's enthusiasm and projection that this position may well in fact more than pay for itself, I will make the motion that the committee approve the addition of the certified engineering technologist position as proposed.
Any debate on that motion? I will call the question. All those in favor? There are none opposed. That is carried. All right. That takes us, if we choose to continue, to any detailed questions with respect to the operating budget, which will leave still then outstanding the capital budget. Although we could, I suppose, deal with the capital budget first and potentially conclude that, leaving just operations. It might be quicker, I'm not sure. But it's an extensive capital budget as well, given the part. So is there a desire by council to proceed in one way or the other? There is a desire to proceed in one way or the other, but I wonder which way that is.
I can stay. I don't know.
Yeah.
Okay,
I'd like to see it finished. Can't speak for.
Orders and something.
We have to dig.
all right. Council has expressed a desire to continue the discussion, so I invite council to pose questions to Mr. Greathead regarding the operation budget.
Oh.
Councillor Melnick.
Thank you, your worship, and I do have a question as it relates to an expense item. Under the asset management under the municipal building maintenance line. Year to year, that line is going up 23%. And I do see an increase in revenue also of $137,000. So the net, the pure cost is going up, but there's also an increase in revenue. And I guess the two-part question is the increase in revenue transfers from reserves. And the second thing, the increase in expenses, that primarily utility related costs such as heating, power, that type of thing. And I guess we'll start maybe with the revenue question, if that's transfer of reserves.
Your worship, through to Councillor Melnick, that is actually a reallocation of staffing costs internally. So that is, so to job cost it correctly, if the fitness and aquatic center receives work, then there's an allocation of a portion back to the department to support it. It's not fully cost recovered any longer. It used to be, but not fully recovered any longer, but it still goes up to show that there's some support in that increasing dollar value to have that support. And the expense wise, it's going up because of the I believe the tradesman, plumber especially, and then also there's a general assistance from the admin position in that area as well.
Thank you.
Councillor Keller-Hemby and then Councillor Waxer.
Within the operation budget, we have the housing bills and maintenance, we have revenue, which I think is the rent coming in, has gone up by about 2090. But down on the maintenance, we have an extra cost this year of 20,000. Can you explain that?
Your worship, through Councillor Keller-Hemby. Yes, I may be able to. So it's actually in housing, the increase of expenses is about 10,000 in contributions to reserves, as well as 10%, 10,000 in contracted services as well. The properties need maintenance. They're becoming older, and we're seeing an increase in need there.
Councillor Waxer.
I believe that the new admin assistant slash cemetery was embedded in this budget, and yet I see the expenses in the cemetery crematorium is going down. I just wondered if that new position is included there, or if it could be in the future, so we had a clear sense of how much the cemetery actually costs.
Your worship, through to Councillor Waxer, I was just thinking the same thing, that I didn't really love how it was put into the budget, and I was looking at how to change one program's name to incorporate it. But I think that you're right, a portion should go back into that cemetery area, and then another portion to be the additional support to operations in general. So I might have to relabel one area to be more of a general and buildings maintenance or whatnot. It was built into the building maintenance, the overall building maintenance at the moment, but I do think a portion should be allocated back out to cemetery. What happened there, the decrease there was to offset the actual bring in of the position that was put into the other area under the building maintenance. But I do agree fully, it's not the right place for it.
Thank you.
Councillor DeMoy?
Thank you. I think my line of questioning is similar. I was of the understanding that some custodial maintenance salary or wages would be moved to here for the maintenance of the public washrooms. Okay. And I'm sorry if that was already explained. Oh, okay, so I was looking at the increases there, and even though that, you know, it wasn't really a service change, it's a departmental change. And I also in the budget, in the capital budget, I didn't see the public washroom in there, so I was just wondering if that was something to be considered.
Your worship, through to Councillor Demota, yes, they have been moved over. So the washrooms, there was a portion before in operations, and then there was a portion in the community development, and we've seen it fitting to move it all over into one area, even though the janitorial might be supported by community development. We moved everything over as expenses within the operating department to make it cohesive and show the true cost of having the washrooms. So yes, that was moved over, as well as grounds was moved over. Any of the expenses, any of the revenues were still kept in. It was brought over to the activity center actually because they're the booking agent for any grounds for the sports fields, whatnot. So that revenue was kept within community development, but the expenses went over to operations. I didn't quite catch the question about capital.
Well, I'll wait till we get there. I just
Okay.
didn't see the public washrooms in the capital thing, so I don't know if we have any expenditures, but I'm gonna offer something there when we get there, but I wasn't sure with the ongoing maintenance if there was other things to be considered there. So if the labor or personnel portions included in there now, human resource, sorry, then I'm good. I don't need an exact amount. I was just making sure that was understood.
Yes.
I have a question. I'm going to perhaps assume that Mr. Melchuk might be the one that can answer this more than Mr. Greathead, but what I note not evident in the operations is revenue or expense with respect to our own housing units. And it didn't come up in any of the other department reports either that I can recall. And so just the revenue that we get from rental housing and the cost of maintaining those properties. Where in the budget would I have found that?
Your worship, it's actually called housing building maintenance. And
Okay.
there's a line item under revenue, and there's line item
Okay.
under expenses.
All right, so it's building maintenance, but that's our rental housing.
Right.
Okay, understood. Thank you.
It offsets the cost of operating those areas.
And so that increase in revenue is very slight. So are rents locked into those properties? Like there's not an inflationary increase or anything of that nature?
They are slight. There was some incremental changes to that. There could be more. There's also whether or not they're full all the time. At the moment, we don't have two of our spaces full. Hopefully they do fill up. But Yes, so just a small amount to be cautious and not over, extend ourselves in what we think we can bring in.
And one additional question, and maybe this is there because it anticipates where we're going and not where we are, but under both revenue and expense, we have a line item for asset management, capital planning, but we spend nothing and receive nothing. So explain that line for me.
I was hoping that that question would come up. This was where we were initially talking about the asset coordinator, and building that position into a program itself. Initially it was put in, and then we felt that it was more of a decision of council to look at that area and decide if it was time. I did bump it along into 2024 and 2025. And therefore, when after the question of contracted services going up in other years, that's where the increase was in that department, that program that we would be offering. That's where that area showed its part and parcel. It's not all of the contracted services, but in 2024 it worked out to be 20,000. In 2025 it worked out to be 30,000 of the, I think it was $66,000 change in 1 year to the next from 24 to 25. So just wanted to mention that because it was brought up. Why did contracted services go up when we're talking about bringing it down? It was in that area. Some of it anyway.
And also given a motion that was passed recently to have a look at a budget that includes the asset coordinator, would I anticipate that when we next see a budget, there will be some, at least something in the expense line, not necessarily in the revenue line?
Yes.
Thank you. Any other questions? Any other questions with respect to the operations budget? Councillor Demota?
Well, I just do want to apologize that I see that the log cabin cottage medical clinic in the library and cannot washrooms there. It's just a little cut off, but I wasn't on that page when I was looking at the summary. And so the information was there and it's clear. Thank you.
It occurs to me also, although council has indicated a willingness to continue, we have a capital budget, but we haven't even begun on utilities yet. So just keep that in mind. However, we could tackle the capital budget now if questions are exhausted with respect to the operating budget. Councillor Kelleher.
Mr. Greathead, under first section, we have the service then. Is that new? It's obviously being covered by MSI money. What is that, a replacement or is that a new vehicle?
That would be a new vehicle, and I expect that we would downcycle that and keep the existing one on the road as long as we can.
Go ahead, Councillor Kelleher.
The boom lift, I think that's been in a few budgets. If that was not approved, would that MSI money be able to be put towards other vehicles?
Your worship, through Councillor Keller-Ampe. Yes, we could allocate it somewhere else, or use it in future years as well.
Mr. Greenhead, how much actual use do you think we'd use for that vehicle?
I believe that that vehicle would pay for itself in a short order of time. Every time we go to change the banners for the banner program, we incur a cost of $6,000. We had a leaking roof at the activity center this last few weeks. We had a pipe separate. Again, that's when we're reliant on contractor availability. Our service is delayed quite a bit. So we rent that piece of equipment out. I don't have an invoice in front of me, but I believe the equipment and piece of equipment and operators for up to $250 an hour. We would have, I would say, almost daily use for it. There's a lot of work that we defer and never actually get around to because we do not have the availability of having that boom all the time. So it's that's juggling with contractor availability when we can get a hold of a boom left to do some of our work. So we see that as one of the more important pieces of equipment if we were to purchase it.
Thank you.
Councillor Melvin.
Thank you, Your Worship, and through you to Mr. Greathead. You had mentioned in the carryover of the $690,000 in roads that there would be some savings in there from the purchase of a for better lack of a better word, I'm going to say a grader, but it wasn't a grader. It was
It was our front on loader.
right. Is it possible that some of that money that was in capital, will that then will it stay in capital? Or can it be reallocated into operating at the end of the year as part of a surplus?
Your Worship, through to Councilor Melnick, that one was actually going to be funded through grant money. So it would just then be reported as less than what we anticipated. And then that money would stay in the pot of grant money that's available. It's like reserves, the same thing. The money would stay in the bank account if we didn't spend it, and then it could be used in future years for other projects. It's not generally used against them. It's set already for future projects.
I guess if we know that that money is going to stay in the reserves, is it possible to reduce the transfer to reserves and just making that less of an expense in this due to this particular $120,000 savings? I give or take, I think I heard 120,000.
Sorry, and I just want to clarify, I'm not sure, Director Malinchuk, I think you said that it was funded through a grant, so we just wouldn't expend as much of the grant. So it's not a reserve per se. We would continue to have that grant money available to expand in future years, but it is not the same as a transfer to reserves. And we do have more capital demands than we have money. So there won't be a difficult time in expending any grants that were allocated in future years. And so I think the answer to your question is no, it wouldn't give us the opportunity to reduce our transfers to reserves.
Seeing as no other councillors, I'll just continue with another question that I had. I'm sorry, for the sake of time. But we do have some vehicles here that are highlighted over the next year, 2 years, but just specifically looking at next year. Are we moving forward with any highly efficient or energy efficient electric vehicle / new technology? Are we looking at that as part of our purchasing? I do realize that we recently acquired a truck this past year, but we got it at an amazing lower price. And I think it was just a conventional truck. It wasn't an energy efficient vehicle. It made sense, I think, in that instance to get that 3/4 ton or 1 ton truck.
Your worship, to Council, my last question, right here, this year's budget, we don't have anything really as an EV other than we have a request for $50,000 to replace the mighty truck that we had. A little cabover one. It's past its life. I would like to report though that we just Mr. Khan, our energy manager, and we had for the last year and a bit, we've been working with ANTWO. We're working on a feasibility plan for fleet of electrification. We just signed the agreement and we just got it approved yesterday on ATCO's end. So we're going to be having a feasibility study done this year. Partnership with MCAC, they're paying 50/50 on the feasibility study, and they're going to be assessing the viability and feasibility of the electrification of our fleet, so that next year we'll be able to incorporate that into our budget going forward. But this year, other than the replacement of the mighty truck, no.
Thank you for that. I think the mighty truck was the first electric vehicle that we received. And I think that was done during Rico's and my first term. So I have an affinity for that vehicle.
I think we'll be listing it on GovDale's real cheap if you want.
Councillor DeMar.
Well, I thank you for that, and I remember our MLA of the day had to go through, jump through some hoops and create some work to actually get that street legal. So, yeah, it's got a lot of history to it, and it made the way. It's a bit of a trailblazer. Thank you for the time, Your Worship. The only thing that I wanted to potentially maybe add for conversation here is the opportunity for a generator at the Canal Washroom site. And reason being, because of our last incident with our town-wide power outage, we found visitors that were stranded without the ability to go to the washroom in the community because a lot of the stores were closed, restaurants were closed, every gas station was closed. So I understand there's the ability to go in the woods, but you know, at the same time, I'm not sure if the capability is there to find some sort of external generation to keep the power going. There's with our auto flush and everything like that, unless we're thinking about switching to manual, which I don't believe so. Is that something that has been considered or talked about, or can we consider that, Your Worship, through you to Mr. Greathead and Mr.
Your Worship, I'll let Director Greathead consider, but certainly that's something that was an identified challenge and an unexpected challenge that arose out of the power outage situation, that we ended up having to close the Connaught washrooms because their facilities didn't have power. And so I think administration is aware of that. We did not have time to include something here. I think we would like to be able to consider exactly what the appropriate solution might be, because it could be returning to manual operation of those facilities might be the most cost effective, or battery backup with solar might be more cost effective, and so we haven't done that work to this stage. It is one of those identified sort of challenges that came out of this fall. But yes, it is correct that we don't have anything in this budget for it. And we don't at this time have a recommendation on what would be the most appropriate solution. And so therefore we can't give you a suggestion on what would be the most appropriate cost to recognize. That would be the type of item that if we came through mid-year to request an adjustment to the budget, we would be compelled to find a funding source. And because it's capital in nature, if there were excess grant funds available in any other sort of line, it might be appropriate to redirect to that. So definitely an issue. We're not quite ready with any potential solutions yet.
Okay, I was only inspired because of how Councillor Keller and MP brought up the audio system in the activity center. So I think that I will approach this maybe in the new year after we've done through this whole budget thing, because I worked on getting the current washrooms here on the committee and we had money from, ID and from Parks Canada that contributed to that. So maybe we go to our partners and see if there's some external money they get. And I think maybe there could be some tourism dollars attached to it somewhere, but, to keep it short here, I didn't see anything in the washrooms here, and I thought that might be a good idea to have in our next budget cycle. Thank you.
About a tie, but I will go with Councillor Hall.
Thank you, Mayor Ireland. I just have a question, curiosity about the sport field upgrade, which sport field and what is the upgrade?
Just give me a moment, please. Your worship to Councillor Hall, it's a proposal of the replacement of the chain link fencing that has curled up over the years. Revamping some of the seating areas that have been kind of proven to be insufficient. They're worn out as well. And then there's also a need to investigate the fence dividing the two fields between so the foul balls aren't hitting each other. So that's what that budget line is in there for.
Councillor Keller.
Under the housing, we have the transfer housing, community housing across the GC site development and construction. Do you see that going ahead in 2023?
Your worship, I'll speak to that one. So this item is certainly forward-looking. It is certainly large. So I was kind of waiting to see if this was going to make it to the top of anybody's list. It's $10 million in the budget over 2 years. So the concept here is to first leverage the relationships that we created with modular housing manufacturers and JCHC's application to the RHI program last term. We pre-qualified some firms that we could approach to provide detailed construction design that maximize the number of units on the GC lot. This is dependent, though, on a couple of different things. First, on creating a structure in JCHC that would allow private investment. That $10 million that you see there is intended to be split 50% debt and 50% from external sources. And so while the overall project would be $10 million, the expectation is that at least 50% of that funding would be to come from other sources, otherwise the project would go ahead. And so the intention would be to begin site development work in 2023. And so the things that would need to happen for this to be completed on that timeline would be the securing external funding, which would likely require some restructuring of the JCHC to enable that, and then to work with other potential partners to accept their funding. Detailed design of the site, and then the sort of hard landscaping construction of the site. And concurrently, somewhere in that process, we would be able to work with our modular design companies, secure design, place an order, and have those on the way. That is a lot. As administration, we're aware of the top priority that housing is for the community and for council. We wanted to reflect in the budget something that would give us an opportunity to move on a new community housing bill as soon as possible. I think it is a reasonable question to ask, can you do all that knowing where we are today? And I think it will be tolerable. And if there's no money available in 2023, then any part of that where we're waiting, where we need to either fund design, fund site work, site preparation, then we wouldn't have that money available. So, as I said, I was waiting so we have a look at this $10 million item. And so administration certainly didn't want, I have directly responded to at least one potential community partner who said, we know that housing is the biggest issue in Jasper. Why aren't you doing something about it? And a part of the reason of why the municipality wasn't in a position in 2022 to do anything about it, per se, although there was lots going on, as JCHC members will know, is money. And so if council wants to have some money available in order to do something in 2023, administration is recommending that we should reflect something in the budget. This could be more back-end loaded. If council thought that that was more appropriate, administration wanted to make sure it was split across years so we didn't see a single big hit in any one year. But it is aspirational, let's say, with the intention of ensuring that there is support in our capital planning and in our capital budget for advancing housing, should all of those other things line up in time to go into it.
Thank you, Mr. Gibbon.
Councillor DeBoer?
Well, I'm glad that we had that discussion out there. When I look at the 5-year capital plan and addressing, I think some of the things that are on the table today, we've got almost 2 handfuls of items that are unfunded for 2023 that show up here, and probably around the ballpark of 2.5 million. The 2 big ones being the Lions Park refurbishment plan and the Robson Park refurbishment plan. And I guess today is where do you think we're going to get the money for that?
So, Your Worship, those numbers that are in there are still subject to the process that council kicked off. We are out for community engagement in that. We have asked our design consultants for high-level estimates of what they're, and remember, these aren't detailed designs, they're design concepts, but we asked them to give us a budget placeholder number on what the design concepts would be, and that's what these are. Administration with the budget that we're presenting you here acknowledges that we are not currently identifying funds to do that. We would not start action on them in 2023 if they were not funded to some extent. And we know that council hasn't seen those plans and hasn't had a chance to think about phasing or what approach you might like to take. With any of these unfunded items, they would simply be forwarded to the next couple of years. We may do some additional work to think about phasing of all, that 2 handfuls, Councilor DeMotti said. We wouldn't just keep moving to the next year. But it does identify the demands that are on the municipality that we need to plan for. And there is, I think, a benefit to recognizing unfunded items in our capital plans that demonstrates to our community and to other orders of government that we have demands and needs that are not being met. So for the items that are unfunded that were shown in 2023, they will not happen unless council puts dollars towards them. If they do not happen, they will continue to show in our capital budget in 2024 and beyond.
Go ahead.
Thank you. I appreciate that. And although kind of small in consideration compared to everything else that operations has to deal with, the $50,000 for holiday lights kind of just had a little flag there. And is that for like a holiday tree, or is this something that we're a uniform kind of theme for the whole municipality? Because that's quite a bit of money for lights. And does that include installation maybe too?
That's also why it's unfunded.
Yeah. Your worship, to Councilor D'Amato, that would be for the street lights, the snowflakes that we have. They're kind of looking like brown turtles these days. And the cost of those lights is much higher than you expect. $50,000 wouldn't even do the light post on the knot. So this would be a multi-year. Administration has reached out to similar partner organizations, Jasper Tours, et cetera. See if anyone wants to partner with us on the hosting. We're trying to keep it alive, but it's there as a placeholder.
Yeah, and I think this is another sort of acknowledgement of the type of community that Jasper is. Another community of our size somewhere else may not need to invest as much in this type of pageantry or lighting for their community, or they may. You know, I mean, holiday lights I think are just more than we expect. But administration acknowledges that decoration pageantry around the community is important for a tourism-based community. And again, whether council doesn't dedicate anything to this, administration will continue to see if we could drum up some money somewhere, but we don't expect to start this project. But again, reflecting in our budget does give us the opportunity when some other order of government says, well, what costs do you face as a tourism-based community that other communities don't? It can be helpful for us to be able to pull out a capital plan and total up the items and say, well, as a matter of fact, these are things that no other community has to, you know, of our size has to face, where we have all these other things. It kind of serves a purpose for us in planning as administration, and setting a target that we can try to identify funding sources for. It also serves, I think, an advocacy purpose for council to have that in the back pocket to be able to find out other orders of government.
Yes, and Bev has Christmas trees that go up on their corner traffic lights, so we need to catch up a little bit.
Councillor Hall.
Thank you, Mayor Ireland. I should have replied back to the Sportfield comment or the question I had. Would that include covered dugouts?
Your worship, the Councillor Hall's question for $100,000, I don't believe so.
Okay, back to the parks. I was under the impression or thought there might be some grant money that came through this year for upgrades of was that commemoration park? I might be confused.
Yeah, Councillor Hall, the municipality did receive some grant funds for improvements to Centennial Park and Commemoration Park. So that was specific to that. Director Reed and his team are handling that. But they really were a COVID response and to improve and create new opportunities for community gathering as a response to coming over COVID isolation that was there. So that is not Rob's lines.
I was going to ask a question before I forget, if you don't mind, and then I'll come back to you. Mr. Greathead, under roads, there is an unfunded trackless utility tractor for 2024, $225,000. Under grounds, there is a trackless utility tractor from reserves for $35,000, and then another trackless machine, maybe a tractor, maybe not, for $150,000. What are these trackless vehicles? Do we need all three of them? It's confusing what we're going to do with any of them, but why all three of them? And why at such different amounts?
Thank you, Your Worship. We currently we're renting one trackless machine. You may have seen it. It's an older orange articulated sidewalk cleaning machine. It actually has a broom that's 42 inches wide on the front, and it's predominantly meant for snow clearing on the sidewalks. We trialed it last year as a demo. Just to have proof of concept because we haven't driven it around. Operators loved it. They found that it was much more capable, more robust than what we've been using before. So ideally, one day I would like to replace the little tractors that we're using. Unfortunately, some of the tractors, their front power brooms are very flimsy. They do not stand up. They're not a robust piece of equipment. So the $35,000 is to buy the one that we demoed. We've kept it here on site for the last year, as opposed to shipping it back in. And we're on a rental agreement as we're demoing it, and it's for us, it's proving its worth. mind you, trackless is, it's an articulated, it's a smaller piece of equipment, but it's multi-purpose. There's many different, attachments that we can use and put on that. I believe they have about 30 different attachments. Some of the attachments we see in the future being able to use that would be able to be put to use would be snow removal predominantly, but asphalt milling and grinding for our road repairs, cement milling and grinding for some of our trip and fall hazards. They also have a few other things. So we've put it in both roads and grounds in next year's budget. Just to, we do want a second one. At the end of the day, we could even use a third at the end. It's proven to be that valuable, and to get away from those smaller, lighter duty lawn tractors that we use for sidewalk maintenance right now.
And when it's identified as trackless, does that just mean that there are wheels?
It's it's actually the brand name of the vehicle. But the way they're articulated, it's if you have a straight body vehicle, you know how your front axle doesn't steer the same way as your back axle does. With the articulated one, it stays in the same track. So they're kind of commonly referred to as a trackless type vehicle. It's a small articulated piece of heavy equipment.
Thank you for that. I have two other observations, but I'll go to Councillor Callahan first. This is not budget related really, but it is because this is a public document. There's a line item for Crimson parking lot paving. And I might prefer that it say public parking lot paving across from the Crimson to leave no doubt. And we have a couple of things for alley improvements. I think we have a bylaw that is a lane paving bylaw. Just some consistency between lanes and alleys. If we're going to switch to alleys, I suppose that's fine, but I think traditionally we've called them lanes. Councillor Callahan.
So here we have just the stage heater and retractable walls, and I know that has come up in the past for 225,000. By doing this work right now, do people see an economic impact with things within there? Or could that be put off to 2024? Is there a chance of finding some grant funding for that? Or the grant funding that I just heard you talk about, Director Reed may have received with the full.
Director Malinchuk and I are both looking at each other because I think either one of us will answer about the same. So that project is proposed to be grant funded and is dependent on receiving a grant. And so I was just looking to see where it is in the lines, but some time ago, Councillor DeBoer raised the Tourism Recovery Fund grant program. So that's actually what we applied for under that, along with the streetscape study. So see the streetscape study, and I'm just not.
There's more.
Yeah. So Director Malinchuk.
Well, that's what the TRF is.
I might be able to comment further on that. You can see above, there's a streetscape study, TRFNRR. And then I made a slight mistake and forgot to go down to the stage and apply it there as well. So it is also applied for, and we just got our applications in. So we're waiting to hear back on that, but it would be a municipal contribution, a slight amount, and then the TRF grant. So we're hopeful for that.
That's cool.
And those projects are dependent on receiving the grant. And so if we don't receive the grant, it wouldn't go ahead. And we did have to make the case that they would lead to increased activity and tourism activity, I think in the grant application. So the answer to your other part of the question is yes, they will, because that's what we told them.
Well, that money would have been captured anyway, so
Councillor Lasser.
I just wondered if you could speak to the columbarium and the cemetery improvements, since we've had so much public engagement in that area.
Your worship, to Councillor Roxer's question, we did look at a columbarium due to size, we're out of space and we need to have an alternative for some space. We maybe even we may run out even this year. I mean, we're that limited. We did look at different options for columbariums, and then so this would be some sort of our plan is that we'd be able to purchase and provide a columbarium, but also some sort of small plaza, you know, within the cemetery grounds that would be appropriate for the site. So that's what that capital expense is.
Thank you for that.
I believe that our minimum plan is at least 64 inches in the columbarium.
Any further questions with respect to the 5-year capital plan? Councillor Kelleher.
Mr. Greathead, on the snow cat and the snow blower, is that an additional 2 pieces of equipment?
Your worship, to Councillor Kelleher, MP, the snowcat would be a new purchase of equipment. Last year, the town incurred more than $90,000 in contracted services cost just to push the snow up at the snow dump. It was very, very expensive. You know, so we figured that machine would pay for itself in very, very short order. As well as the snow blower is another large snow blower. We're finding that so far, I believe we've put in over $38,000 of repair on the original snow blower. One of them was an $8,000 hit when we took a rock and it had the auger on there. Sometimes you can't tell the difference between a rock and a boulder of snow when you're going through there. Also the grit that we use, we put through such a volume of snow that the chutes last year had to be replaced, and the barrel where the main impeller is, just the grit and that force had worn the metal out. So our snow removal plan is contingent on that snow blower. We don't have a backup. So that's where we are. If we had a failure of the snow blower last year, even the chutes, which were a common item to be replaced, we were still waiting for weeks and weeks on that. So this will be able to extend if we were to get the second snow blower. It'll give us an extended life on both items as they be cycled in and out. And then we would be able to maintain our service.
Thank you, Mr. Greathead.
Anything further with respect to the 5-year capital plan? Go ahead, Councillor Kelleher.
project on the stage that still goes ahead this year, we get funding.
Yes, that's correct. If we receive funding, then we will begin the project and we'll see when we get an announcement of funding, whether that's possible or not.
Councillor DeBoer?
I move that committee approve the operations capital budget as presented.
Thank you for that motion. Any debate? I will call the question in. All those in favor? There are none opposed. That is carried. We have not yet done or even begun the utilities portion, but it has less impact on the budget in a direct sense. We've also not dealt with debt and reserves. We are going to, at some point, I think, have to reconvene. But in order for administration to come back to us with a more costed budget, given all the changes that we have approved over the last 2 days, it might be useful to do that now and then come back to do the balance on another day. Do people need to stretch before we enter into debt and reserves? Seeing some nodding of heads. So perhaps we'll do that. Mr. Greathead, I appreciate that you have been here all the long day, and we are now going to move on to something else and not allow you to finish. But I think in fairness to everybody, that it would be best if we allow Mrs. Melanchuk to address debt and reserves, and then we can end for the day and come back to do utilities another day. Okay. Let's take 10 minutes maximum back at 5:15 and hopefully conclude by 6. All right, I will call us into recess.
There you go.
Thank you. We are back. It has just turned 5:15. As we said, we would reconvene at that time. And we will shift now to reserves and debts, and Ms. Melanchuk.
Thank you, Your Worship. Hopefully I'm clear about explaining all these figures. I know it's sometimes hard to understand when there's no words behind them, but the 2022 opening balance, these are firm confirmed numbers, equates to 7.16 million that we had as an opening balance in 2022. And then from the 22 approved budget, we had credited the amount by just over 2 million. So we added in 2.186, and this was like the amounts put into the reserves from the operating budget. Then we have committed 3.8 million from the reserves in the 2022 year. So an estimated, high-level estimated amount of what will be ending at in 23 and opening up, or sorry, ending at in 22 and opening up in 23 will be at that $5.5 million mark. So I just wanted to allude to how much we're putting in 2023 and how much is coming out. It's pretty close to covering, just being, we're offsetting the expenses by the amount we're putting in. So there's not really much of a savings there, but that's how it is. So we're sitting at just a little bit higher than we were at the end of 23 as when we started 2023. So that's including all of our increases that we're doing to water and sanitation as well, or water and sewer as well. So as you can see, a lot of projects are coming due. Our wastewater treatment plant is over 20 years now. And obviously our rec project, the aging infrastructure is affecting what we need to spend going forward to take care of our assets. All that being said, we can only put away so much as well. So I had to take a look at the debt going forward, considering some of the potential projects that are on the capital list. So also very high level work on where we would be sitting. So in your appendix, there is also a number explanation behind the debt limits. And also the debt projections going forward. So we'll talk about the debt projections going forward first. So the one thing that's great is that one of our wastewater treatment plant improvements is coming offline in 2023. So that is a reduction of payments in the amount of $320,000 annually. So that was great, being that we will need to take out another in 2023. It was planned in 2022 to come out, but as discussed before, I held off so that we weren't going to be spending interest until we needed to spend that money. We will need to spend it in 2023. We'll have to look early January, February for the March deadline to take out the next step for the wastewater treatment plant. So we still have on the books some wastewater treatment plant improvements. You can see the two after the one that's clearing off of the books in 2023, or rather, 2022. And then in 2023, we'll also be taking the rec renovation additional debt of $3.4 million. So that too is planned in 2022, and we did not need the funds at that time. So it has already been discussed that I will come back to council with a recommendation or request for decision on moving any of the money that we had collected in 2022, move it to reserves, and then move it back out in 2023 to set the first year of payments. That too will probably have to take out within either the first or second quarter to ensure payments are being or that the cash flow is sufficient for the project that's going forward. All of those have been previously approved by council in the prior budget. Going forward from there, just above the blue line, you see that there's a GAGB lot servicing. That one itself would be, GAGB is the one for 6.2 million that was taken out in 2021 for the lot servicing. And those payments have begun in 2022, so those will continue on until 2051. And then, the next one I was going to talk about is the CH lot servicing. And that has not come to discussion yet, as that is under utilities. So you will see that in water and wastewater as we discuss that in utilities. I think there might be a question at the table.
CH lot is the one that is at the east end of town, near the Sawridge or near the Forest Park.
Yes, you're correct. Yes. And there is a plan behind that we can discuss when we discuss the the actual project. It's but 1.2 million of funding, that for debt that the municipality would have to take. And then there is an additional 3 million for wastewater treatment plant also to be considered, as we discuss, utilities. So it's important that we talk about utilities, soon going forward about, all of this, I guess. And there's also the rec renovation in 2023 and housing development at 2.5. So 2.5 would be half of the first 500 that we discussed today. And then you would be looking at additional payments going down. So 2023, we only had one payment projected. In 2024, we have 2 payments from that debt projected, but also then coming on another 2.5 in 2024 to cover half of the 5 million again in the 2024 budget. In 2024, it would be 1 payment, and then it would go back up to 2 payments for that debt itself. And then rec renovation is in the budget as well. And I spoke to it yesterday about considering that we will have to discuss the 2024 plan in the aquatic center and what will need to happen there. And all of that being said, I know it's a lot of numbers and a lot of projections, but I felt it was needed to make a plan because of our current remaining debt limit. And so that then jumps into our debt limit projections. So at the end of 2021 in our financial statements, the remaining debt limit was $15 million. So with the projection of using an annual increase of 1 million, and some years would actually be more if we did go forward with all of this. If we go forward with all of the borrowing, then in 2023, the number would actually be, 2024, the number would be more than 1 million. But I put 1 million in just to be safe in assumptions. If there was a 1 million increase annually, then to give the projected annual revenue to build in the new debt limit going forward, considering that there would be new debt taken each year. So in 2022, we're looking at 17.6 million. And in 2023, we would be down to a debt limit of 9.4. And in 2024, we would be down to 6.4 and down to 3 million in 2025. So just thought it was important that council consider and see all of what the municipality is facing going into the future with debt reserves, and very important for some of the discussions that have to be had around lot servicing, as well as the wastewater treatment plant going forward, although it's inevitable for that, as well as some of our rec renovation that is already underway. So that in a nutshell is all of those numbers, and I am open to questions. I hope that was clear. Thank you.
I can start with some easy questions, I hope. On the reserve forecasting for the column on the furthest right, 24, 25, there are 2 credit lines. I assume the first one should be debit and should be.
Excuse me, sorry, those are just added in. I didn't consider the projects coming out because I know that council does look at forward years. However, I don't have a predetermined amount of approved projects in the future, so I only recognize the amounts going in being contributed, planned from the operating budget.
Thanks for that. And with respect to proposed projects, so the middle big bar, the proposed $4 million for rec renovation and the 5.5, those are both indicated as 15-year terms and the others are 25. Is that a requirement that the term be shortened, or is that a recommendation?
Your worship, the 3.4 that we took initially for the rec project, we took out at 15 years. So I just followed that suit. We could extend to 20 years. However, if with the 5.5 million, we project that, or we've had documentations that we might get another 20 years from the building if we put all of that work into that facility. Therefore, our debt would be coming offline at the same time that we would possibly be looking at taking on new. The cost to demolition and to rebuild is substantial. We'd have to think about that and also maybe start to put away more so in the reserve, as the number to replace that facility is substantial, and it will be even more then. So we could go up to 20 years, but it doesn't give us any room to say take the debt offline and maybe keep contributing to a reserve to start that plan, or move it a little bit ahead a little bit faster in collecting some extra money to start that project. Often it's a good plan to, if you're taking a debt offline, to continue still collecting that money and putting it aside into your reserves. So the 5 years might be a good plan to collect that money for the next renovation to offset some of the debenture going forward.
Right, okay, and so extending or shortening the term for repayment doesn't affect the debt limit, it just may affect when the debt limit starts to change again. So when you get the debt paid off, you're gonna open up more room
Yes.
for more borrowing.
Mhm. Every year you open yourself up with more allowable debt limit as you collect more revenue and you pay off more debt.
Until I see more hands, I will ask another question. You've given rates for borrowing that hasn't yet occurred. How confident are you in those rates?
Not confident in them at all. That's the only thing that I have to go off of is today's rate. You know, to even give you some idea, taking out a debt last year would have been substantially cheaper than obviously taking it out now. Some debts you're looking at 40,000 extra a year. In payments, yeah.
Thank you.
Your worship, the other item that comes into play in the debt discussion, although certainly doesn't solve any of the challenges that we have in terms of our debt capacity, but does need to be accounted for, is the potential, the two items under housing development. We just referenced the $10 million potential project, and you'll see a total of $5 million of debt reflected across 2 years, so two different borrowings of $2.5 million each. Again, the strategy, not yet completed, and still a number of steps to go, would be to see if there's an opportunity to transfer that debt into the JCHC if it was a municipally controlled corporation. I know we discussed that potential for JCHC to take on debt off of municipalities' books. And so again, that's something that is not reflected here because it's not certain at this time. And so Director Malinchuk's reflecting it as it should be. That would be a discussion that we'd be having over the course of 2023, is if there would be an opportunity to remove that $2.5 million of debt that's related specifically to housing construction and moving it into the GCHC as a municipally controlled corporation. So that would be a change that we would be able to reflect to you in the 2024 budget discussions if we're successful in that over the course of 2023.
Councillor Demota. Well, I have a question on just overall servicing of the debt. When it comes to the GDA, GP lot servicing with the 6.2, and I just need my memory refreshed there. Are we going to recapture any of that through offsite levies when bills go, and then are we able to pay some of that down along the way when that happens?
Your worship, through to Councilor Demota, yes, we will be collecting offsite levies on that area. And I will also be bringing this one back to the table for further discussion because of the project being under budget. So council will have to decide whether or not we would like to repay on the principal the amount that we're under, or to take the funding and offset payments going forward for a few years. I will be coming back with both possibilities and what it would look like. And we would have to also then adjust the local improvement bylaw to reflect the change that in the project being a little bit, well, substantially lower than it initially was planned for. However, the good thing is that I didn't take out as much debt initially. I think it'll work out to about just over 300,000 that we'll have to consider, but that'll be coming as its own individual request for decision.
And just want to be clear on terminology. There won't be, I believe, an opportunity for offsite levies in so much as there is currently a local improvement levy being applied to that. So what's not shown here is the income that's coming from offsite levies in another part of the budget. I think that's in the utilities. So on the utility side, there's revenue from local improvement levy, which is being paid for by the GC and G lots because they're the direct beneficiaries of those improvements. In the case of those lots right now, while they're still under federal ownership, and there are the private leaseholders on there, those are being paid for through the federal government's PILT program payment that we do with property taxes. So the debt servicing, a portion of that debt servicing is being covered through that local that council passed that.
Okay, thank you.
Earlier this afternoon, the motions with respect to the use of paid parking revenue wound up with a notional number at least of $275,000 being available for reducing tax burden. Would that be money that would go first into the financial stabilization reserve and then be applied? Or how would you treat that then? Connected to that, I'm thinking then for next year, as I understood from Councillor Melnick, at the last committee of the whole, there was discussion about the reserve policy that would see 10%, I think he said, of revenue go into the financial stabilization reserve. I might have got that wrong, but what I do see is that for 2023, you credited just $33,000 going into that reserve, but if the reserve policy is approved, will there be more than that going into that reserve? Sorry?
I think I kind of lost. But I'll wait for you.
Your worship, where you would see the change is actually, sorry, oh, yes. I might need a moment just to think about this one, sorry. Or look at my spreadsheet and how it works out there.
While Director Malinchuk's looking at that, I don't know whether that was a planned, there are a number of smaller items that are also planned to be funded out of this financial stabilization reserve that we had traditionally funded over a couple of times. Things like council computers, the cost of having elections. And so there may be some other items that council would be familiar with from past budget cycles that are now being directed to that financial stabilization reserve, which by definition is there to even out the peaks and valleys. And so things that only happen like an election once every 4 years, we do put some money into the financial stabilization reserve on an annual basis to be able to handle it. As you can see, it's a minimal amount. It isn't a significant amount, but it really is to handle those once every 3 or 4 years expenses. And so Director Malinchuk could probably specify what they are.
Yes, I think you summarized it quite well, and I have it linked to another spreadsheet that has about 5, 6 different areas that contributes to that area. So it's those kind of operational offsetting reserves that council has previously put into their own separate reserves, but now it go as one combined reserve to be that financial stabilization.
The best example, I think Councilor DeMotta brought it up, is the council computer, fund. There was the municipality had regularly saved because every 4 years there's potential to have a whole bunch of new council members that need a whole bunch of new computers, and rather than booking that expense all in 1 year, we put away into a reserve for that. So you are seeing that credit into the financial stabilization reserve is basically reflective of those smaller items across the budget where we know that there's a one-time expense that comes up, a infrequent expense that comes up. And so we budget for those.
All right. But I understood that the budget that has been presented incorporates a $250,000 transfer to reduce taxes. That is it.
That's correct. So, and you'll see that in the debit column.
Right.
There's 256,000. And I think the 6,000 is actually maybe related to the Twin Municipalities Conference. The other 250,000 is transferred into the operational side of the budget in order to reduce the net tax issues. And council could choose to transfer more in if they wish to, but you could see the corresponding effect on the reserve balances.
And go ahead.
I think that you had spoken about the parking side of things. And if we look at this is still as initially presented and would change, it's under the public transportation reserve. You can see that there's 170,000 debited in, but there was the initial 450,000 going into that reserve, and that would have been what we had proposed in the paid parking area.
Right, but we changed that today, and so
this will change.
Right, and so just technically, will that money, and I think we wound up with $275,000, that was the remainder. Will that notionally go into the financial stabilization reserve to be available to be applied to tax relief, or will it just somehow go straight to tax relief?
Your worship will just go straight to tax relief.
And that will be in addition to the 250,000 that is already there. Councillor Dorn.
Well, on that note, through you, your worship, to Mr. Given, you made the comment about the financial stabilization reserve. And you said we could potentially add more. Did you mean more from a stabilization fund to relieve tax burden? Where would we get that money?
So, Councillor Demoda, that's what I meant is that you could, and maybe a better word would be, you could apply more of the financial stabilization reserve to mitigate the 2023 net tax increase, if you wish. So and remember at the start of the presentation, I reported sort of in some of those underlying factors. In 2021, we applied $1 million of, at the time, COVID recovery funds to reduce the tax increase. In 2022, we applied 500,000 of these reserve funds to lower the tax increase. Administration's base budget included 250,000 to lower the tax increase. And based on our base budget, it would leave at the end of the year the financial stabilization reserve with $676,000 in it. If council wished at this time, you could give direction to utilize more of the financial stabilization reserve above and beyond the 250 that administration is recommending to reduce the net tax increase, to further reduce the net tax increase.
Well, for me, I think I would like to see how all the enhancements and amendments to the proposed budget go, and then contemplate that. So we either drop some positions that have been requested or drop further into that if necessary.
Well, your worship, we have a slide for that. If I can screen share. Oh.
I hope the font's huge.
I know. Not bad. This is maybe as good as it's going to be able to get. So I'll describe what you're seeing there just in case it was a little far away. So yeah. If we can,
Vanna,
if we can roll forward,
come
nobody else
forward.
needs to see it. So, end of the day, we're just tearing down the barriers and everything else. So there you go, council. The public's seen this council before. What you have. Does that work out okay? I know it's still kind of far away, council. So on the left-hand side of the screen, you can see the amendments made by committee of the whole today. There are the list of the external grants, external organizations. They totaled $152,250 above the base budget. Then below were the sort of internal facing additions of positions. And so you can see all of those there. I do have a placeholder. There's the discussion about the multi-purpose hall sound system. I've got a space there. We don't have an allocated number, and that would be something we'd have to bring when the budget's revised. The operational funds for a trip to Hakone are there. The application of the additional paid parking revenue, that 275,000 that we discussed, to property tax reduction is there. You can see it's a negative number. So the total of all these, including that negative number, is 250,000. The total of changes today, in terms of the total increase above the base budget administration presented, is $402,000. Roughly a 4.37% increase. Administration had been proposing just over $1 million, that $1,175,000 increase in the net tax for 10.87% increase. The total of those two together is 15.24% in net tax. So if council wished to apply additional financial stabilization reserve, we can pop that in a line here. And you would see what effect that had. And it would be another negative number. And I can So if council applied an additional 50,000 of financial stabilization reserve, the impact of that, you see that the total impact of these changes goes down to 200,000. It made a slight difference in the percent. The overall net tax increase got down to 1.3 million or 14.7. I'll just reverse that change so you can see what it does. Went from 15.24 to 14 point, whatever that was. 14.7, thank you. So that option is available to you here with the reserves discussion. And I think we did contain a motion, a form of a motion in the budget package for you if you wanted to consider that. That committee increased the utilization of the financial stabilization reserve by blank dollars to mitigate the property tax increase in 2022.
Councillor Demore.
Well, this is kind of where my gamble, I was talking about coming in and the excess parking revenue from our actual from what was budgeted. And I don't think that we could do that entirely, but if there's still another 600 and something thousand dollars, I don't want to egregiously deplete that. But if we were considering half of that on top of what we were already committing and get us closer to 10% in that area, 11%. You know, I'm just looking at the climate out there right now, and I'm talking to a lot of local businesses in the community. Things were looking pretty good at the end of August. And fortunately, we had a good October coming this year, but, you know, considering our greatest component of, you know, contributor to the tax levy, I think that anything above 10 is going to look pretty hard, especially, you know, like when you look at people in the food lines and on the weekend and stuff. There's a growing concern about affordability in the community with interest rates as high as they are and inflation. We got to consider what's viable, and you know, you want our operations overall in the municipality to get what they want, but you know, it's going to come down to affordability. But if we've got money there and we can make everything work out, then I think it's worth considering.
Councillor Hall.
Okay, I'm gonna go for it and try to ask a question here. The financial stabilization reserve was the COVID relief money to start with, is that correct? So it's a new reserve. Will it be every year added to?
No.
Okay.
So it is, sorry, let me give more nuance to that answer. The bulk of that funding did come from the COVID recovery. We use all of the government's money, just to be clear. There was no leftover money that we left on the table, but we did end up that year in a surplus, which allowed us to create a reserve. So there's no COVID recovery money left over if the government ever asks. We did have the ability, though, to create a financial reserve because we had a surplus in that year. And so this is one-time money. Sorry, the bulk of this is one-time money, but as you can see with that $32,000 or $33,000, there are some smaller things that we have been regularly budgeting for that really would fit in the financial stabilization reserve. So purchasing new computers for council, the next council, running an election, you know, at the end of this term, and a few other smaller things like that. So there are some small amounts going in, as you can see, they're not significant. The policy suggestion that we're setting for you is in the reserve policy, is that year-end global surplus, you know, total surplus of the municipality, anything should go into the financial stabilization reserve. Of course, we can't forecast what that is today because I mentioned before, we won't know that until early in the year. So it's possible there may be additional funds going in, but we can't reflect that at this time because we don't know what the year-end surplus will be.
Kind of like a Jasper Green Heritage Fund.
I'm sorry.
Okay, so there'd be 676 left if we moved 300,000 to tax relief, that'd be 376, but will it, if it gets to zero, will it just be done and go away, or is this gonna be where surplus goes for the future?
So, well, again, subject to council's decision-making, the reserve policy recommendation was that any surpluses should go into this reserve. We certainly don't work to envy or in deficit situations, and so, we would expect that there would be some potential surplus, so we can't predict how much that would be. And there are some smaller amounts that we do budget for annually, as I said before, to put in, but again, they're not material. So if you use $300,000 here, I don't know if Director Malinchuk can speak to how much, if any, surplus we have on a regular basis historically. But we don't get $500,000 surpluses. I mean, we budget pretty tight.
Councillor Allen.
So I just want to clarify surpluses, because in the document that we saw at the committee of the whole, the financial stabilization reserve would get 40% of any annual operating surplus. And then 50% would go into fixed asset reserve, and 10% would go into community housing or community housing reserve. So this whole policy we still haven't changed. And we could change where maybe 60% goes to the financial stabilization fund, and 30% goes to fixed assets, and 10% to community housing. We just need to come back to this now that we see how this fund, the stabilization fund, can over time help those peaks and valleys.
You're absolutely right, Councilor Melnick, that, and you can see this connection between the reserve policy and budget decisions. And to be clear, council can still change the reserve policy however they like. And once you fix those ratios of where things go, it helps immensely in budgeting, because then we know, at the end of the 2022 financial year, when the books are done and we get the financial statements from the accountants, then we can say, okay, well, we've had a surplus of blank, and here's where it goes. And it gets split automatically into those reserves. And when we show up at this time next year, we would say, based on the 2022 financial results, we can now report to you that the reserves of the fixed asset reserve and the financial stabilization reserve now have these balances because of your council policy that's directed us to how to use them with the surplus.
But, and to your point, you budget closely. So it's not going to be like $1 million at the end of the year. We're probably talking 100 to 150,000 at max, maybe, depending on what happens through the year and what gets carried forward.
I am more inclined to give, predictions than Director Malinchuk, but I think it's reasonable to say that it is not going to be more than 150,000, other than in situations where there is an unexpected positive variance. So if, for example, another order of government decided that our special circumstance warranted special treatment, and mid-year we received special money and that we hadn't budgeted for, our suggestion would be pop it into the financial stabilization reserve until such times we can make a plan of how to use that. And then you would see budgets where our tourism-based community needs start to be funded using the financial stabilization reserve, for example. That would be an unusual circumstance. But I think the regular is more like you described, where there would be small annual net positive financial results that allow us to make some kind of contribution.
Had we had this discussion earlier, though, we may not have treated the paid parking revenue the same way, because we have now diminished any opportunity for a surplus. At 600,000 projected revenue, we all thought, yeah, that's conservative, might be low, but now we've targeted 675. So if we hit 675, it won't be surplus, right? We've already programmed it. And so, I mean, we've seen provincially a government that sort of consistently peg the price of oil lower than the market so that they would have surpluses every year. We don't do that. We never have, but we've now taken that small opportunity away from having, at least on paper, a surplus for this year.
Well, Your Worship, if I may, I suggest that this is actually a more responsible approach because it allows the opportunity to not collect more money in taxes than you probably actually need.
Mhm.
So, because we could do it the other way and say, well, we don't know what the surplus is going to be. And that would be more like, I think, the provincial government where we say, well, we don't know how much we're going to make. Let's wait till the end of the year and find out and come up with a big surplus at the end of 2023. Where here we're saying we know that we're probably going to make more than the 600,000, and let's apply that before we collect property taxes from residents in 2023.
Right, I don't disagree. I'm just saying that if we actually want to secure funding for the financial stabilization reserve going forward, leaving it all as a percentage of surplus doesn't necessarily get us there. We could find other ways to fund the financial stabilization reserve, it seems to me.
Just to clarify, there is an annual transfer from general municipal operating revenue also as one of the funding sources. So I think to your point that how we build the budget, we can then determine what transfer we want in from the general operating revenue, and then the annual surplus plus interest from the reserve are just additional funding.
Councillor Malachek, that's correct. Based on the policy, draft policy, you could see us show up next year and say, we recommend that you put $200,000 that you budget and collect taxes from residents in 2024 to put money into the financial stabilization reserve. And in fact, I think that this is what PAMP does. I think that they budget to make contributions to the financial stabilization reserve. And this is not unlike what Dr. Malachek has been advising council for some time, be budgeting for reserves. I think the improvement is, the refinement is that we have a policy that lays out sort of those percentages and gives council a lot more clear indication between what those reserves are, what they're used for, and how the money is going into those reserves, which might not have been as obvious to council as it might have been to administration.
Councillor Demoto.
I appreciated your angle of that and your insight, but I was a no vote on the 675 on that increase of 75 until Councillor Hall said, well, that increase will help alleviate this year's burden. And considering the amount of positions that we were looking at this time, and this is why I had my hand up. Now, administration, you met with the senior leadership team, all met together. The question I have is, from all the add-ons, the enhancements that we had for this year, what was cut out? Because that didn't fit into our strategic plan for this year. Because I'm looking at the amount of positions that were added. Do you, in your sense, feel that we're going to get the same amount next year, or are we're going to get that electrician that I know that operations wanted? And I know that that's the next step, because we had the plumber and the electrician in front of us before, but then there's other positions. So what actually got cut out? Because if we're going to have another 12 positions next year, I don't want to contemplate taking more money out of that reserve. But if this is like the hump that we need to get over, I'm willing to dip into that fund a little more this year to alleviate the tax burden, and then, make it, I use the term, more palatable for the taxpayer. So that's.
Your Worship, to Councillor Moto, what I would suggest is that this budget, and particularly the enhancement positions that council discussed and specifically added above the base budget, really reflect what I would call step change rather than incremental change. So, where the idea of the planning and development manager, that's a whole new service that we've never had before, and council choosing to consider that, at least to amend the budget to include it, is an entirely new service area. the nature of the other ones that were built into the base budget, I think were incremental improvements where we could see savings and offset the cost of those positions. But, that's why they're not, they don't have quite as big an impact in the overall net tax increase. I don't foresee a lot of new services coming on stream over the next number of years. That said, the planning and development function, will need more staff. And we pick that on, and a planning and development manager is not all that department will need. It will need a development officer. It will need probably a planner as well, and probably some admin support for those to handle, and so that's the other area where I can see there being significant addition requests in future years, other than potential refinements that we might be able to identify. So yeah, I don't want to suggest that administration won't come forward with additional requests for future years. That is not true. We will promise to you and the community that we'll always be as, and I think you're seeing here, we're pretty conservative in what we bring forward, and we're asking our organization to make sure there's offsetting where we assert that there is a cost savings from having a service in-house. We cut money out of the budget somewhere else to make sure that that is actually true. Where council's identified because of your priorities that there is an area that you'd like us to make more progress in, and we can do it within house resources, we're going to give you the option to do so, and that's what the Saunas budget presentation. We would do that in future years as well. We have the one other one is that planning and development area. As we come on stream, there will be additional positions that will have to do with standing up that area. There will eventually also be some offsetting revenue again for discussion around our land grant fees.
Right, and if I may finish, that was the last step in my thought process, because we've moved some of these down the line already, even though there was a step change and there was a merge in departments. A lot of some of these positions will move down. If we move them down again, and then we get land use planning and development, a lot of those things are going to have to get addressed sooner or later, or we're going to need them, and maybe even more, who knows. So if we take advantage of this now and get over that hump, when we get the next hump, it won't be as large to get over. So just to contemplate.
Councillor Keller-Hrenty and then Councillor Nolan.
Have we lost the opportunity this morning when we talked about paid parking? When I go to the city to park in a parking lot, it's $4 something an hour. It's 15 something an hour if I park at the hospital. Could we increase the rates, like say to $4 on town, $3 in the parking lot, but not up the budget just, and then at the end of the year, we're kind of guaranteed to make that $75,000 extra. Maybe we'll have some more to offset some of the costs. But then that if we take the money from the stabilization fund to offset the budget this year, then we'll be able to put that back in next year.
So the question was, have we lost the opportunity? I don't think so.
So the answer is no. You haven't lost the opportunity to do that. Certainly, at the end of this year and the new year, we'll have the paid parking seasonal report. Council will have an opportunity to consider what they want to see the rates for the upcoming year. Administration will have had some time to calculate what the current rates will generate us on a full year of operating. We'll report that to you, and then you can consider then whether you want to change the rates in a way that would have the potential to deliver more revenue than the 675 that you give this direction to. That makes sense. So with administration, we don't budget for surplus. Like we don't plan to ask taxpayers for more money than we think we're going to need. We could, council could, with the parking rates, set an even higher aspiration or something that would deliver more revenue, and that would be visitor focused and would not impact how much we're talking from residents.
Councillor Nolan.
Thank you, Your Worship, and to Councillor Keller-Hrenty's point, that bylaw should come before us to reaffirm the rates. I think we've already set the sidewalk seating rate. We probably have an opportunity to review some of the rates and fees and fines and bylaw. And so we have a number of other revenue opportunities that still have to come to us that we can look at. And also, depending on some one-offs such as, you know, if there is some payment in lieu of taxes right now from the federal government for lot, GA and GB, hopefully we'll start to see some other revenues, which right now, those are the type of one-time revenues I think you're talking about that we might see, if not this budget year, next budget year.
Well, a number of those, you know, you talked about the increase in fees or charges. Those are the types of things that administration tries to build into our recommendations and forecast the budget. I think Director Navarre reflected that in her presentation, that there's a number of those areas where they are, you know, they saw that we received more in 2022 than expected from sidewalk seating, from commercial use of public space. And so she adjusted her revenue forecast based on that, and also based on the fact that the rate was going to increase. So we do try to account for some of that. But if there were mid-year unexpected changes to our revenues, because council makes a change to some year charge, then that would be a positive that we hadn't accounted for and would increase the likelihood of a year in financial surplus.
And just another follow-up, with the number of positions that we've added, not the ones that were budgeted, that were covered in the current budget, is there an opportunity to delay start dates through the year and stagger them so that we don't have, and I know a number of things, for example, in the operations department, people are here, we're just formalizing that they're in the budget, but there may be some opportunities because of timing of advertising availability. We might be able to say, instead of bringing somebody on March 1st, we're bringing them on June 1st and save some salaries that way.
Yeah, as best as possible, administration did try to account for that. And in the presentation, we showed the cost of a position and its potential start date. So, for example, the heavy equipment, the heavy equipment operator, we had forecast $133,000 cost for that with a March start date. In contrast to the mechanic, we already have somebody that's capable of filling that role. We know that we could have them starting that position January 1st, and we reflected that through the entire budget. So, unexpected vacancies, delays in hiring any of these positions, additional grant funds, are all things that could cause a positive variance, to be sure. Yeah.
And just lastly, we still haven't ratified the things that we put into the budget. For example, the different community groups that came to us for additional funding. I think we still have an opportunity to revisit that, and possibly one or two other lines in the municipal budget. One of the things that comes to mind is Community in Bloom. What funding do we have in there? Is that, that type of conversation we really didn't have, even though I think it's in the profiles, we still, I think, have one more opportunity to look at things like that.
We have ratified nothing. We have asked administration to present to council for its consideration a budget with the various enhancements, including community groups, including new positions. Let us see what that budget looks like, and then we will decide. And that's the position that we remain in. Councillor Demota.
It's going to be a little philosophical though. We made the tough calls in 2020 to address the pandemic. You were very hopeful that money was going to come from the province, and it did. And now we have it in the reserve, and your cautionary approach was, if we go zero or below zero, then we're going to have to pay for it years to come. Well, we're still here years to come, and we have the money there. And for the use of getting us out of this. And I'm feeling like this is, other than land use and planning, this is the hump that we needed to get over. So we've merged a couple of departments. There have been some changes. There's been some staff movement and some enhancements. I'm feeling like there's an opportunity to bite the bullet here and dig a little deeper. I'm not sure exactly how deep I want to go. I know that maybe some other counselors are feeling a little more gutsy, maybe. So I think I would like to get closer to 10%. And maybe if we get close and just say, if administration can make up 0.5%, find it somewhere and get all the things that you're asking for, we can make this work. If there's some flexibility somewhere, I know that Mr. Gibbons said that we can run it, they run it pretty lean, pretty tight. But I think with a little bit of work, we might be able to push things down and get over that hump and still have a little bit of money left in the reserve.
Right, we have decisions to make. Some we might be able to make today. My own inclination at the moment is a combination of increased transfer from the financial stabilization reserve and reconsideration of some of the optional positions. I agree that the number I see on that screen right now is not, as Councillor Demoda has said, very palatable. No. And I think we have to reduce the tax increase, but we can do it with a combination of factors. What I'm particularly interested in and don't have is how much of the problem will we be pushing down the road so we can offer relief for the 2023 taxation year. Where does that leave us for 2024 and 2025? I don't see those numbers, and I'm not complaining about that, but I'm wondering about them because we have money in that financial stabilization reserve now, but once we deplete it, it's gone, and we don't have a plan to build it excessively. And so I want to try and minimize the pain, not just this year, but subsequent years. And I'm not quite sure what I'm looking at. But I just leave that open. Councillor Melnick, did I see your hand up?
I'm just wondering if, in the budget, there's any consideration to the additional residential that is currently being built in 2022 in the community that will be in the housing stock in 2023 and will be part of the taxation base. No, there really is no new commercial or very little commercial development, although there is the addition at the Forest Park, which will change again the total. And it spreads it out a little more, but there'll be more people paying, I guess, is what I'm getting at.
Yes, Councillor Malik, certainly that's something that can be an improvement in the sort of the way that the amount the municipality needs to collect is distributed. We don't have any significant amounts of net property tax growth. I mean, there may be growth in assessment. We try to control for that, people tax. But in terms of net additions to the assessment base, the proposed development on GB is still proposed, and so administration isn't counting our chickens before they're hatched there. But it's true that any construction that happened on that site would increase the amount of tax-paying properties, and so that would be net new money coming to the municipality. So that's correct. I think, and so administration, the amount of new development in Jasper is pretty modest year to year. Those really significant projects like GB don't come along that often. The addition of the building at Forest Park is another example of something fairly significant that will have a net benefit. I don't know to what extent that's sort of incorporated right now. Director Malmschuk saying she doesn't have that because we don't have the assessment for it yet, but that is something that will be a new tax-paying property that we didn't have in 2021. So will mean that this burden of the net tax increase will be distributed across more properties. And so the impact on any one property will be smaller than it would have been had that new Forest Park bill, for example, not come along.
And plus it all depends on the mill rate and that, but I guess it will be potentially 35, well, we won't be online for the whole year, so it'll really be 2024 before the new builds are gonna have any significant property tax impact.
Yeah, I think that's correct. The other thing that I'd say, and this maybe goes a little bit to what Mayor Ireland was referencing about the impact on future years. When you provide a subsidy, if you take away that subsidy the next year, there's an immediate and exactly opposite effect, right? So if you reduce taxes, and we saw this through COVID, and many municipalities did, and you reduce taxes to come back from that, you have to go back exactly the other way. And so the same applies here. So the application of paid parking revenue to the tax rate, if in 2024 council decides to not apply 275 to the tax rate, then you would see a corresponding increase in taxes to make up for that. And so I think the caution is, and this is why administration was applying a step down approach to the use of these sort of one-time funds, you know, from $1 million to 500,000 to 250 this year. We're trying to slowly wean off of that without having a really big increase in 1 year. So just for council's consideration, as you think about, you know, the next couple of years of your term and the budgeting, the more that you apply this year in one-time use, either you need to continue to do the same thing in the following year, or you've actually just caused a big increase in 2024.
Councillor Colgraffi.
I totally agree with you, Mr. Given, but you know, we talked about alternative revenue. And paid parking is alternative revenue. And the whole idea to me of having this alternative revenue is to build a municipality and take some of the tax burden off our community. So as we go out there and we find other alternatives of revenue, hopefully down the road, we're not seeing that huge increase in taxes all at once, that we're finding reasons that in order to put money into our reserves that our taxpayers not paying for. That, to me, that's why we do pay parking. That's why we go after those streams of revenue.
Go ahead.
Yeah, I agree. And, you know, it depends on what government we're gonna get for, if we ever get those other tools, but we'll have something under our belt saying we're maximizing our potentials here for how we're retrieving money from tourism. And we still need more. And this is why, and it's not gonna stop until we are able to get a more even thing. And even then, you know, when you build a machine, the bigger it gets, the more parts it needs and the more people it needs to run it. So it's gonna be, this has been going on since Greek times. And they were contemplating having the same struggles. And so many cities face this and towns. But we have a unique set of circumstances. And sometimes we've got to gamble on some things, but we will be better prepared to say, you know, when we have it in the past, when they say, well, what are you doing in your own community? You know, if you maximize all your potential, and there's probably a couple more things we can do. And we got to review those, like user fees and other things like that. I don't know if I'm ready to increase parking fees, but it's a really good conversation.
Thank you.
Counselor Hall.
Thank you, Mayor, and I do agree with that, and maybe not necessarily raising parking fees, but the duration of time, or we do it over a year. My question is, if we moved like 376,000 out, what would that look like? Like an additional 376.
So 625.
Let me see. Let me see.
Sorry, I'm assuming I see you all squinting there, so I'm assuming you can't see it. So if council applied an additional 376,000 from the financial stabilization reserve, it would bring the 2023 net tax increase down to about 11%, 11.16, or just over $1,026,000. Again, the one caution I would have is just about that in 2024. You either need to do the same amount. You'll see a corresponding increase in 2024, so as long as everybody's aware of that. Again, you know, reasonable approach. The administration was suggesting declining and leading off in a certain pace. And council might say, well, give us some step changes, a slower pace as we want to get here.
Just to add then to deliberations, I am inclined to look firstly at the light blue numbers there. I think those were primarily optional positions. They weren't included in the base budget amount, I think, for a reason. And I would be inclined to start there, remove those things from the budget in the first place, and then take a smaller amount from the stabilization fund to bring down the increase, and depending on how things develop, including paid parking, but potentially negotiations on land rent to free up other money, then we can look at adding positions. But for myself, although I voted in favor of seeing what the budget looked like with those enhancements, the optional enhancements, now that I see what it looks like, I'm less inclined to favor it. And so I would be inclined to drop the planning and development manager, and I appreciate that why that position matters, but we're not there yet. Anyway, $151,000 to the taxpayers to deal with that when we haven't negotiated yet the agreement. The fund development coordinator, another $80,000, and even though that might be helpful, particularly helpful to the local food group contingent, food recovery and others, it's going to make everybody, or at least more of our residents, hungry just to fund the position. And similarly with the certified engineering technologist, might be useful, but that's something that probably, in my view at least, can wait. So there's $348,000, and then if we took another 175 from the stabilization fund, we'd get down to something approaching the $1 million increase, which is still an awful lot to ask of our residents. Councillor DeMora.
It is, and then, you know, at the same time too, there's stuff in the green area as well that, you know, because people come forward and ask, external ask doesn't mean we have to give it to them every time too. And, you know, I know that there's been some work in some areas, from some of those, that they're working towards some sustainability, but sometimes we have to have the conversation on, well, we're going to force you to try and do that faster. You know, we could potentially shave off another $50,000 out of there, you know, and you know, go to the historical society and say, how much does it take to manage archives? Because you know, we want to make sure that those are secure. Habitat for the Arts, okay, well, you're asking for 30 and then an extra 20. You know, you can get it all. Crisis team, that's a good one. I think it's necessary. This is just me, you know, the mayor has given his opinion on those. I'd like to alternately look at these other things. I think we're committed to the bus, and community futures. You know, tough calls.
In order to bring some closure to today and recognizing that it won't be a final decision, I think that administration needs some direction with respect to reserves and how to apply them. If we could conclude with that, and again, it's not a final decision, but it allows administration to come back to us with a more fully costed and built out budget, and that will be the one that we can still change it again once we see it. But I think it is on us to leave administration with some direction in that regard today.
Do you have any cots left over from when we were housing the volleyballers? Well, if it was a regular council meeting, anything that we made a motion on and got defeated, it wouldn't be allowed to come back for a year, but this is just committee, so we can throw stuff at the wall and see what sticks.
Oh, I'm sorry. Councillor Telegraph.
So. If we remove the planning and development manager, how far will it set us back?
If council removes the planning and development manager, I will continue to handle negotiations with Parks and Rec in addition to other regular duties. And we would wait to begin the setup of that department until 2024. So the negotiations, the work with Parks and Rec, the work would be handled by us.
If we were to say that that position, we started at half, you think that would assist you?
I think that would not be possible to hire. And I think the intent here is to hire somebody that would have the sort of 3 to 5 year responsibility of building that department. So we want to ensure that we're here to build a team, build the systems, and then, you know, so on a contract basis, could we contract somebody to assist us potentially for a smaller amount? Then there would be at least additional resources available to administration to bring in to help support the negotiations with Parks Canada and some of the other work assessing how we're going to set up this completely new service area. And at some stage we will need to hire somebody who's going to hire the rest of the people that will fill out that department to take on that service.
So what would you see, Mr. Gibbon, as a fair price if we were to get somebody to help you, like, you know what I mean? Because we don't want to add, your plate is pretty full. And I hate the idea that you're gonna have to handle this whole negotiation on your own.
So if you were to get a consultant to help you, I think 75,000 or 70?
Yeah, I think that that would probably allow us to continue to move forward. It would give us, I think, some of the support that we need to be able to engage with parks on more of an equal footing as we go through, not just the negotiations and discussion, but also the establishment of what systems do we need to put in place. I think that that will give us some capacity through the year. Yeah.
Councillor Roxon.
I also wonder whether delaying the commencement of the position to partway through the year would save some and would give you get the department kick-started.
Yeah, the projection that is a full year salary is administration. I certainly see it as the highest priority position, and but I think realistically, would we have something in place January 1st? No, we would not. So if council is looking to reduce that amount, a more realistic starting towards the end of the first quarter would probably be realistic. So take one quarter, 25% of that off would probably be realistic as well. By the time we create a job description for a client development manager, advertise for it, higher. I think that's a reasonable expectation. It may start to make a dent in the direction we're going to allow us to potentially still secure somebody to be the leader that will take us over the next 5 years. But I don't know that that kind of reduction would make the type of difference that council is looking for overall architects, because may contribute towards the type of reduction going forward.
Councillor Hall.
Thank you. If we were to wait on the engineering technologies, how far would that set us back?
Well, that's service enhancement. That administration believes that there's an opportunity to reduce contracted out services. I don't know, and Director Gray had a look at you, I don't know that we had reduced contracted services in the same way that we had for the other positions. So while we see an opportunity for that, we hadn't quantified it the same way we did with, say, the plumbing position, where we knew adding this position or the heavy equipment operator will allow us to directly cut these other parts in contracted services. We don't have that same level of certainty with the certified engineering technologist. Delaying the start of that or seeing that in a different year would allow us to assess and actually come to the table and say, well, adding this position will allow us to reduce X amount on the contracted out services side. That's something that we could do.
Councillor Melvin.
The position that we added, the fund development coordinator, if we were to delay that to be a half-year position, in other words, starting July 1st, that would be a small savings, I think. That was due to start when?
Just looking at that one, it is a January 2023. I don't recall exactly Director Reed's reason, but I don't know whether he had somebody in place that he thought may fit into that. That he thought might be able to hire quickly, but that would be an option as well. And again, with any of these positions, if council says, only willing to fund the half a year and it needs to come down by this much, then we'll hire later. And so, I mean, a half year would be half of that.
Yeah, so I'm just thinking, do we hire it as a part-time? Again, it's like the part-time planning and development manager. Are you going to be able to find someone, or are you better to wait and then make the decision to hire the person?
So, well, I should be cautious when speaking on behalf of all the rest of my team. I think I get to do that occasionally because I'm the CAO, but I think from I think my perspective would be that a delayed start to a full-time position would be preferable to a part-time position in most cases. It can be difficult to secure somebody for part-time work, where a delayed start would even give us more opportunity to scope the position, draft job descriptions, and flesh that out. And you know, I say the same even for, well, really for any of the positions, right? I think a delayed start would be the preference over a part-time. Because we do see that there is full-time work. We just start that full-time work a little bit later. We'll continue to do things as we are today for a little bit longer. But trying to entice somebody to come and work for us only part-time when there's not full-time work for them can be really challenging, particularly as we go back to the very start of the presentation in that global environment of the labor market.
Councillor Hall.
Thank you. I am not in favor of dropping that position. Potentially a late start might be okay. I feel that by calling it the food society position, because it's not that there's so much more to that job than just that. And I remember Councillor Wilson earlier saying that maybe those duties could be spread out to the other employees in that department, but I feel this is coming at us because those duties aren't being fulfilled, and they're important. But I'm not in favor of dropping that one.
Councillor Watson.
My concern with holding back on the fund development coordinator is that from experience, the food security issues are most pressing through the winter months, and I would be concerned about holding back there. I do have one of the thoughts I have is that there may be potential to, rather than having a full-time position, having some contracted writing, assistance that would assist with fund development, looking at even the capital budget. I could identify items that would be potentially possible to be funded through other sources. So I thought that may be a solution of cutting back the amount, but I wouldn't recommend delaying, because I think that the crucial time for those organizations is going to be in the next few months. But I think we may be able to approach it through a contract as well.
Councillor Dwyer.
Yeah, so, and I know that, CAO Mr. Given has, shown us what throwing an additional 375 from reserves. And I know there's a caution that may bounce back next year, but that's if we're looking at really replenishing this. My task here in my mind is to try and make this work so that we can move forward and then not have as much as a admin blow on the areas that are outside of planning and development, because that's something that we're going to have to learn to accept when the time comes, and we'll have to find money for that, and it's going to come out of tax dollars regardless. So in order to not that these get under those priorities when they come here, I'm looking at what was proposed, and the total therewith is 1.452 million. And if we take the additional 375 from the reserves to get us to 1,077,250, I'm going, okay, well, where can we find that 77,000? You know, there's some easy ones when you just look at, oh, okay, well, the fund development coordinator, that's 80 grand. That gets us to $1 million. That's a 10% increase. Done. You just walk home. But you know, we were saying that a lot of these things are important. So maybe we got to start addressing things like, how important is this Saccone relationship to us? Is it just from tradition? You know, and these are the hard questions. I think it's a good thing to honor, but what is it doing for either of our municipalities now to be in sister relationships with each other right now? So hard conversations to have, but we might just have to just say maybe that our relationships run its course. So then, there's gonna be some money that we can save there to make our community work. So, right, what's a decision? Is it good for the community as a whole? What are the costs? And is it the right thing to do? And I don't know if going to Hakone or continuing that relationship is the right thing to do anymore for the betterment of the community.
Councillor Hall.
Thank you, and I'm kind of what I gathered from the conversation about the engineering technologies, is that maybe that one wouldn't be a terrible one to push back. And that's $117,000 right there.
Councillor Kelly.
I could also see that one go, the engineer technologist. I'm wondering rather than, like, Councillor Wax said, well, let's once we clear the position and say how the fund development coordinator, maybe we put contract money in there, see how it goes for this year. And then decide on it next year, but, I'm okay leaving it at 80,000 for the contract, but not make it a full-time position. And then we can reevaluate it.
Councillor Hall.
Thank you. My only concern with that is we need the other two pieces, Indigenous relations, the big one for me, and that was part of that job. Yeah, so just my concern with that.
But it's still there. We're leaving the 80,000 position as is, but be contracted for a year, see how all those programs go. Because maybe there's too many cubes in it, as Fair Ireland said today. We have one position with Indigenous, we've got writing, we have the food recovery, there's another community engagement. Well, maybe those 4 cubes without one position too much, but maybe try it, but not make a position full time.
Go ahead.
I just, and if we're gonna leave the 80,000 there, we might as well have that position. I'm really not really clear what you're saying.
I'm saying if we contract that, then it's not a full-time position, so that next year if it's not working, we don't have to have it in the budget. Whereas, once we put it into the budget, it's very hard to eliminate a position.
Councillor Waxer and then Councillor DeMoe.
Through you, Mayor Ireland, to CEO, given, would a term position or a one-year term position be a possibility?
Certainly, I think would be a possibility, then it would be a one term to see how that goes. It wouldn't change necessarily the financial impact. The financial impact is the same. The council is, and that's why actually specifically even about the weekly budget, we're asking you to make motions as an acknowledgement that these are additions. This action, so council direction will be not quite ready to make that addition yet. We want to see the function, see how it works before we consider converting it to a full-time continuous, regular established position. That's certainly.
Councillor DeMoe.
Would it be too abstract if someone was to put a motion together and say that committee recommend the council approve the 2023 to 25 budget with a $1 million increase period from 2022. Period. That's what I meant. And then we could do all this conversation. We could go and contemplate all these things at home. So these people have been really patient with us, and I know that doesn't give you a lot of direction.
Council, but it gives us actually less direction we started off. So, and my concern about that is that it allows administration to substitute our priorities for your priorities, which I think is completely opposite of the intent of priority-based budgeting. And so, we identified where we see that there's currently gaps in our capacity to advance on your priorities. We offered options to fill those gaps. And now it's up to council to decide, you know what? The cost benefit analysis just isn't there or isn't there at this time. And so therefore we are not comfortable in adding a resource to do this thing. And that's okay. But for administration to decide to say, you know what, council's priority on whatever it is, I won't pick one, is not that important. And so we're going to decide to cut this. Is not the way that it should happen.
No, and that's not what I was getting to. We have all the information we need. If we can go and we can take $375,000 and, we can decide that at the next meeting or the next regular meeting, like we have what I think are marching orders to a certain degree. If we want to keep all those things in there, we just got to figure out what we want to do to get it. So if it means getting 375 or more out of the reserves, or try to plan more for paid parking and gamble on that, we can make it happen with what we have in front of us. I'm not saying come back with the reconstruction of something loosey-goosey in your mind. No, like, you've done your work. Now it's up to us to make the decision. So that's where I was going with that one.
Okay, if I could finish this off, as I understood your proposed motion, it would be to just be presented with the initial budget with which we were presented, with none of the enhancements, so none of the community groups and none of the enhanced positions, is that?
No,
Because that would be the $1 million.
all of
Include them all?
Yeah.
For $1 million? But we can't, it takes 1.4.
Yeah, but we have reserve money to contemplate, and we can still tweak with a couple of other things in there when it comes to decision time. So right now we're having discussions, we can let this position go, or maybe we'll let this position go. Well, we're not all convinced collectively that there's one position that could go. And we can sit around here and debate for another 3 hours, right? So I'm just saying, let's just take what we have. Let's just see if we can make it work with the $1 million increase, and maybe administration can come back and find another $77,000 somewhere, and then we have an exact $1 million, but I don't think that really achieves anything either. If we have a 10.6% increase, I don't think it's going to be much of a difference between that and 10.
I will come back with Councillor Kelleher.
I think we should defer this. I think we're gonna meet again here in a couple of days with the utility, plan and budget. We've been here since 9 o'clock this morning, 10 to 7. I feel we're rushing it. We gotta get it done, but do we have to get it done now? It's huge decisions here we're making. I think we need to think about it. Take some time, come back. Couple of days when we're going to do the utility one, come back to this. We're obviously can't agree. And, administration put a lot of work into this. They're telling us this is what they need to move forward. We went away last year. We created this strat plan. It's taken from our strat plan, and I think we have to make the right decision. And I think, as I said, we're all tired, and I don't want to rush this. And it doesn't have to be done tonight, because we don't have to give administration any instructions tonight. It's in our hands. We can either cut it, we'll know what it comes down to, or add some money from the reserves. That's our decision.
And
Well, I agree we don't have to make a final decision, and we're unlikely to do that. But I think we owe it to administration to direct them to come back with a budget for our consideration. So we've made, over the last 2 days, we've made a number of suggestions to add things to the budget. The only piece that we haven't finalized is how to incorporate the reserves. So if we just make a motion on that, and then they can present for our consideration on another day, a budget that we can debate further, but it incorporates that reserve element. And that means we've got somewhere in the last 2 days. So I'm excited at that prospect. If we can just finish that part of it. Councillor Hall.
Thank you. I'm sorry, this question's, I just forget. What did we move last year from this stabilization fund? Was it $500,000?
It was $500,000.
Okay.
yeah.
Okay. Then I'm gonna make a motion. I'm gonna fly this in my pants here. I move that we move $500,000 total from the stabilization reserve match last year to the 2023 budget. Is that a? I move that committee. I direct committee, I don't know, whatever. You read it out. You read it out.
A format for the motion.
Yeah.
Is that committee increase utilization for the financial stabilization reserve by blank dollars to mitigate the property tax increase in 2023. So what I heard you describe was increase the utilization by 250,000. We're already incorporating 250. What I heard you say was which is an increase of 250.
And to me, that it's the same as last year, so it's not getting more. We're leaning off this year. Maybe we have to stay the same. We can maybe lean off further next year. The motion.
Yes, thank you. Clear and precise, and we know now where we're at. So do you speak to the motion, Councillor DeMoe?
I do, because I have a family dentist. I like where you're going, and I want to support you because I know you want to go. I have an inkling that you want to go another 125 to 625, and I'm willing to support that. So an additional 375 on top of the 250 that's already there, to make a total of 625. That would complete our reserve to $300,000.
I'm pretty confident that administration can find that $100 and whatever $1,000, maybe possibly in a few of those positions or somewhere else.
Okay. Good enough.
Like, don't want to be too gutsy.
So the motion is to increase the utilization of the financial stabilization reserve by $250,000, which means that the draw from that reserve would be $500,000 for the 2023 tax year. And that is then the basis for administration to give us back a budget that has all of the add-ons that we talked about over the last 2 days and this subtraction, right? That's where it gets us.
You took the words out of my mouth.
Good job.
All right. Any further debate? I will call the question. All those in favor? All right. That is done. That motion is carried. There are none opposed.
No more talking.
Now, we will get a revised budget of some sort, or at least a summary of it, I presume.
Your worship, I think what you'd see is actually fairly similar, it's subject to the chance to discuss with Director Monshut, fairly similar to what we had on screen towards the end. I mean, because that's really what we're talking about here, is what is the net tax piece? What's the percentage? What's the impact of the change of these positions? And so I think likely the basis of the discussion next time would be around utilities and utility levy funded services. And then administration would reflect back to you really that table that I showed, because other than those changes, I haven't heard you talk about changing the line item in the JCHC corporation. Like I haven't heard you talk about that, really the fundamental things for these ones. And so I think that would be the basis of the discussion other than the utility funded side. So if that sounds correct to you, that's what administration could be prepared to do on the next meeting. And we do have a package, there's that 5th Tuesday of November that does not have a council meeting scheduled. There is a date that council could consider reconvening to continue this discussion.
Okay, so I just wanted, and I accept all of that. So what council will have though in front of it for consideration is all of the changes that were approved by motion yesterday and today. Okay. And
Yes.
that will hopefully alert us to the discussions that we've had, so we don't forget it all by November 29th, if that's our next meeting date. And is that an appropriate date to come back for utilities and then to continue this discussion? Okay, I will leave that as the penultimate motion for today. Councillor Melnick, you had your hand up.
Thank you, Your Worship. I'm just wondering if there's anything on that list that we added that we know we should take off now. Or are we just we're gonna let it come back and then we'll have a copy of that list that we'll be able to refer to? Okay. Then there is a concluding motion here.
There are two, I think. One is the real concluding motion, but the other is, I think we should have a motion to reconvene at some particular time on November 29th to continue budget discussions, so that I don't have to formally call a special meeting. I would like a motion that we adjourn the budget discussions to a set time and place date. Councillor Fletcher?
I move that we, did you say reconvene?
Sure.
Our budget conversations, including utilities, to November 29th at 9 a.m. in the quorum.
Any debate on that? We can all be here. I think I heard from Councillor Wilson earlier that may be a travel day to him, which would be unfortunate, but that's the way it is. I will call the question. All those in favor? There are none opposed. That is carried. And now, we didn't do this yesterday, but who wants to make the motion to adjourn? All in favor? We are adjourned. We can give credit to that motion to Emma. She wants to adjourn.
Emma makes the motion.
So we've got the budget down to 1.2 million. 12% increase.
Are we still recording? Because I feel like, I haven't heard recording stopped yet.